for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
Welcome to Watchpoint. Zoe Schwind reporting for duty alongside not one, not two, but three analysts, entertainers, dare I say, friends. We did it!
We did it!
We did it! We're all in a truck together, of course. I am joined by Reinforce Jonathan, Reinforce Larson. We're joined by Scott Costa Kennedy and Danny. The band is back together, Lim.
Finally.
I know.
It's so weird. I'm gonna be honest.
Like they're
so
all
weird.
real.
We're all real. We
no
could,
one's
yeah,
in a
no
box.
No box. No one's glitching.
No one's glitching.
No one's glitching.
No delays.
I was going to touch Johnny in the face, and then he looked at me in a way. I was like, don't touch me in the face. I was like, okay.
I was worried he starts talking in a delay just for good old.
Like, wait 2 seconds. Yeah.
I'm too high resolution. I don't know. I'm usually more pixelated. I don't know.
Yeah, no, this is fantastic. Let's see how long it lasts. I get a sense like next show is already back to
we're
3. But hey, we're gonna enjoy it while we have everyone here. But it does turn out, as you can see, that having 4 people in the truck is it's a little crowded, Danny.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Do you get the same sense? Like I'm a little. I have a
I
little
think
anxiety.
we're a little too intimate.
That's true. Yeah. So I figured, Danny, that because it's so crowded, we could just try to pit our 2 analysts against each other. You know, stir some drama, watch the animosity
drama.
unfold until
yeah.
one of them just leaves.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we love. Say one thing about Watchpoint. Say we love drama.
Love
that
drama.
way, but like, look, that way, if we just pit them against each other, that we don't have to have that awkward in and out conversation with either of them.
Yeah.
So this is great.
Let them go
Diplomatic
against
approach.
each other.
Exactly. And let them go against each other, see which one is a keeper, because I feel like a great analyst, he just needs to roll with the punches. And quite
Yeah.
frankly, Danny and I, we're happy to hand those out and see both Jonathan and Scott deal with it. And they say defend our random points. So we came out with a little game. Do you guys like games?
Do you guys like games?
That was a very,
I
would you like to play a game?
Yeah, I
really fun.
I requested little tricycles to roll past, but they got shut down on that one. Safety reasons.
Trust, it's really good. It's a really
But
fun game.
yeah, no. So we're gonna throw some random points that we make up
right.
your way, and you have to either defend
Easy.
I'm
or
ready for anything.
attack those, and you just need to roll with the punches. You don't need to agree, but you need to agree.
Okay.
Yeah.
Perfect.
I'm used to that
You're-
face. Let's go.
We're not asking you. We're telling you.
We're telling you.
Yeah, this is not a request.
It's not a
everyone.
request.
All right.
All right, let's see.
go.
Get those analyst muscles warmed up. To start, I mean, there is no better place to start than the cycle of misery. That is the Dallas Fuel. I posit to you, Reinforce, that the Dallas Fuel will miss the Mid-Season Madness tournament.
Absolutely.
Yeah. That is your
Yeah?
opinion.
Well, is that? Am I supposed to say that they're missing? Okay.
Yeah, that's your opinion.
Okay. Yeah. No, of course. I mean, Dallas Fuel, they're trash. They got 0-6 this past week. I mean, Gurio doesn't look like he's played Overwatch in his entire life. You know, might as well go back to being like a tier 3 team in Korean contender. Come on now. They lost to the Shock 3-0. They
They're
lost to the
playing
Natori
Vancouver and
3-0.
New York, Johnny. Come on.
Okay, I mean, London Spitfire, they're looking like a top tier team. They're looking like they're going to be this year's Dallas Fuel. Nuke Excelsior as well. You know, kind of underrated. I don't think we give them enough credit. They're 1-6 so far. Vancouver Titans with DPay, I think they could be pose a real threat. So the Dallas Fuel, I don't think there's any way that they qualify for the mid-season madness.
I'm pretty sure they already have 7 league points already because they got 2 as well, and they're 5-3. So.
I'm going to deduct 2 points because they've been trash so far.
All right. Is that allowed?
Yeah.
Wow, Johnny
Get
went
'em out.
there.
Johnny,
This is
Johnny
what I
committed.
want. Yeah.
That's a commit to the bit. Costa, what's your defense?
Well, here's the thing. Hanbin's a really good player. I think there has definitely been some struggles for the Dallas Fuel in these last 6 maps. As Johnny said, they've gotten rolled. It hasn't even been particularly close, but they have great players. They always seem to bounce back. They did it in the last tournament. Maybe they're just slow to start in this tournament. So we'll see. I believe in Hanbin. I believe in this roster. And, Gurio, I think he's been looking a little bit better than tier 3 right now.
You You don't fool me. You don't.
That
trust
did
them.
sound really.
No,
You don't trust.
Okay,
them.
my true defense of the Dallas Fuel is they have 7 league points right now. It's pretty hard to miss the midseason when you already have 7 points.
I mean, the math checks out, but he's just fueled by anger and that kind of.
I kind of sided with him. There was so much passion there that
was
I kind of wanted to
passionate, a lot
believe.
of
I could
energy.
say whatever I want.
That's the beauty.
All right, yeah, no, I think, Costa, I was actually really surprised because yesterday you told me that London Spitfire is definitely going to go undefeated in the
True,
midst
I
of
heard that
madness.
too.
I was actually surprised. Like, I didn't know you were such a big fan of London Spitfire as I was. You never told me.
I did not say. Okay, before I go into this, I did
you
not.
did say.
You did.
I did say, you're right. I did say that the London Spitfire were going to go 6-0. They're going to be undefeated. Chatty
6-0?
is the best main tank in the league right now. No one has been able to dip him.
The best.
In the last month, he has been unbeatable as a player. I think Landon has been stepping up. He might be making a title for the best flex support player in the world as well. I think that they're all coming together, backbone on the back of that May. Who needs multiple styles when you can just play Rush? The London
Preach,
Spitfire.
brother.
The London Spitfire, because they have 2 looks now. They have Poco coming in to play that Sigma, looking very strong. And just look at this schedule for the mid-season madness. They're going to walk over the New York Excelsior. They're going to dominate the Paris Eternal. Washington Justice is dead to me. And Dallas Fuel, we all just agreed, isn't going to make the mid-season summer tournament.
Yeah.
So,
Undefeated.
Look,
Let's
Dallas
go,
is trash.
Costa. Wow.
Dallas is trash. They're absolutely going to destroy the Dallas Fuel. But the Washington Justice, on the other hand,
yeah, you
they're
were
going to
prompted.
be the monkey wrench that stops the London Spitfire 6-0 streak. Mark my words. 5-1. They'll lose to Washington.
They'll lose to Washington, okay. They're probably going to lose to Washington, and Decay isn't going to play. That's
DK's not going to be. No. It's going to be Assassin, Kalios, Happy. Yep, that's it.
All right.
Wow. Costa, you could have just been honest. You could have told me that
5-1.
you're a London super fan. You used me
You're
on
the
Twitter.
one. Just because you betrayed
You wanted to
London
hide
Spitfire.
behind my back. Now see, look at you. I think you're even a bigger super fan than I am. Wow.
Yeah, it's
London.
Very surprising.
There you go.
Hit me up. I'll take some merch.
You heard it here first. Now, the Washington Justice, I think they're always a hot topic here on Watchpoint. Sometimes we love Washington, and sometimes we react to the Justice just like jilted lovers and tell ourselves, never again. But
make me
then they
do
bring
this.
us right back in. So that's how it is. And Costa,
No, I
I
don't.
mean, you've been pretty vocal, when it comes to the Washington Justice.
can't do
Make a case that Washington is an absolute elite team, and you love them so much you might as well marry them. In fact,
Oh, where's my popcorn? I want to get a good look at this.
emojis.
Yeah. This is cool.
I love
Say it.
the Washington Justice. I think they are a phenomenal team. They have MVP caliber DPS players. They have Happy. Have you seen Happy play the Sojourn so far? He is absolutely incredible at it. He's going to dominate in this meta. Decay, he's off of vacation. He's back full time. He's rested. He's looking good on that Tracer. Krillin, I think, has been having the best flex support on the Zenyatta play so far. He's killing everyone, better than most DPS. Opener didn't believe in him, but he's way better than Closer. That's why he's named Opener. They're just a phenomenal roster. They don't have to lean onto that mag dive. They don't have to rely on that Doomfist, that Wrecking Ball. They got Kalios in their back pocket. He's been dominant on that Sigma. Washington Justice, they're gonna roll through the mid-season tournament. No doubt in my mind.
No doubt. No doubt.
I don't know, Johnny. What do you think? I'm not really buying this.
I feel dirty. I think I need a shower.
That was disturbing.
I feel really, it's a lot.
That was honestly one of the worst pieces of analysis. Do you need help? That was,
Please help.
Help me.
I know they've hurt you a lot in the past. We've all been victims of trying to predict the Washington Justice correctly. So I ask for the audience, the viewers, I ask for some patience with Costa. He's been through a lot. So we're going to get through this Washington Justice journey together. It's okay. We all believe at some point, but we have to give up.
I can't do it again, man. I can't. I just can't.
Well, here we are forcing you to do just that. This is why we're such good friends. I love.
I'm glad
I
we're
want to
back.
keep them both. What about you, Danny? Shall we keep them both? I think they both did good.
Yeah, I think they deserve
now.
another two for now.
Yeah! Let's
Top security. That's what we're all about here. And yeah, this entire segment was really just for you, Reddit. So many good clickables to make your point now against our analysts, if you should choose. So yeah, we're gonna give you a little bit of time to clip the bits and bobs that you liked and disliked, and post it all over social media to get back at those two if you ever need to. So yeah, we're heading into a quick break. Afterwards, we have some games to discuss, so stay tuned.
It's all right, Costa.
It's all
I
right.
don't want to talk about it anymore, guys.
There. Welcome back to Watchpoint. We've got 4 matches today, but we wanted to take a look at the second one in our lineup, which will feature the Boston Uprising, who will face off against the San Francisco Shock. Now, the Shock, they made some wholesale changes heading into the 2022 season, and, the hits that just keep on coming, as they've added Mikey to the roster to bolster the tank lineup. And Costa, you said that this seems like an absolute perfect fit.
Yeah, they had 5 rookies. They wanted to add another one to the list.
Why not?
Bring Mikey.
More.
I guess he's not really a rookie. He had a little bit of time on the Boston Uprising, but not a lot of game time and not a lot of starting positions. So he's coming in mainly to play those wrecking ball compositions, mainly to fill that main tank role. Kaluj is historically a off-tank player, but he came in spicy as well, hitting a big tweet, goes up against the Dallas Fuel, claps them, and then goes onto the internet and says this: I really like what the rookies are coming out with the spice. Thought Fuel was expensive, but that blank was free. GG 3-0 Dallas Fuel.
Ooh.
And this is the spice that I want from the players. It's good
I agree.
banter, it's good back and forth. We've had a lot of players like Kaluj, Reiner, and now Mikey coming in, sort of making their
numbers.
presence known. And I respect that. And his gameplay backed it up as well. He was very good. That you understand where he's going to fit up in the lineups when they want to play that dive style with the wrecking ball, maybe some Winston in the future. He'll probably be the guy to come in to sort of aid Collusion, the heroes that he's not as comfortable on. So San Francisco Shock, once again, looking even stronger.
Absolutely. And yeah, we love that Twitter spice. Keep it coming. Definitely a source of endless entertainment for all of us and the fans, of course, as well. Now, Danny, you know, we're having all of the talent in here today.
Right.
So you get to steal my thunder because we are contractually obligated to mention Proper at least once per pre-show. So it's all on you. Gush about him.
Yeah,
Go,
I mean,
do me proud.
we have to talk about it, and
Absolutely.
today you couldn't. So I was blessed to talk about this guy named Proper, and I mean, there's not really much I could say other than he's just really, really good. I mean, we've seen him dominate in our first stage, and also like on that Tracer, whatever hero I think he picks up on, and I think their most recent match, you know. I think it was Sam and Proper, they were sort of switching around that Sojourn role, but he just looked so clean on that Sojourn as well. And I think I said this before, I'm just curious, is there any like DPS hero that Proper can't play? I think that would be like the running question for everybody, because he seems to just be really good on everything that he could play and will play.
Symmetra. Maybe Symmetra's.
No, I think even
Is that the
I'm
Achilles
pretty
heel of
sure.
Proper?
I think pretty sure even
Symmetra's easy.
Even Symmetra, I'm pretty sure Proper could play.
Yeah, you're right. I'm sorry.
Fine. Yeah, a non-believer.
I'm sorry. I tried to question him a little bit, and this is what I get.
Now, Reinforce. I mean, Boston, they've been an interesting team, like forever, actually, making decisions which we didn't always understand. Now, recently, if we looked at their lineups, if we looked at their compositions, they switched things up, and you had some thoughts about that.
Yeah, I mean, I think there were some good signs to see in their match against the Atlanta Reign just this past week, or this week actually, where they actually decided to play the Sigma composition, but they integrated the Mei into the entire composition. We've seen some teams, they like to play the Sigma with the Batista de Zenyatta. It's a pretty offensively oriented composition because you have that extra damage out from the Batiste. But when you're playing this Brigitte, you slow things down, and adding the Mei as well, you add another layer of complexity for the enemy team. You have to be able to play around these Mei walls that can block off the opponent's Sigmas, for example, and block the healing. You're able to find picks like this onto Ultraviolet Zenyatta, headshotting Tracers. I mean, this is phenomenal stuff from Valentine. So I'm not going to sit here and say that Mei is arguably going to be meta, it's going to be the best hero available for all the different teams. But I do think that it is a very interesting and a pick that could work for some teams. Like the Boston Uprising, there is no chance in hell that they are favored against the San Francisco Shock in today's matchup. But if you bring out this Mei that can be a bit difficult to play against, a bit difficult to prepare for, it gives the Boston Uprising a win condition that they perhaps wouldn't have if they were to just mirror these very simple compositions.
Absolutely. Now, I'm just very excited to see if they can, you know, catch the Shock off guard and make something work. Certainly, they are the underdog coming into this match, but I am even more certain that plenty of loyal Boston fan out there is currently over on pick'em.overwatchleague.com. What a transition to lock in their picks, that big W for the Boston Uprising, which they can rub in all of our faces on social media if they get it right. And of course, there's stuff to win as well. So make sure to make your picks right now. We have about 10-ish minutes, so get on it. Now we're just minutes away from the start of Toronto Defiant versus Florida Mayhem, and we will have a quick chat about that very match right after this break. Don't go anywhere.
Pickups, everybody. Go, go.
Woo. Welcome back once again. Our first match of the day features Toronto Defiant going up against the Florida Mayhem. And this is a kind of important match, actually, for both of these teams that I think it's fair to say that many would consider middle of the pack, right?
Yeah.
They're still
For now.
Middle-ish.
For now.
pack-ish. A win could propel either team forward, and a loss would send them tumbling.
Yeah.
Easy math. Now, Toronto, they did decide to just not buy into the meta, I guess. Let's just completely ignore that patch ever happened, Reinforce,
Yeah.
and that kind of showed.
Yeah, look, I understand that you have a new coach. You know, things have been a bit up and down for the Toronto Defiant. But don't play Winston. Come on, we know better than this, okay? I don't think there's any other team that's actually like played Winston seriously.
No.
Toronto Defiant.
Toronto-
You
it
know,
was only-
I probably should have looked that up before I made this point, but still, the Winston is just not it. Maybe you thought like, well, you know, it'd be good against the Reinhardt compositions of the London Spitfire, and like, okay, I could see it. Still a bit of a comfort pick. But you need to start practicing. You need to start preparing for these Sigma compositions. You need to start preparing for these Wrecking Ball compositions, Doomfist. Winston is just such an underwhelming character when you go up against compositions that feature the Zenyatta specifically, because you have no way to really navigate this Discord orb. The shield just isn't enough to protect you against all this incoming damage in a very volatile, in a very damage-oriented kind of meta. So, Toronto, please move away from uses Winston. Start integrating Hot Buzz Sigma, start integrating some Wrecking Ball. I don't care what it is, but Winston, not it.
That one in it. And yeah, let's take a look at Hot Buzz Sigma. What do we see here, gentlemen?
I mean, this is great.
He's good.
Yeah, this is all time as well. This is out of 17 players with 500 minutes played. So, I mean, this is not like some small sample size. This is plus 500 minutes. Fourth in hero damage, tied for fourth in Gravitic Flux, and if you wanna go at me just like, oh well, it's different metas, you know, and maybe with some different compositions, not the same anymore. Like, just stop it. Just stop it. He's good at Sigma.
Yeah.
This is something you can rely on. If you're middle of the pack, this is like middle of the pack or better. So it's not going to be the weak point of your team. Just play the Sigma. What are we doing?
Just what are we doing? I mean, look, you can make an argument that the Winston comp kind of worked. Looking
What?
at
No, sorry.
wait. On Dorado.
Oh, okay, on Dorado, yeah, okay.
I just want to give them the benefit
Okay,
of
I
the
was like,
doubt.
whoa.
On a very Winston favorite map, such as Dorado, it just so happened to work. But other than that, everything he said, that ain't it. Now, Danny Doe, you were quite fond of some of the DPS lineup we saw there, though. So
I mean, I think
straight up.
we all agree that Winston comp didn't work, right? And things are looking that well for the Toronto Defiance right now, and no one's really liking their comp. But I think it's not all doom and gloom for them. There's some bright side. You know, we talk about Hisu a lot. They also have a really fantastic another DPS called Finale. He was good on the Tracer, but I mainly on that match against Spitfire, Finale's Echo, I think, has been really, really good. I think that was probably, in my eyes, the only good thing that I saw from Toronto. I mean, he was landing those stick E-bombs, getting a lot of good kills, and I really don't wish to see another Winston dive comp from Toronto today. But yeah, if they do, and if they have Finale on Echo, I think Finale has to even carry them harder today. I think we are going to see. Can we see the stats, or are we waiting for? What do you guys think?
Yeah, give me the numbers.
Yeah, there you go. There, yeah.
The hard numbers.
It's coming. It's here. Look at it. I was right.
Wow.
Yeah, Sticky Bomb kills first. Duplicate kills number one. He has been putting a lot of work for the Toronto Defiance in their match against London. And today against the Florida Mayhem, he's going to either have to continue or do more. If they do go with the Winston dive.
Simple
Let's hope
choice.
not. But if they do, Finale and Hisu have a lot of work for them.
Just do more, guys.
Yeah.
DPS, just do more. Come on,
It's
guys.
that easy, honestly. Well, okay. As far as the meta goes, I think after just 3 days, one thing we definitely saw is that if you don't have a Sojourn player on your team, you're kind of starting to play from behind. So Costa, Florida does have a player who's been picking up that role. What did you see and did you like it?
Yeah, Florida Mayhem were one of the first teams that we saw actually pick up the Sojourn and start playing this like meta style of playing the game. I like Hydron as a player. Full circle. I think his Soldier was very good. He plays it smart. He's not the most impactful, but I think he plays it in a smart way. And he did the same thing on Sojourn. He was able to get the picks. He was getting first bloods. He was doing exactly what we need him to do. The one thing that I think he needs to highlight is you see those 6.6 deaths per 10 minutes. If he can limit that while also putting up these numbers, that'll be enormous for the Florida Mayhem. They weren't as dominant as I was hoping they were going to be heading into this in their first match. I want to see them turn it around a bit, learn from their mistakes, and build on that.
I gotta be honest with all of you. Like looking at the matches today, predictions were hard.
They were a little pretty hard, yeah.
Danny coming into this was like, today was so easy. So I low-key want you to get everything wrong just to be
No.
I want to
in
see
my
what he
spot.
predded at this point.
Yeah, same. And you're in luck because we do so happen to have predictions coming right up and at us. And this time around, no one's out there in a box having to defend themselves.
Yeah.
Or not in at all.
Yeah.
Are we
Yeah,
actually
see, it
all
was
just-
easy.
Oh.
So easy.
Let's go!
God.
D-pay more like pay me. Come on, buddy. I believe. Let's go. Shockwave,
Johnny, I think you need to
Aspire.
defend yourself.
This is the
Otherwise,
time.
you just seem crazy at this point, I feel like.
Yeah, no, walk us through this one, Jonathan Reinforce Larson. How much
what was going
money
through your-
False needs to rename because that man is the truth. I'm telling you.
False is the truth. That is the thing you'll back it up on.
Look, come on. This is the meta. All right. Mirror looked great on the Doomfist. He's a Doomfist specialist, okay? And if you don't want to play the Doomfist on control maps, it's fine, okay? Bring out False with the Sigma as well. You got double flex support backline. You got 2 top-tier damage players. Houston Outlaws, I mean, they look like they struggle against the Washington Justice. They only really won because Mag just kept playing the wrecking ball into Doomfist and then looked kind of mediocre on Lijiang Tower. That was a bit of a free win for the Houston Outlaws. So I'm going with the Vancouver Titans. They're finally going to beat someone. Sorry, Outlaws fans. I don't know. We have a weird relationship, Houston. We gotta talk, okay? Let's meet in person sometime. I know I didn't go to Dallas, but let's talk.
Okay, here's the thing. I want to get upset at Johnny, but he made a good point. It was a bad point, but it was well said. So you think I'm just going to let you go by with that New York
New York,
Excelsior
yeah,
pick
we're gonna
and,
talk
and
about
the
it.
fans?
I hope so.
Yeah.
Listen.
Huh?
Speech. I don't really have much to say in my defense, but I generally think that New York Excelsior, they've just been like sandbagging themselves in a weird way.
Yeah,
they have good players.
they have
looking
3
at
flex
Yucky, you're
supports
looking
now.
at Florida.
Are you excited about that new flex support player?
Yeah.
that they
Oh, give
picked
me
up
all
at
the
Carl?
flex support. Give me a fourth one. I don't even care at this point. Double flex support is meta right now. Like honestly, like there's.
Not triple flex support, though.
Not triple.
Yeah, but you gotta need a backup, right?
Yeah,
But he can't even play. He's a backup.
But
he
he's
can't
like
even
the
play.
future backup. There's so much foresight in them.
Yeah, okay, you're right.
I'm actually surprised
That
by
pickup
chat.
I can't defend that pickup, but I can defend my pickups. I do generally think that Yucky and Flora, they're gonna sort it out, and the rest of the team just has
Hopefully.
to get strung along. And that's not me throwing shade at Paris. I do think they look the best they've ever looked
This season, yeah.
this season.
Yeah.
But I just don't.
You're
I
convincing
think,
yourself.
No,
You're trying to convince
You're really
yourself
trying.
right now.
I'm doing this for you, chat, as well. So back me up here a little bit. And no, but like Duff is coming in so newly as well. So like there might be some inexperience there as well. I don't think he
looked
played
really good
bad
yesterday.
And he looked good yesterday. But did he look like Yucky good?
We'll find out.
I guess we will. That's right. Because that's it for the Watchpoint pre-show. Thank you, 3. I got all of them, the whole gang, the whole family. This is great. Thank you, 3, so much for joining us for the pre-show. We're going to be back again for our game break. We got 4 matches today. 4 people in the truck. That's a magic number right there. Mid-season Madness qualifier, day 4, starting right now.
Welcome back,
Match
Johnny.
per person. 4 matches, 4 people on the desk.
Architect is bringing the Surgeon from the back. And the whole hog, a victory dance for Super. The Dragons teach us that if we want to climb high, we must do it against the wind.
What's up, everyone? We have match number 1 almost ready to go. Florida versus Toronto. The double L's will be serving up a couple more as we have 4 matches today. So we're jam-packed, ready for action.
Plenty of Overwatch on the docket today, Lemon, and we're starting off with a banger. There are some question marks about both of these teams, but they are both in still that hopeful position where you're looking to get to mid-season madness and maybe cause a few upsets on the way. We have plenty of details about these rosters, and on the Watch Point pre-show, you'll heard a little bit of ranting from our boys and girls who are doing some analyzing as well. So let's have a quick look at the starting roster for Toronto, and we'll see if Johnny's going to be a happy bunny. And spoiler alert, I think he might have a couple of reticent points here about Muse coming in, but maybe Muse might play Wrecking Ball instead of Winston here, Lemon. And Winston at the moment is in kind of a weird position because Winston doesn't do quite as well as Wrecking Ball when Wrecking Ball's able to easily disengage and pick up health packs, isn't as reliant on the supports of the Brigitte and the Zen that have become kind of the support du jour at the moment. Winston, he demands a bit more first-class support, you know, from an Ana, just continually filling in with darts, and at the moment, Ana's feeling a little bit vulnerable.
Yeah, and just to kind of summarize all that, why were all of a sudden Winston haters, for those waking up from their coma and waking up to this to this patch, is that there's just such a severe knockback buffs to Brigitte and Zen, making that when Winston jumps in, he's not gonna be a happy boy. So people are going more towards Hammond because of that survivability. Now, when it comes to Florida and Toronto, they both have that similar identity of someone and Muse are both fantastic Winston players, but only one of these teams budged off of the Winston. Muse is still continuing to play that, and you can see that the Toronto are just struggling to get away from that identity. Maybe it's because, I don't know, maybe they're missing a head coach. So let's give them some time to figure that out, while as Florida, someone has adapted more towards the Hammond.
Yeah, Florida have definitely taken the break and done a little bit more iteration on their own side. Going down to only having someone as a tank is quite a risk to have someone pick up all the responsibilities for 7+ tanks. Of course, at some point we're going to have Junket Queen joining roster as well, and someone's going to have to deal with that as well. But also, in this meta, one hero that's been rising to the top of the interest charts off of huge performances from people like Kai has been Sojourn. And Hydron has proven themselves to be a deadly Sojourn thus far. When I first watched Hydron play, Lemon, you and I were casting North American contenders, and he was a substitute Widow specialist for a team called Triumph. We know that Hydron excels in the flicks, but in Hydron's later career in contenders, moved over towards more tracking-based heroes like the Tracer and the Soldier 76, and that means that the tracking leading of the primary fire projectile for the Sojourn is just as clean as the flick shots, and makes Hydron a deadly package on that hero.
Absolutely, and I agree that Hydron's mechanics are next level, and anyone who watched Contenders would know that. And as Desk pointed out, he has maybe a higher deaths per 10 than your average DPS player. So the next question comes is Hydron's decision making and how aggressive he wants to be. Because when you use that power side as Sojourn, that 5 to 6 second cooldown, it's kind of like Echo, where once you engage, there's no getting out. So Hydron has to be very smart, and with time, more time on the Sojourn, that will only get better. Now the question is Checkmate. He's great, but can he be the best? Checkmate's more having more preference towards the Echo, which is just a risk in general with just how heavy hit scan meta it is, especially with Sojourn and her ability to one-shot. So Checkmate, if he goes towards the Echo, which has been his thing as of late, just has to be careful on who he's challenging at that point.
Starting off on Control, of course, Lemon, we're going to be heading over to Oasis first. And this is an area that occasionally sees some Reinhardt play as well, so I am by no means begrudging Toronto Defiant for starting off Muse here. All 3 of the main tanks see a considerable amount of use. On Oasis, we can see Reinhardt, Wrecking Ball, and Winston all used, but we're starting off here on University. This is an area with limited ceilings and some quite tight angles that Reinhardt likes to take advantage of. And occasionally we see a Doomfist here, because control of the high ground, it demands the risk of getting knocked off the high ground if you're going to be using it and into the drink below. However, we're not anticipating seeing Muse play much Doomfist today. Instead, Toronto Defiant, they are playing what I like to call the time capsule comp, as it's straight out of kickoff clash. Jesus return to the Sombra, and I'm gonna reserve judgment until we've seen a fight.
Yeah, like, for all you Sombra haters out there, put the pitchforks down, okay? The whole idea behind this competition is Hisu going on the initiative with Muse at different angles, appearing behind them, being a distraction. How long Hisu survives is the value he provides. And see that damage right there. Toronto, they can just set up Finale to finish off kill after kill with that focusing beam, having more damage as people are 50% below health. Finale is going to shine. That's a great first fight for Toronto.
Well, Toronto Defiant there, they excelled from just being able to get a huge amount of cleave onto all of these members, despite Checkmate putting up a backboard of a wall with the mate to make sure no one got knocked off. There wasn't too much to be really wrote home about after that. Muse was able to do a huge amount of damage, cleaving through multiple members of Florida, as you can see reflected in his ult charge. An opening hack there onto RuPaul, but still the immo field is used. This is a little bit early though, Lemon. Now there's not much to deal with Toronto Defiant's second wave of dive.
You see that Florida actually prioritizing the high ground, and someone's a little bit late to the party, missed that initial charge, and Florida still collapsed onto Finale and Muse, who jumped up there. Florida got control of the high ground, dropped down to flip over the point. Toronto still have some remnants remaining, but it's not going to be much. Florida get the flip.
I think Toronto, is that Hydron DC? That looked kind of sus. I think we might be calling for a pause in a second if that was not Hydron, just being distracted. However, Florida Mayhem there, they pulled off an excellent bait going up to a high ground, making Muse and Finale jump from point onto them so that they could wall the exit afterwards, and Finale and Muse could not go anywhere, were simply forced to face up against a high damage. Nice interrupt of a charge.
Oh, anti on someone, and he's hacked. And remember, that only lasts a second, so this is more just to amplify the damage from Hisu, and he wants to be involved as much as possible. Already a pick on the Twilight. That's really not great for Toronto, and now this Primal Rage isn't being used to stall a point that you own. It's Florida who have been in the driver's seat, and without Twilight, you see that Toronto don't want to feed even more. They've lost Finale. That's a great Maywall from Checkmate. Muse places the bubble and actually preserves his life due to Twilight getting back from spawn.
Hisu's EMP is ready to go, but of course it's the new EMP. Lemon does 40% of current health as damage to everybody. But if Hisu wants to be able to follow up on this, he needs to remain in the fight as well. So we might see a Nano Muse to open this up and then the EMP after.
Oh, the Nano from Muse just goes into mini hallway, and that's where you don't really want to mess with Checkmate. He's placed the Blizzard down, and Serverjet got hacked out of his sound barrier. Now you're seeing the value of Hisu and Sombra. Sound barrier for Chorong 2, Toronto Defiant, whipping Florida back into shape. But you got to deal with someone, and he's quite tanky, especially with that extra armor. He still has a full health shield. So despite Florida just taking so many hits, someone's presence is such a boon for Florida. And now you're at 90%. If Toronto don't win now, it's not going to happen this round.
This is so aggressive from someone. However, the Antinate has run out. Remember, it's only a lesser amount of time now. Lemon Finale's copied the Mei in the back and has actually counter-dove.
Oh, now you got a copied Blizzard from Finale, and it does last through even out of the Echo form, so Florida get hit by that. They only have a few people left. It's a 2-on-1 on the point in favor of Florida. They find Chorong, so Florida will maintain, well, we'll get the point back, despite Toronto flipping it for a second. But who is there for Toronto to touch? I'm seeing Twilight on the high ground.
Hisu wasn't able to kill RuPaul in a 1v1 from stage left. Muse is pushed on out by the charge coming through from someone, and now Muse can't even use that Primal Rage, Lemon.
Overtime is about to go away, and RuPaul is just untouched at the back, so Florida will be taking the first round, and that's kind of surprising in some ways because I thought, you know, Toronto, they hacked out the sound barrier from Serverjet, and then Toronto had their own sound barrier from Chorong, and you had all these advantages, but not being able to kill someone has been, someone, the tank player, by the way, has been kind of awful for Toronto Defiant. But when you compare comp to comp, the point is so small that Reinhardt is just going to have an easy time closing the gap with Muse. And here's the replay where Serverjet gets hacked out of the sound barrier.
A great hack from Hisu, but as good as this was for Hisu, the inability to kill RuPaul in the 1v1 in the side room while overtime was about to start taking over Florida Mayhem was a critical misstep that allowed RuPaul to stay alive and keep healing Florida through that final battle. RuPaul doing a great job as a rookie to beat out in a 1v1 one of Owl's most precious DPS.
I kind of like the surrounding move from Toronto. Finale was on the high ground. Muse placed a bubble right in the middle of Florida, but not really able to execute much. Muse has a Discord over bottom. He drops to like 2 HP, and while Florida were so focused on Muse, he gets healed back up, and Toronto clap back even harder. So great first fight for Toronto.
I think that someone's going to be in a little bit of trouble here playing D.Va against both the Echo and the Sombra. Of course, Sombra can do a huge amount of damage to someone using the machine pistol because they've got such a large headshot crit box, Lemon, and Hisu's got such a large magazine in the machine pistol that it can't be easily defense matrixed. And also on top of that, Finale, if someone goes under half, can beam them down, and that can't be eaten by the Matrix either.
Well, this is going to be a test for Surmajet. Are you going to want to hack the BAP or the Zen? I mean, usually the BAP so he can't drop the immortality if you go to assassinate the Zen, and that is the danger, the burst available from Florida. Hisu overstayed his welcome, and Checkmate got involved too. That's 3 kills for Florida, and Toronto ain't holding on to this point much longer.
Jurong might be able to exit with their life here, but Finale simply has not done enough damage to Hydron to get that focusing beam going. A well-placed railgun, and Toronto Defiant, as good as their first round was here, may need to be a little bit more astute in actually backing up the Hisu dives, because the thing about the Sombra, Lemon, is that you are decloaking in enemy territory. If there isn't someone to draw that fire away, you are going to be turned upon so quickly, and even if you do translocate out, at that point you might be allowing a 4 versus 5 against your team while you're commuting back.
Yeah, as long as Hisu doesn't get into kick range from Surmajet, but it's going to be RuPaul that's going to get the attention because he can, like I said, just get the immortality down. A pulse bomb doesn't hit from Checkmate, but you got an amplification matrix, but it's immediately zoned off by Muse, so really good job and great pressure. Hydron's in so much trouble. Great primal rage again from Muse. Maybe not even needing it because Florida dropped like 3 people in a 5 versus 2. Maybe you don't even need it, but Toronto just want to assure of that fight, and they get the flip on the point.
Hisu did an incredible job with the EMP of just getting rid of the amplification matrix, but it was so smart, Lemon, because Florida Mayhem, the plan there was sensed by Toronto Defiant, right? All of Florida wanted to be behind that window so they could do double damage through it, but that also meant they were all going to be caught in the EMP.
Well, we're about to be caught in these hands. They're nano. They're nanoed, by the way. I almost said nanofied, but actually it should be called that. But self-destruct forced out from someone, and it's not great, but it does get him back into mat, because Florida want to take this fight as quickly as possible. Every second you waste is more points for Toronto. So Florida back in the picture, back on the point. Finale up and above, someone on the D.Va to hopefully apply that pressure, but it's also trying to mitigate the damage coming Florida's way. Transcendence forced out. Hydron's also ulting, but where are the picks? Florida haven't really killed anything. They're just surviving, and this is points to Toronto. Finally, 4 fall for the Toronto Defiant, and Florida will be getting the point right back.
Surviving simply isn't enough when you're up against a huge amount of damage that gets pumped out of Florida Mayhem. Someone does a huge amount of damage on the D.Va. No need to reload. If you can get up close, you can pound people with those fusion cannons. And of course, Hydron is just throwing out so much alongside Surmajet as well. And anyone from Toronto Defiant who gets focused is taking more damage from that Discord orb on top of all of this. Checkmate prepared with a bomb. Can they stick it to anybody? It should be easy.
Oh, great, and that's on the Twilight. Such limited heals for Toronto, especially against the high burst of Florida. Toronto can't heal all of that, so Muse immediately falls, and he was so close to Primal too, so Florida will buy themselves some time.
Finale's being heard. Checkmate might want to try and challenge this. You can see that someone was actually guarding the back door to make sure they couldn't get out. However, a smart commute from Finale avoids the gatekeeping D.Va. And now it's going to come down to one battle to give Florida Mayhem this map potentially, unless Toronto Defiant can steal out from under their nose with an EMP from Hisu. But Florida Mayhem are positioned in such a reserved manner right now.
Oh, Hydron, and that's why you got to be careful with those power slides. And especially there was a Muse bubble that split the healing, but it doesn't even matter. Now the EMP weakens all the reinforcements from Florida, and this is a fight for the round at 99 to 87. Toronto have warded away Florida. They disengaged. They knew that wasn't going to be a fight they could take without Hydron. Blinking away now from the hacks of Hisu, Florida are aware of the Sombra's positioning. Take a look at the ultimates. It's a primal rage stall from Toronto, so they have a lot of sustain on their front line, but it's going to be about the kills. Someone, the self-destruct, will it be countered by a Muse bubble? Checkmate. He does have the pulse bomb. He's hit Twilight before. Finale is in range. Finale's in trouble. But he's already killed 2. There's no support from Florida. RuPaul never even got to use the rally. Someone uses self-destruct, but you only have 1 person remaining if you're Florida. So Toronto, against the grain, against all odds, will be taking this round and forcing a 3rd one.
And Lemon, that all came down to the more passive approach that Florida Mayhem took in that penultimate fight. They allowed for Hisu to be able to control the tempo of the engagement on the Sombra. When Sombra's in a little bit of a slower character, she needs some time to set up, to gather information, to find the angle for the hack. But Florida Mayhem didn't control space aggressively, and that meant Hisu could move at their own leisure. Waited for Hydron to actually slide in, hacked him as he did, 40% more damage from Hisu. It was an easy follow-up, and then as the remainder of Florida Mayhem rotate in to try and help out their beleaguered hit scan. They are easy EMP targets, and because there's no hit scan to try and ward him off, Hisu can stay in there for longer and do more damage to the supports. One of the things that Hisu is having to constantly juggle is how much uptime he has against people who can aim like Samajid and RuPaul, because it is not easy. And if Hisu can continue to isolate Hydron and keep those deaths per 10 high, there's going to be major trouble.
It's already a frag onto Muse of all things, and I'm very surprised about that. Was he just trying to immediately jump to the high ground and Twilight wasn't in line of sight? And that kills the whole first fight for Toronto. And for a map like this on Gardens, this is a very defensible map. And if Florida get the cap first, this is going to be tough for Toronto. But at least you have a Winston dive to take it back. And they're already set up on the hallway, and there's no time to spare.
Full dive attempted onto Hydron. It seems like just the healing that's being given over is more than enough to keep Hydron untouched for now. Zhuang identified, almost directly slowed Lemon. And now Florida Mayhem, they can play at their leisure.
Yeah, it's a great bubble from Muse, but it's immediately bursted, and Toronto overstaying their welcome. And that is the danger of going up against a Sojo, and Hydron gets to finally shine, and it's the burst. Once Hydron gets all that energy from shooting the Winston bubble, Muse has to think twice of how long he wants to body block that doorway, and it's up to Toronto to communicate when to disengage.
So Hisu's now seen the Zarya and decided that it's time to go back to the old reliable Reaper here. And admittedly, for someone, this is going to be a very difficult composition to try and play against, because so long as Hisu can get him under half and those bubbles are gone, the focusing beam will tear through them. Someone has to be so judicious here with where the bubbles go. One of them is likely going to be trying to mitigate Muse's dive, and the other's likely going to be for survival when Toronto Defiance comp is heavily anti-tank.
Was that meant to be on the low ground? I thought Hisu was going to follow Muse on the high ground. Pulse bomb from Checkmate misses Finale. And Florida still dominate the high ground and still will dominate at picking away Toronto if they're not going to die together. And then we also got to point out Twilight is clearly questioning his survivability going to the Moira. And I like that he can have the option to fade away from Checkmate's pulse bombs.
Muse's dives are just getting so heavily punished here. Finale still almost a hostage in the back. Checkmate was having to listen out for any of those sweet hover jets of the Versace Farah. And now, Toronto Defiant. How do they make an entry without Muse dying? That's the question. Twilight's still so low on ult charge, but Cole's so far away, and the overclock's good to go, Lemon.
Ooh,
no.
And Toronto not talking to each other. Muse left, and then you just have this open hallway with a beefed up Hydron. So Florida just gets to pick away at Toronto, and that was a flawless 100-0 round. Florida absolutely crushing it in the map 1.
In this new era of Overwatch 2, Lemon, in the mid-season madness, Muse's Winston is getting evaporated once Florida Mayhem decide to focus in on him and make sure that he cannot survive for long. Against the double poke supports of both the Baptiste and the Zen, when you're going up against Hydron as well, who's getting free railgun charge off of shooting that bubble, it evaporates instantly, and so too does the Gorilla who cast it. Muse either needs more help or a change of tactics here if Toronto Defiant want any hope against the Florida Mayhem. So they're going to have a quick huddle, a quick powwow, and maybe a quick strategic kickstart during this break. Don't worry if your kickoff clash pick'ems missed the mark, because we're just getting started. Download the Overwatch League mobile app on Google Play or the App Store to make your mid-season madness predictions and share your fandom. How are yours doing, Lemon?
Well, better than Reinforcers. I didn't pred Vancouver Titans, but, you know, sometimes your hopium can be celebrated or made fun of, and it all depends on your pickups, because you make sure you post those screenshots on social media so you can flex your brain and your wrinkles. But just like Zoe said on the desk, just all these matches are really hard to predict. So I don't blame anyone if they're all scuffed. But so far, we got the Florida up 1 after that Oasis map, and kind of a lot of different compositions that we saw.
Yeah, we saw a bunch of different stuff, including our premiere of Vizaya in Mid-Season Madness. And I think someone picked Vizaya here, knowing exactly what Toronto Defiant were going to continue playing, which is sort of like this time capsule comp with the Ana, the Winston, and the Echo following up the dive. And I think that someone was really valuing the bubble here because they realized that the best chance Toronto Defiant have to actually get a pick on that engage is to hit the ante. And that can be cleansed away by the bubble, but not only will that cleanse work out in favor of someone, it also means that you still have to burn through 250 HP in order to actually start doing damage. And that really messes with the timing of how Toronto Defiant want that to work, because the overall timing here is Hisu and Muse reveal themselves on a target, and then Finale takes flight. By the time Finale gets there, they are beamable, and Finale can get that kill, and then they're in the midst of the chaos of the battle, where Toronto Defiant can do better as dive. However, if you mess with that by bringing a bubble into the mix, you have to break that first. It means Finale gets there, the target isn't ready to be beamed, and Finale's suddenly in the midst of so many players of Florida Mayhem and is a sitting duck.
And when it comes to Toronto Defiance dives, it wasn't all bad. Like, this isn't Drake's album, okay? Like, Muse had some good placements on his bubbles. Like, think about the way he zoned off RuPaul's Amp Matrix on City Center, and just overall his, like, where he initiates the dives are fine. Maybe some corridors were a little bit narrow. It's just how Toronto Defiant react to burst, and that's how you play against Sojourn. Muse maybe needs to just pay more attention to Hydron and force mistakes out of him. Now, Midtown still very friendly for dive, but we're actually seeing the return of the Zarya that you talked about.
All right, Drake catching strays. I love this change here from Toronto Defiant. They see someone on the Zarya, and they're just like, okay, we're going to rush at him. We'll wall him in. Leave them with Muse, because at this point, that's not great. That's not great at all. However, this is probably going to be a bit of a brawl fight here, Lemon, so we can talk about the overall win condition for Toronto Defiant, which is to force Florida Mayhem to try and come to them and battle where Muse can do a huge amount of cleave. However, the Reinhardt runs a risk with that huge shield of just charging up Hydron's beam again and again.
Yeah, when it comes to catching strays, it's also, if you're the defensive team on Midtown, you can just throw out some punches while Toronto, or just the attacking team in general, are trying to rotate to that back alley. Now that Muse is on the Reinhardt, you could just bulldoze through Metro, and when we're talking about Brawl v Brawl, Muse is going to have the better Brawl in the neutral against someone who likes kind of more extended fights, right? Because of the cooldowns of the bubbles, you only have 2 of them. Toronto, with the speed of Torong, have already rotated left side. However, they've left 2 of their baby ducklings behind, and I think that's Twilight and Hisu, so Hydron will be on babysitting duty for that.
Someone may be overwhelmed here, uses one bubble personally, the second thrown out as well. Now there's nothing to really defend someone until that cooldown comes up, and that's going to be exploited fully by the Toronto Defiant. They still haven't got the kill though, Lemon. How's someone alive?
Toronto are just... They were split in half and then didn't fully commit to either fight, and Florida just all stuffed that Metro side, and Toronto were like, well, we gotta help Twilight and Hisu, and it didn't help out. Toronto wanted to be close range, and it took them too damn long to gap close.
I'm so surprised that someone managed to stay alive there, even grabbed a couple of frags of his own, and has been rewarded with the ult charge to prove it. 90% towards the Graviton Surge. Sure, Twilight can answer this, using the Immortality Field, but that can be forced out pretty early if Hydron's doing any real damage against the Toronto Defiant when they take huge damage during their commute towards the point, Lemon.
The commute continues for the Toronto Defiant through this hallway. They've already marked checkmate on the back line. There's the grab from someone. Charge up, ready to go. Immortality used by time for Toronto to draw the sound barrier. Now Toronto, they're chilling. They're on the point, but there is a contest. Florida, they take angles around them. He's just killed 2, but he can't do it all himself. Florida don't have any supports, but they have respawn advantage. Toronto only have 2 left on the point, and it's Twilight and Finale. Finale thinks this is winnable. He drops the Blizzard. Here come reinforcements from Toronto, and they narrowly escape that. Toronto will be capping 2 ticks, but there could be a recontest from Florida.
Hero players from Finale and Hisu there. Just a bona fide Hisu Sojourn moment. That's going to be the point surrendered by the Florida Mayhem. And someone's actually swapped over now to the Reinhardt. Might look for an early brawl. We know from previous games, watching the London Spitfire, that fighting up close here is your best bet as a Reinhardt. Forcing the Toronto Defiant to come through these narrow choke points into the range of your hammer, where you can really cleave and tax those supports.
I'm just really excited to see Hisu on Sojourn as well. He got 2 picks in that last fight. It's a big opening for Toronto. But then once you jump in, kind of get caught with your pants down, and you kind of get killed after that. So as long as Toronto get more kills, it'll be fine. Now Florida, kind of stuck at the choke point. They got a close range brawl comp. Hisu, what you doing here? What you doing here? That ain't Waldo, that's Hisu, kill him. So Florida, now stuck behind. Card's been kind of moving. You got a shatter from Muse. And it does get Hydron, and even RuPaul is down. Florida are now using Transcendence, but who did that save? Nobody.
Yeah, the Transcendence here is going to end up being a questionable ultimate that we can talk about after this fight wraps up. Should be finished right now. And Lemon, the Transcendence here, it won't save any of the squishies in many cases from headshots from Hisu, because that does more than 200 damage. And here, Muse actually outmaneuvers someone so well, they actually send someone much further away by using a boop midway through his charge to allow for Muse to get that direct shatter. That's a big stick.
Yeah, the supports from Toronto were trying to push that cart merrily, and Toronto Defiant were on the high ground, thinking they were going to be chill, but checkmate, he hits those sticks. That's pretty cool. Toronto now still going to keep this cart push. I'm not going to disengage. Shoron will get back very quickly. He's got skates to do so. So, the up to Toronto and Matrix. See, they might be setting up on blue bus side just to maximize the distance that they can, or even just on the high ground. Both are options depending on how much space you have. Twilight getting into position will drop it down and really just, I guess, be himself and maybe Hisu using it, but they maybe sense Florida on the flank. Hisu gonna give attention to that, and someone with a shatter? Who expects a Reinhardt flank like that?
Checkmate blocking the charge though, or saving someone from himself maybe. Charong's in deep trouble and it's turned into a mad fight here. I mean, in the bus stop. Muse, I'm afraid your bus is going to be late, mate. And this one is likely going to be Toronto falling apart. 1 minute remaining, you're exactly right, Lemon, but Toronto didn't use much more than just the Amp Matrix there. And it's fairly easy to generate a new Amp Matrix. It isn't a fight-defining ultimate. Hydron has an overclock, sure. And that can be incredibly deadly just by itself, but it can be answered pretty effectively using the Immortality Field, which can't be defended too easily, but at least gives your team time to commute to a safer area. On the other side, I'm looking at this Blizzard from Finale, because look at how slow Florida Mayhem's comp is. How do they escape from that Blizzard if Finale can close the gap?
Muse approaches full ultimates. Toronto already have their ice block used. Not a big deal. Maybe Checkmate could have walled that off, but we're talking about inches here, so Toronto have high ground. Now they start their speed. Maybe a wall came up behind, so Muse has to fend for himself. Sound Barrier used, Blizzard thrown. Toronto immediately lose Finale on that throw. Chucked it a little too hard. Florida, they keep themselves healed up through the Transcendence from Sir Majed. And without RuPaul, there's just not enough resources. Hisu has killed 3, and it's his time to stand tall on this hero. And it's about damn time. Toronto Defiant will get point B.
Save a line, chat. The Hees is Lease, and he certainly is. I am so happy to see Hisu playing some Sojourn, but I think RuPaul might be feeling a little bit miffed about it. Toronto Defiant get themselves a reprieve, a stay of execution, another minute and a half on the clock, already starting to burn down, but precious distance being gained as Hisu keeps people at bay. And the question if Hisu gets up to high ground, up against a Reinhardt, who's going to be able to challenge him here?
I don't think anyone. Finale also is just headshotting people. Checkmate has gotten first blood now 2 fights in a row. Florida ain't too worried about that, I think. Toronto gonna see if they can take a 5 versus 4 fight, taking all the space that they can. They used all the ultimates for that point B, and Finale still hits those shots. RuPaul is gonna try and zone them away with the Ant Matrix, and you see that Finale isn't too worried. He's gonna use the Sonic, see if he can just get any picks out to Servajet and RuPaul, especially if he had a headshot. There's no time to bring the Immortality out, but it took too long for Finale to really get value on that, and Florida got pokes, they got picks, they got Twilight, and Toronto don't have any heals. So they'll just see if they can get trades with Hisu, and it's not too shabby.
Now someone's been traded out. Twilight's actually moved over onto the Ana in the midst of all of this. An exchange of picks means that Hisu's not going to be a factor in this final fight for a while, and someone's returned to the fray. It's another pick from Hydron. It's headshot after headshot, Lemon. Hydron's making the difference in this match.
Hydron, he's just on top of a little stop, and he's just got angles above the right shield. Muse is right-clicking no one. Hydron has killed 3 this fight. And he's, oh, come on, let him have a 1v1. I wanted to see the Hisu versus Hydron. It's fine, though. Toronto will not be finishing the map, but it's still a very valiant push, almost getting to the end.
What a stop there from Hydron at the end, putting his foot down and saying there will be no completions today for the Toronto Defiant. And admittedly, Hisu there maybe got a little big for his boots, playing a snipeable angle against Hydron when they were still waiting for Twilight to come back. And Twilight actually swapped over from the Baptiste over to the Ana in that on that final fight after getting picked off, which is an interesting choice because it means that he can make use of that longer sightline, that longer lane, and maybe heal from a place of more safety and have the playmaking potential of things like the Bardic Grenade, but also trades out the utility and the clutch factor that an Immortality field can bring. And that's why it's going to be sticking with Diana on the defense here. This is certainly, once again, the time capsule composition. And the question for Toronto Defiant is how are they going to change the approach of Muse so that he doesn't get battered like he did over on the...
Why is he even doing that? Like, Muse is like around the corner. Muse is around the corner trying to play safe, and he's just like, don't worry, guys, I got this. Milady's hips his hat that he's currently not wearing and gets absolutely dominated by Hydron. So he's just had his moments.
Play.
He's just had his moments, but he's also fed just like a tiny bit.
Yeah, sometimes Hisu gets a little bit confident in how good he is at Overwatch. For now, a surplus of information is going to be available for Hisu, reporting back on the composition. Hey, look at this, Florida Mayhem once again. They've gone over to Vazaya. I explained at the beginning of Midtown why Vazaya messes with the overall flow of Toronto Defiant. Finale and Muse need to be much more judicious with how they approach these potential victims, or they are going to be farmed.
Gonna get farmed too if Hisu just focuses all those hacks onto someone. Just the hacks inherently might force out more bubbles than someone is ready to commit. Immortality already being used. Toronto Defiant surround them, but because Finale had to commit the focusing beam to the Immortality, he didn't get to finish off the kills while Florida were low. So all Florida had to do was huddle up and make Toronto shut up.
Yeah, that's exactly what we were talking about. Someone uses the bubbles, and it means that when Finale gets there, sure, the focusing beam can do some damage, but not enough to secure those kills. And then Finale's in the middle of a fight, having used their flight, no way to escape, easily taken down. A recontest comes through, and Muse actually cuts someone off from the rest.
Oh, it's 95% though, and yeah, Florida get hit by a bubble from Muse, but Finale just gets decimated. Just the headshots from Hydron, and you can't even discount what a Zenyatta does in these fights too. Servajet charged up right clicks. He's ready to go. So you shaved off about 5-10 seconds of your Toronto, and Finale goes back to the Echo.
Muse is essentially made of papier-mâché right now when going up against Servajet, because that Discord Orb tears through a Winston. And you're up against 2 supports that can freely fire upon you as well. The Baptiste and the Zen, they aren't sacrificing healing when they're focusing you down because the multitask is strong for both of these flex supports. And Florida Mayhem, they didn't even have to use any ultimates to take that point.
So I like that Hisu's on the Sombra because he's just like, well, if I'm going to get diffed by Hydron, if I can't win the ranged duel, then I'm going to invis behind them and see if I could just hack him and burst him in that way and assassinate him. But it really did not work out because guess what? Someone's just going to bubble Hydron as soon as Hisu approaches. So Florida, they win yet another fight and they're halfway to B.
Hydra can also pretty freely spy check here as well to try and find Hisu, although that reload may be an opening to try and engage on. Muse just catching a little bit of poke for now, wants to give Twilight that nano boost for an engagement, and there it is, ready to go, likely put onto Muse, but Hisu's already so low.
Oh man, Hydron's playing so far away, and Muse gets nanoed, and he can play aggressive. He has a primal, but he got like just sniped by Hydron, fully charged up, and just went from 50% HP right down to 0. No time to react. Finale's dead. Hisu's EMPing for whatever reason. Florida didn't lose anyone throughout that. So questionable decisions. I wonder if are we getting a comp swap from Toronto? And yeah, Hisu goes back to Sojourn.
Yeah, Toronto Defiant may have been able to make a pretty good push here on Midtown, but 5 minutes on the clock for Florida Mayhem seems to spell doom for the Canadian side. Twilight back over now, on to the Baptiste. And this gives a little bit more survivability, and Samajed maybe positioned a touch too aggressively. Now Muse can move in with more freedom, not worried about that Discord orb.
Yeah, Hisu needs to have more confidence. He already bent the knee a little too early by swapping off of the Sojourn, but this is meta for a reason, and that's the confidence shining through. Already dipping Hydron, has control of the high ground, and now they can snipe away. It's just unfortunate that Hisu doesn't have a shield to charge up from, so it might be a little bit more difficult.
I wonder what someone's plan here is with the Graviton Surge. Obviously, you want to try and combine it with the Sticky Bomb of Checkmate, but ideally you want to force out the Immortality Field from Twilight first. I wouldn't mind seeing a deep dive here, just to try and force that out in advance.
Someone kind of got walled off by Finale, but still was able to maintain charge and his life. Graviton at the ready. Primal being used from Muse, and someone just solo grabs it just to get Florida subspace to work with and not get all jumbled up by the Primal Rage. So both sides have lost some people. Someone will return to the Reinhardt. You're back to a close-range brawler, which bodes well for how small this part of the map is.
Muse feels the same, and here the difference maker might be Finale on the main. That's going to be a huge advantage for Reinhardt, who can be able to trap in their opponent as well as slow down someone to ensure disengagements aren't on the menu for the opposing and attacking Rein.
See that Checkmate is also looking to drop down onto Hisu, so Hisu has to be careful of that Tracer presence. Hydron is on the back, he's ulting, he headshots Hisu, he gets rid of the lamp, but a sound barrel is used from Toronto, so Toronto have a lot of health to deal with, and it doesn't really matter. Florida are just completely surrounding them and pounding them into the dirt. Florida have an insane time bank, and the box of victory is there. Florida will go to series point.
When Hydron's getting first bloods like this in the Fight Lemon, it's simply free real estate for Florida Mayhem. Toronto Defiant have learned the hard way that the Winston is going to be so easily run amok by that composition with the Zarya. It messes so much of the tempo of Toronto Defiant that Muse has to stay in much longer than he's comfortable with, and he can't stay in long anyway against that Zenyatta. Hisu did put up an impressive performance on the Sojourn, but unfortunately right now it feels like Toronto's approach to the game using the Winston is a little bit wrong-headed, outdated and outmoded. The Discord too strong, the kick too good at spacing out that Winston, and he's going to have to try and reclaim this space after this break.
Well, Toronto may be standing at the top of a building, but they might be feeling like it's time to jump. But at least it's time for changes too, because guess what? They brought Hotba in. So maybe it's not all over. We're going to Circuit Royale, so Sigma will be on the menu.
Yes, Jaws' favourite player in the world has turned on up for Toronto Defiance, and I'm surprised this hasn't happened sooner, Lemon. Elsewhere across a majority of the North American plains here in the mid-season madness, a lot of teams have been leaning into the Sigma. He's very easy to simply exist alongside those double flex supports who aren't very mobile. You can sit back, be a little bit more defensive, keep those powerhouses safe, and not risk your own life on dives where you're easily going to be discored. And one of the main advantages of the Sigma is that with the shield uptime he can manage, he's easily able to avoid being burst down by the discord orb, having it afflict him for a protracted amount of time. On the other side, though, we have the the former Prince of Ping in Eggsy, who is now in the US, under 100 ping and ready to snipe, because you'll know where we're going to be going for a map if your sniper player's coming in. The one and only brand new escort map for Overwatch 2, Circuit Royale. And this has been a map that's been defined consistently, Lemon, by Widow Gods doing their thing.
I like how Hydron just drops the mic. Also, last map, he's like, GG, oh wait, just kidding, and then caps, and then gets subbed out. So it's like, I've never seen a bigger mic drop from Hydron, but it's time for Xe to finish what Hydron started. Florida on series point. And Toronto, they've changed things up. Clearly, Winston is having issues, and it's because of the burst. Like, there were times where Muse didn't even have time to use Primal Rage. It's just like how much damage he was taking. No matter through nanos, through sound barriers, just Toronto are just struggling in this meta. But at least on a map like this, where Sigma is already pretty meta, just to have that kind of brawl and that shield to block LOS from the snipers, this could be a new look for Toronto. But Hisu has to have the confidence if he's going up against Xe, Hydron, you name it. I want to see him mirror either the Sojourner or the Widow and stick to it.
And checkmate, we know that he's got a good Hanzo to play with too. Of course, in attacker spawn, everything's subject to change, but I would like to see a double sniper here. Especially with the Hanzo a little bit more able to deal with a Tracer. Alas here, the Tracer's going to be in a tough position for Finale on the defense, because sure, you can try and distract these snipers, but both RuPaul and Samajed can brawl effectively. They can duel very well against the Tracer. It's now, I believe, impossible to one-clip the Zen unless you're getting like all headshots. He's got 225 HP, and Tracer's damage has been brought down a little bit to be in line with what the stat should be, 200 damage per clip. And that means that there's plenty of time to react if Sir Majid gets caught out by Finale and Finale only.
It's good that Finale did not stick next to that barrier so close to the attacker's spawn, especially with that Sonic that checkmate threw out. Just Finale and Toronto can't afford to get picked first. So smart to disengage, and I like that Finale's on the Tracer, something with high mobility to go and harass these snipers. But the issue is instead of a Genji, which can climb up high grounds, Finale cannot. And that's already 2 headshots from the attack of Florida. And Toronto, they huddle up in this tiny room and hope to brawl it out. But I mean, you're 3 versus 5, it ain't gonna happen, Chief.
Sometimes gamers, you just got a double DPS diff as checkmate domes Finale, and Hisu suffers at the hands of a Prince of Ping. Florida Mayhem continue around the first corner. But what I do like here is Toronto Defiant, they took an early fight, Lemon. A lot of Sigma teams have been opting out of this, and it's meant that if they lose one fight on Circuit Royale, they lose the entirety of first point. Instead, Toronto Defiant, they have a chance to recontest, and that would be with Toronto Defiant having burned a minute off their time bank.
Missed opportunity from Hisu. Checkmate is just walking in a straight line towards the cart. I think that would have been an easy headshot for him. Toronto at least are contesting the cart before the cap. Florida have some options on where to place these snipers, and mainly that right staircase is where Xe or Checkmate World want to be. But now that Finale gets to actually play the game, he's already behind Florida, and this is the whole point of why you use that Tracer, to harass and be annoying. Grab Flux from Hotba to finish off and even stagger out Florida in this case, and it's working out.
I am not a fan, though, Lemon, of that grab flex. I think that Toronto had already done enough in that fight to have won it. And now this means that Samajid does not have a major stimulus to try and use the Transcendence against. It could be used to counter rally potentially now. It could be used just to be able to push into Hotba if he's in a more vulnerable position. And someone Someone's going to be able to have a grab flux that won't be mirrored. It's going to have to be answered by Twilight with an Immortality Field, and that can easily be broken when you have two long-range bursty DPS who can get rid of that Immo Field in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, Ant Matrix. Oh, it's actually from the defense first. RuPaul Not doesn't throw his down. Finale, I thought that was going to be a sick one clip, and then Checkmate just headshots him. So, great duo ship from Xe and Checkmate, peeling for each other, I guess. Usually the snipers kind of play more further away from each other. You don't want to hold the same angle, but not a lot of options for Florida. You're going to throw out the Dragon Strike from Checkmate just to clear out the front of the cart. It's about to get capped by Florida, and Toronto actually get killed by that Dragon Strike, so kind of surprising. Really well, good placement from Checkmate.
I believe that Hopper was actually held in place by the Gravitic Flux. It had a little bit of a bug, I think, where it tried to lift Hopper up into one of the awnings above one of the shops, and so he stayed around ground level and was fed to the dragon forcibly. A little bit of a blood ritual from Florida Mayhem to gain themselves some additional space, another point on the board, and access to the second area of Circuit Royale. Samardzit's getting a little bit frisky here when it comes to a position. Has to be careful because Hisu is no slouch when it comes to this Widow.
Okay, Pulse is just to get someone weak, and there's just no follow from Toronto. Florida just backing away to get themselves healed up. Checkmate wants staircase control, but against Finale, you just have to be careful. There's Infrasight advantage for Florida too. They lose Surmajet, not a big deal. It's 4-on-4 actually. So Florida now are losing high ground control, which gives advantages to Toronto based on angles, but Checkmate just has those lineups, and I swear his accuracy is probably insane. Florida also have Transcendence. Once Surmajet gets back, he's actually climbing up the highway now, and you're gonna need it. And Transcendence not being popped yet, they just depend on the Immortality, and that might cost them. That Grappless had a ton of value for Hoppa.
All right, what did Checkmate have for breakfast today is the question. Hisu's finally waking on up, ready to go toe-to-toe with Xe. 2 picks in 2 fights, including an opening pick, I believe, onto Samardzit, who's been positioning bravely, admittedly. And Xe and Checkmate, they're going to have to once again augment their positioning. You talked before, Lemon, about how you want to generate the crossfire, and going double sniper against double snipers here, the crossfire is going to be a little bit better as you try and outflank a singular sniper, then focus on the second one. But here you're moving into the zone of influence of both Finale and Hisu, so it's going to be difficult to manage.
Yeah, the palm tree caught the Sonic. Not what Checkmate wanted. Transcendence finally for Surmajet, and you need it for just the lack of heals you have after RuPaul got picked. So Florida are just going to be at a disadvantage in these fights if Toronto hold this high ground well and just keep an eye on their staircase. So Toronto can drain a lot of time here and even potentially hold.
And Charong's doing a really good job here of making sure that there's backup for Hopper in the front line when going for these duels, Sigma versus Sigma. Because what Charong has that is lacking on Florida Mayhem is the shield pierce of the mace, as well as being able to like knock back someone and control his movement utilizing that whip shot as well. So Toronto Defiant, they've got to take really good care of Hopper, or rather really good care of someone to make sure that he isn't going to be overwhelmed by Charong.
Well, ults for Florida. Depends when they want to take that initiative. Finale pokes that staircase, isn't landing those shots. Grapplux from someone, plus the Dragon Strike. We'll see if the timing is good. Not really. Immortality comes out either way from Twilight, so Hoppa's going to be fine. Going to help generate Choron closer to that rally. Counter Grapplux from Hoppa gets a lot more members of the Florida Mayhem. And look how Toronto, they drop behind them in the exit route that Florida Mayhem want to take. So Florida can choose really which group of people they want to go after. Hoppa's completely isolated, and it depends how Florida want to react to this. Do they want to go against the unprotected Toronto Defiant, the 4 members there, and Checkmate? Oh, I thought he canceled the Dragon Strike. I still think it came out. Checkmate is still obliterating this backline, and Florida made the right choice of going after the unprotected members and leaving Hoppa for last. So, a questionable decision from Hoppa to drop, and just Toronto disconnecting on that cost them the fight.
Yeah, I think Hopper was hoping in that drop that it would give room for Charong to come back and have a fully contested fight if he played in a safe position, but all it did was stall out the Toronto second fight for so long that now they have to jostle for even overtime, and it's an easy cap here for the Florida Mayhem. Unfortunately, Toronto Defiant have been hoisted by their own petard, getting a little bit too smart for their own good with Hopper's evasion.
Okay, so there's an Ant Matrix. And Florida, they just split like the Red Seas, just one side and the other. wait for Florida. They're the ones that have to break through. There's the Matrix from RuPaul this time. It shreds a shield from Hotba immediately. At Toronto, the supports advance to help Hotba. Toronto gets killed. And Twilight, I don't even know if he has immortality. It doesn't matter. Hotba's dead. Toronto needs to run as fast as possible or die on cart and not get staggered, but it's kind of tough.
Oh, checkmate. Feeling brave. And we'll have to feel even braver now that Finale's moved over onto the Genji. Maybe a little bit better suited to assassinating the double sniper. However, does have to be careful when going up against Majid. That Discord Orb makes Genji incredibly vulnerable to being taken out from things like random accretions and hyperspheres as Checkmate prepares to use a Dragon Strike. Ideally, you want to use it to stop Hopper from touching the cart with 17 seconds remaining.
Yeah.
This could be last fight.
There's no wrong choice of where you want to throw this Dragon Strike. It's such a narrow part of the map. XZ already gets dismantled. Toronto Defiant get hit by a Dragon Strike. And they just... Florida are just dominating this, and they only had a minute for point C, and it's just a pure momentum push as long as they stay on the card. I believe there's only 3 members alive, at least both supports involved. Someone will have to fend for himself. Respawn advantage for Toronto. Here comes the Doomfist to stall from Hotba. He's just still on the Widow, and he's gonna pay for it dearly. He doesn't have the space to operate, but XZ does. Florida could be on the flank at any second. Hotba's making good space, and the rally from Chorong is helping out with the sustain. And look how aggressive Chorong is being. He's on the supports of the Florida Mayhem. But Florida were going to have issues anyway. He still had reinforcements come back, and Toronto had a really good recontest. So Florida will not be completing the map.
It is, however, Lemon, a enviable distance here on Circuit Royale. Florida Mayhem with 2 points and over 90 meters. Toronto Defiant have their work cut out for them here, as every single one of these points is going to be heavily contested in what's likely to be a double sniper showdown. The question for me remains on the attack. Will Finale opt into the double sniper here, or try to find some value out of a flanker? The Genji has its uses, especially on first, on that preliminary hold, being able to move over the buildings on the right of the attacker's spawn and get on top of the supports or the long-range hit scan can be a very surprising factor when you're looking out for someone like Hisu, but the Tracer's methods of movement in the early Circuit Royale streets can be fairly easily exploited. She becomes a bit more viable on second, where she can ascend the stairwell with a good amount of cover.
I think this is also Toronto's best look so far with just this composition, this tank line in general. The only thing is like their macro decisions. They just need to be decisive on what they're doing. If one person rotates badly, it's a feed. But if the whole team rotates with them, it's a strategy. So if Hoppa's gonna drop off highway like that, the team needs to go with him, or he just needs to communicate better with them. Because Florida, they took a lot of time to decide which part of Toronto they wanted to engage in, and then they made the right decision. Also, Florida zoned off Twilight's Ant Matrix better and were able to win the point C fight. So we'll see how this next round goes. Toronto, their box of victory is all the way at the end of the map, so they can keep themselves alive in the series. But mechanically, Checkmate and XZ have been stars compared to the Snipers of Toronto.
Finale noted by Checkmate. Look at this again. Florida Mayhem going for this earlier hold from the looks of it, at least for the moment, which might allow them to get 2 fights here on Circuit Royale A, which could be very important for draining time banks.
Ooh, Checkmate already sneaking into the backline like that. Florida up by 1. Toronto just sticking near the car just to buy themselves a second fight for point A, or just to actually just reset as a team, actually. So Florida even hunting for more kills. Someone barely has a shield, so he's not going to be able to really get more aggressive than that.
Yeah, for now, though, holding this space quite aggressively, knowing that given the amount of distance they have, doing damage to the time bank of Toronto Defiant is priority number 1 right now. Nothing to be gained from that accretion, and someone's got plenty of extra health now to work with.
Yeah, it's just a shield in his way and just barely any targets now that Florida is rounding the first corner. So Hisu will have to reposition more forward. Finale, once everyone's ready to go and around the corner, he can jump into the back, double blink towards XZ. The clip at least gets XZ down to half health, but not the finishing blow Finale was looking for. Mainly, he stays alive. So as long as Finale doesn't feed, that's fine for Toronto. The pressure is enough to get these snipers repositioning, but Checkmate gets involved, wins the 1v1 against Finale, and then the balance is turned in favor of Florida, who just overwhelmed Toronto based on damage. And Toronto are in this kind of neutral positioning happening, and Florida are going to hunt them down and get even more stagger kills. And that's fantastic for Florida to just shred and shave more time away off Toronto's time bank.
Already half that bank is gone, Lemon. 2 minutes remain. And Florida Mayhem, what they did really well there was make a controlled disengagement using someone in the support line to get into that more defensible area in a safe fashion and then be able to clap back once Toronto Defiant are like, oh, we got them on the ropes, lads, let's get in there.
Oh, Toronto, well, they want to get in there. Grab Flux only to catch someone, and you take those. He is standing in the way of Toronto's push. Transcendence from Surmajet gets someone back up to full. Pulse bomb for Checkmate gets the layup, but it's Finales that makes a bigger splash. They dealt with the layup too, so the Pulse bomb got a double kill for Toronto, and he got a leftover rally. The sustain they needed just to outbrawl Florida, so Toronto will be capping point A.
Checkmate dying to that Pulse bomb is really weird considering how mobile the Tracer is, and RuPaul shouldn't have been able to drag that to him. Should have just stood still. Checkmate. I bet that touch you were planning, mate. Hisu says absolutely not. We are done on point A. This is a point B moment. You got the whole crew over here. That's going to be a pop of the infra site. Exi was unable to be able to counter that. And look at this, the momentum, Lemon.
Yeah, if Florida win this fight, this would be great to just take a lot of time away, just the high ground control and advantage that they would have. But Toronto just take all of that real estate from them and have pushed Florida into a choke. Infrasight from Exi. Be able to see if he can catch any strays over on the highway curve. And at least to know where Hisu is. That information is such a big advantage, but I guess not if Hisu hits the headshots and Exi doesn't. Hisu with the second, looking for the third, and someone is half health. So that ain't gonna do much. Oh my god!
My god.
Checkmate!
Sweet baby Jesus. Hisu reminding us why he was considered one of the best in the world when we saw Philadelphia Fusion at their peak. All those years ago, Hisu, still a monster. Still the Widowmaker to watch. And Toronto Defiant, if they aren't stopped here, we'll have a 4-minute time bank on the last
Grab Flux?
part of circuit.
Grab Flux at the ready. Someone unleashes it, gets Hotba. No accretion coming out. Now the counter Grab Flux, this time from Hotba. Catches someone, gets him low. Immortality though from RuPaul. Kept that front line alive way longer than they should have. It's up to RuPaul to keep this team kicking as Hisu just pot shots into these tanks. I mean, the rest of the defense get to hide around the corner, so Hisu's gonna have trouble finding value anyway. And Florida, they win the fight.
It was a really well-managed re-engage right there. Even if Surmajet died, he did it because he was the one to rotate in and touch the cart while someone was busy floating in the air for the gravitic flux. Was actually taken away by Hotba, and Finale there, falling down to an accretion of all things. Should be able to dodge those rocks, but maybe not in this case. That's going to take even more time away from Toronto Defiant, who looked set up for a 4-minute time bank on C, but now they have to worry they're in the weeds of B.
Yeah, Florida just have such a great power position on this high ground. And someone just has to be smart, just kind of like Hoppa's situation of when he wants to drop down when the fight breaks down. You got Pulse Bomb from Checkmate. Can go down the staircase, but Chorong's actually right at the front. Transcendence forced out from Surmajet. It doesn't save Axie. Checkmate whips on the Pulse Bomb. And the Amp Matrix from Toronto is enough to just zone away Florida, who really barely have damage. It's up to Checkmate, see if he can get any picks, but he actually gets sniped. Checkmate's right in the middle of the fight, so he's just playing Duck Hunt, and Toronto are bulldozing through Florida, and they'll be capping B.
He's a natural, man. He's a freak. He's a primal being, an entity, which I cannot even begin to decipher. Hisu's flicks in the last 2 minutes have been unreal. And Exi kind of running scared at the moment. Florida Mayhem sent Scarpering. They're going to give away this first area of C for free, but it does allow for a harder defense of the pool area, utilizing that high ground to rain down damage that's going to be so difficult to dislodge, because there's no real way to climb up there unless you're a vertical mobility character. Otherwise, you've got to commute around the entire way to try and force Florida Mayhem from that zone.
There's some high ground control from Florida. Grab Flux. Initiative ready for someone or Hotba, but Florida are a little bit harder to access, and Exi picks off Finale, not even with a headshot. Finale not able to blink or recall or get even packs from Chorong, and as soon as they get that pick, I mean, Toronto back away and Florida start to advance, see if they can stagger more. Minute and 20 for Toronto. It's not a lot of time, but it is doable. If they win one fight, they'll get closer to the spawn room doors and also the box of victory.
Taking away more and more space. Slowly the cart will creep on forward. Someone's going to have to drop to deal with it. And Exe repositions, looking for any skulls that might reveal themselves, but no dice thus far, Lemon.
I don't even know if Papa got anything with that, and someone's gonna counter with his own. And actually, someone gets stunned out of it, so no value to be found. Toronto still great sustain with the rally. They're approaching, and Florida already down one. It's a 4-on-4 as Hisu gets sniped by Exe. And just the brawl ensues, where Toronto are looking that much better, and they sail away and are able to take a map from the Florida Mayhem.
All right, Hopper comes in. Finally, Toronto Defiant, even if it was forced beforehand, have acquiesced towards the Sigma meta. And as was suggested by the Watchpoint desk in the pre-show, they are above average when it comes to the Sigma, and it's serving them well. Ooh. Hisu had a standout performance on the Widowmaker. No one can deny that, but I think it's just the overall understanding of the strength of this meta right now that Toronto Defiant would do so well to move over into other game modes. We have Push coming up next, where Sigma gets a little bit less use. We see a little bit more of the Winston and other main tanks, but Toronto Defiant need to look at this and think, okay, maybe this is working. They'll have time to consider that though, Lemon, during this break.
The Sniper Showdown has ended in favor of the Toronto Defiant, who I'm sure the confidence is boosted and beefed and ready to go for our next map where we'll draw our swords and head over to Coliseum.
Yeah, I want to see Hisu here keep a grasp of that Widow confidence that was conferred during the last game. And last game had a couple of weird moments, like towards the end of it we saw Samajed somehow solo diving the back line on Zen. Just a vicious support moment that unfortunately was quite heavily punished, and I think it may have actually been part of a reason why Florida Mayhem couldn't turn that fight around towards the end, because the target focus is so much weaker for that composition without the Discord Orb. But now as we head over towards Push, the question must be asked, are these teams going to start augmenting their strategies? For Toronto Defiant, I'm happy to see that Hotba remains. We are moving out of the 18th century and into 2022 with a Sigma potentially, Lemon.
Yeah, like I already said, that Toronto on this Sigma composition is their best look so far. On the other hand, you have Hydron coming in for Xe, so Hydron maybe being their more preferred Sojourn player. I'm expecting to see more of that and hoping Hisu matches that. My question is what are the Flex DPS doing? Checkmate and Finale. Seems like Checkmate preferring a lot of the Tracer as of late, whilst Finale has been hovering between the Tracer and the Echo, and especially at least on Circuit Royale, I felt like just Finale's presence, just the pressure he could put on Florida's DPS to make them uncomfortable still has value. Maybe it's not the flashiest Tracer player who's going to get sticks left and right, although he had his best performance on Circuit getting a double pulse bomb on the attack, I believe. So I'm wondering if Finale's going to want to stick to the Tracer, just have that flank pressure potential to go and harass Hydron, or if he wants to go to the Hanzo to just have some shield break against someone to give Hotba an advantage in that brawl.
Coliseum definitely seems like one of the maps where we're seeing a little bit more experimentation, Lemon. Teams are opting into Reinhardt, teams are opting into Sigma, and we also see a little bit of Hanzo and Ashe as well. I think I remember a team doing Hanzo Ashe quite recently on this map, and just trying to take advantage of what long sightlines you get in the main thoroughfare where Timmy starts with the barricades. And we've seen teams, I think it might actually have been Houston Outlaws who did this, who back off from actually fighting on the objective to make sure that they can take fights inside that long sightline thoroughfare where you can really take advantage of the accuracy of your long-range characters. And Toronto Defiant might actually be opting into that here, with Finale and Hisu rolling out on a combination of Hanzo and Sojourn. This means you can break a shield really easily, so Hisu can have free fire with those charged up rail shots.
Oh, you thought you were expecting a Sigma brawl, but Florida are speeding on the flank with a Reinhardt brawl, and even the Mei to enable that. So be careful of these Mei walls and who they're going to really isolate. That's maybe going to be aimed more towards Hotba, as everyone else from Toronto mainly has some mobility, you know, and Chorong's not going to frontline. So Florida are looking for those isolation opportunities, and have gotten so much free space just from their threatening posture. So they get already robot control as Hydron gets a little too close to the sun, and Hisu gets to get charged up off the Rhine shield and obliterate the rest of the Florida Mayhem.
Yeah, what Florida needed there was the element of surprise. When they killed no one on that initial engagement with the speed advantage from Samajed Lemon, that was where things really started to go downhill, because Toronto Defiant, they can access high ground so easily with the slide, with the wall climb from the Hanzo. Only really RuPaul, Samajed, and Hydron have easy access to high ground. Checkmate and someone, your main cleaving DPS who can really start to tear through the snipers of Toronto Defiant, they've got to get up there by walking around the long way, and that can really start to stall out the potential for kills on Florida.
Florida just get free space by just walking up because they want to brawl, they want to be close range, especially with your Mei and your Reinhardt, while Toronto, they want to play far away. So that's why you're seeing Toronto just leave, and Hydron snipes away at Finale, who was away from the flock, a little bit out of position. Hydron's on the flank, gets charged up off of these supports. Hisu gets away from the disruptor shot. Hydron misses the charge beam, and Hisu versus Hydron, the 1v1, and Hisu wants nothing more than to shut up Hydron after the stuff he typed up from map 2. Florida have Toronto just stuck in spot. That's kind of scary.
The Hydra versus Sisu 1v1 in that case, not more like a 0 versus 0 in that case. Not too much damage being exchanged, Lemon, but plenty of distance being gained by the Florida Mayhem, who now can try and win out this final battle for this checkpoint, utilizing the overclock and the slam.
That's a 3-man slam from someone, and the supports of Toronto just evaporate. Finale could get staggered here too, and he does. This is full cap territory for Florida. They just don't care about the objective, I guess. They'll send their supports to go do that, but this is terrifying. As the cart, or the bot, gets closer to these spawn room doors too, Toronto barely have any space for the sniper to operate. There's the grab flux just to lift someone in the air, but a sounder from Surmajet keeps everyone healthy, and the Hydron's on the flank. So this is disgusting. Florida are absolutely crushing Coliseum.
Hydron says, we win now. Thank you very much. We're done with this. And Checkmate still has for Blizzard. And still, Lemon, this barricade continues to push on forward. Hopper swapped over to a Doomfist of all things, hoping to try and mess with the tight formations of a Florida Mayhem with multi-CC from a charged up punch. Around the back, Finale swapped over to a Tracer, hoping to get access to a more soft underbelly like RuPaul after investing that ammo elsewhere.
That was a really good stun from Hoppa. Finale was right behind, but Florida just take the frontline duel, drop a Blizzard, and you got Surmajet killing supports. Like, what even is this map? It's 110 meters to, like, nothing. He's still on 6.5 minutes. So since the patch, they've added more minutes. So it's not just like over once you have a 100-meter push, but it's kind of over. I don't remember the last time Toronto Defiant had an advantage in these fights. Maybe you can start to stabilize here. Toronto has the rally, and someone is getting all up in his face. Hopper presents himself, gets a nice punch. Finale's on the flank. Toronto activates the rally, and Toronto zone off Florida from their own Ant Matrix. So it's not bad.
Look at how far Timothy needs to move, though, just to even try and touch the opposing barricade. And already over-contested, Twilight's overwhelmed Lemon. Toronto has to get out of there as soon as possible. It's down to a 4 versus 4. The bot pushing the barricade is moving ever closer. Hisu's so low.
And Florida don't even have to push any further unless they want to pad their egos and their stats. And 129 meters to 19. Toronto. I like that they're utilizing the Doomfist, you know, your super close range quarters, kind of in your spawn room doors. But I'm wondering if Hoppa's not feeling comfortable to just match the Reinhardt. I feel like you have to out-brawl this. There's not too many angles that Hoppa can take. But despite all that, Toronto have put out the fire for now and will return the bot to the neutral position.
5 minutes of near perfection are going to be demanded here from Toronto Defiant Lemon if they wish to stay in this series and take us to a 5th and final control map to try and bring a ray of sunshine to an otherwise disappointing mid-season madness thus far. Someone already discorded, but look at this, the slam ready to go. There is no shield to try and stop it.
Oh, pulse bomb whiffs. Shadow down from someone. I guess didn't connect onto much either. Hydron gets knocked out by Hoppa. Meteor Strike gonna land right on the face of RuPaul. Drops the immortality, but there's no one there to help him. So back-to-back fights maybe from Toronto, although the 2-man push from Florida of RuPaul and someone force out the Transcendence from Twilight. And that's only bad because you just need every tool that you can get if you're Toronto to get back-to-back fights, because you have to try and match 129 meters.
In the midst of these fights as well, Timothy still going back and forth, hasn't made a huge amount of progress. As we move on forward, the overclock once again ready for Hydron. It can be reinforced with a sound barrier as well. Meanwhile, Toronto, they have nothing but the vanilla mechanics that they brought with them.
Oh my god, a Hydron ult plus an Ant Matrix. Everyone clear away. I am terrified. Toronto, nowhere to be found. They clear the lane. They play that pretty smart, except Twilight, who's isolated by himself. And charged up Hydron's gonna go and deal with that situation. Tron jumps over 5 seconds after his teammate's dead to heal up nobody. And Toronto don't have any supports. They needed to win back-to-back fights to even make this look competitive. And Florida are just on a whole other level.
And now the bot will continue to be pushed back towards the own barricade of a Florida Mayhem. There's no chance that it even gets there to push. It's just so far to go. But every single one of these fights, trolls and griefs, the time bank that Toronto Defiant have, and they're unable to make any real progress off the back of the battles that they've won previously. Now Checkmate has a Blizzard ready to go. Who can try and escape it? If you put it down on Toronto and Twilight and slow them up, the escape is going to be so difficult.
Someone just charged Hisu. He just just went for it. I don't even know if he had a target. Now you got Checkmate throwing a blizzard to the back line. I don't think it really froze anyone, but Toronto Defiant don't have any firepower to say or bark back at Florida. So Florida will get the bot closer to the barricade. And again, this is still full cap territory.
Timothy still moving, someone out in the front. I'm not sure where he used the slam there, but I'm sure it was put to good use, eh, buddy? Hopper's got the Meteor Strike, good to go, so can make a deeper dive and doesn't have to really deal with the consequences from getting out for free. A charge used, and because the wall came up and it's broken by Timmy, Hopper goes even deeper.
Oh, oh, was that a body shot? I don't know, but it got Hydron real low, not enough for the kill. And any pick that Toronto can get is huge. I mean, Florida's spawns are quite far away. Toronto just trying to hold on to their own, to be honest. Finale's on the flank, stepped over the edge. He was feeling it, and he was like, you know what, not today. I'll recall and help the team. Toronto, Amp Matrix, just hosing down the lane. Florida get behind them, pulls onto the shield of someone, and even then, it's not going to get him that low, especially with the armor still intact from Reinhardt and all the damage reduction that it is, and Hotba can't escape into the shadows. Now the rest of Toronto are just completely undefended at this point. Nothing really that Finale or Hisu can do except cry, and even Hydron has found his hiding spot and just kicks him out. He's been evicted, and I think the rest of Toronto are about to get evicted from their spawn room doors at any second. Someone is thinking about touching it. 135 meters, a minute and a half left, full cap territory. Twilight will use the Transcendence to stabilize Toronto, and Hoppa will be back on the Hammond. But against what? You got a sound barrier to Florida Mayhem heading your way and outbrawling you every step of the way. And Hoppa just refuses to match that Reinhardt and is just hoping to displace and make room for Hisu to get picks. And Florida are meters away from ending this map as they should have. 3-1 for the Florida Mayhem.
Hopper can't return in time. Finale engaged elsewhere. The Florida Mayhem hoist a flag of victory over Colosseo. A full completion lemon off the back of Reinhardt rush play here. Florida Mayhem are showing us a multitude of different looks, and someone is helming all of them as a solo tank. This guy can do anything. When it comes to rookies, I think someone is someone that we're really going to have to start heavily considering as one of the best. But it was Hydron in the first 2 games, Lemon, who I think really made the difference.
And I hate to say it, but maybe you should have put Muse back in. At least he's played Reinhardt before. It just felt like in a Rein v Rein, that would have been a bit better. Because I think Sigma, and you saw just the evidence at the start of the map that with Toronto's composition of the Sigma, the double sniper, or just the ranged hit scan, that Toronto need to distance themselves as far as possible. But if you're going to give up all that space, you got to be able to get the kills, or else Florida are just going to continue to buy all the real estate. And at this point, Toronto have nowhere to live. I mean, even Hisu couldn't even hide in the bedroom next to the spawn room doors. I mean, Florida just absolutely wiped the floor with that map, but I think it's more about Toronto's identity still being in flux.
Well, the thing is, the roster of Florida Mayhem doesn't really betray what they're going to play when you see who's in, unless Exy is playing. But you know one person who's going to be playing a particular hero, and that is Hydron on the Sojourn in mid-season madness. This guy is hitting railgun after railgun, the player of the match, Lemon. Hydron coming from North American contenders, played on Redbird, played on the infamous American Tornado roster. This guy has been showered in accolades and actually had an interesting come-up in North American contenders from being a Widow-only sub on the Team Triumph, I believe 2 years ago, went to being one of the premier players in the entirety of the region, and now in Overwatch League.
I'm just a big fan of how Hydron played the Sojourn, because we talked, and he's also improved his deaths per 10 minutes, which is something the desk was taking note of, as Hydron's stats, like offensively, are incredible. The mechanics, you don't doubt from Hydron, but when it comes to these high mechanical DPS players, you you also start to wonder about their brain. Are they making the right decisions? Are they feeding? Are they kind of having an ego and just ego challenging everything? And Hydron, well, he went on flanks and didn't feed. There were so many times on Circuit Royale when he went on flanks. Even the soft flanks he went on Coliseum actually were incredible. And it was using his ult. He even paired well using his ult with his Baptiste and Matrix. So Hydron is a really impressive Sojourn and criminally underrated. So I think this meta bodes well for Florida because of Hydron's ability on the Sojourn.
Yeah, despite a shaky start beginning against the London Spitfire, Florida have bounced back quickly here, and I think their future looks bright in Mid-Season Madness. But Lemon, that was only match 1 of 4 that we have ready for you today. It's a jam-packed day full of top-tier Overwatch action that's going to be coming up after this break, so don't you dare go anywhere.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Yo, hello? Danny, Jesus Christ, calm the hell down.
No, I'm muting.
No, just please mute. Don't let Danny touch the mic, please. Don't let him touch the mic.
Is it loud?
Yes, Danny.
왜 한숨 쉬는데?
텐션 좀 안 떨어지게 해줘. 제가 부탁할게. 너네 너무 재밌어.
나 그럼 입 다물고 있을까?
너네 너무 재밌어. 텐션이 막 떨어져.
입 다물고 있을게.
땡큐.
Whoa. Yeah, you're good.
This is Kev.
This is Kev. Kev, sir. This is Kev, sir.
Where are you?
Who are you? Where are you?
젤라스 큐리어 막 이런 거 하겠네.
우리는 왜 저렇게 안 해줬어?
네, 이게
우리는 이제
홈이 아니라
하나빨
하지. 원스탠드 특혜야 이게.
얘네들 홈이잖아.
There'll be so many Dallas fans.
Look at them fuel fans.
Imagine being a fuel fan.
Hey, look, if they're on, can they shut
레디 준영이 형이 치자. 준영이 형 심판 다 이겼어.
야, 야,
뭐라고요?
야,
견디라고?
이기자.
아.
I need a motivational speech right now.
Do you guys need water or hand warmers or anything? Yeah, I have 3 waters here.
Always stay hydrated.
You praying, runner? What? Thinking.
Our Father who art in heaven. 터졌다 이거 핫팩. 핫팩 터졌어요. 어떡하지? 그냥 키보드에 바꿔야겠네.
그러니까 저 인식업 잘 안 되지 않나?
할 수 있어.
잘해. 퍼즈
봤어.
그거다. 퍼즈 걸리면은 관중들 잡아주잖아.
그거 잘했으면 그렇지. 그거 잘했으면.
그 자리야 낙사 딱 시키고 함성 소리 딱 들으면 이제 지르지 그냥. 충분히 잘했어. 목 맞추렸다. 내가 공 돌릴 때마다 함성 소리. 야, 리퍼. 나이스. 맞지.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by someone from Florida Mayhem. Hello, someone. How are you doing? 서먼 선수 안녕하세요.
안녕하세요.
All right. I mean, to start off, congratulations on the win. And I do want to ask you about. I feel like we've seen almost every tank hero being played by you today. Everything that we have to see, I think you just played. I think you played D.Va a little bit, Zarya a little bit, Ryan, of course, Sigma, just everything. Was this, were you trying things out because this is the first week of stage 2, or did you actually have a plan going into this game, trying to utilize as much tank heroes as possible? 일단 첫 번째 질문은 오늘 경기에서 이제 썸먼 선수가 굉장히 많은 이제 탱커 영웅들을 굉장히 많이 좀 보여준 것 같아요. 뭐 거의 저희가 봐야 할 것들을 다 본 것 같은데 이게 아직 이제 스테이지 2의 두 번째 스테이지에 첫 번째 주라서 그런 건지 아니면은 좀 이제 원래 좀 계획대로 계획이 좀 따로 있었나요?
저는 이제 오버워치 2 넘어와서는 이제 탱커가 한 명이 됐잖아요. 이제 그 점을 이제 유리하게 사용하는 점이 탱커가 여러 그 영웅을 다루는 거라고 생각해서 지금 시즌 시작할 때부터 계속 여러 가지 탱커를 준비하다 보니까 상대팀이 어떤 탱커를 나오든 계속 쓸 수 있게 만들어 놓은 것 같습니다.
All right. I think coming into Overwatch 2 this season, now like all of you guys know, we only have one tank, and to use that to advantage, I think one of the best things as a tank player is to be versatile, have that versatility of being able to utilize as many tank heroes as possible, and going up against different whatever your enemy team pulls out, you should be ready and be able to sort of change tank to a different tank hero if the need is there, and also sort of just being able to adapt. There you go. Thank you, Zoe. Being able to adapt. There you go. Thank you so much, Zoe, for that word. I just sort of forgot. Yeah, being adaptable, I think, is the right answer as a tank player currently. All right. My second question is also about sort of the composition about you as well. I think we saw something very exciting today. I think we saw you play the Zarya and also. You guys also had a double flex support with a Sojourn, and I think that was really interesting. Was that to sort of counter Toronto Defiance Winston dive, or what was the thought process behind that composition? 두 번째 질문도 어떻게 보면 이제 조합에 대한 질문인데요. 어떻게 보면 오늘 자리아를 어떻게 보면 좀 특이하게 오늘 기용을 하셨는데 이게 토론토를 위한 어떻게 보면 좀 답이었는지, 아니면은 이번 현 메타에 우리 또 메이햄만의 좀 이제 색깔인지. 궁금합니다.
제가 이제 런던과 토론토 경기를 보고 지금 토론토가 준비한 게 지금 윈선 조합이란 거밖에 안 보였어요. 다른 조합을 안 했기 때문에. 그래서 저희는 이제 지금 윈선이랑 아나가 너프된 시점에서 바티 제나타가 이제 강해졌는데, 이제 그냥 뒷라인만 이제 케어하는 탱커를 하면 상대팀이 저희 뒷라인을 죽일 수 없다. 딱 이 생각을 해가지고 토론토 전용으로 자리아를 뽑은 것 같습니다.
I mean, short answer is yes, it is to sort of counter the Toronto Defiance, because watching the London-Toronto game, what I see the most, and it was really clear, was that they really like to use that Winston dive composition. So to counter that, and also with the Ana nerf and the sort of the flex supports getting the buff, what our answer was to that dive was, we have to clear out their backline first in order for us to win the games more efficiently. So short answer, I mean the long answer too, is that it was to counter the Winston dive from the Toronto Defiant. All right, someone, that is it for the interview. Thank you so much for your time, and again, congratulations on the win. 이걸로 인터뷰 마치겠고요. 오늘 인터뷰 해주셔서 너무나도 감사드립니다, 서먼 선수.
감사합니다. Thank you so much. Bye bye.
Goodbye, someone. Thank you so much for joining us for a quick chat with Danny and for all the insight you shared. Congratulations, of course, to the Florida Mayhem. You did well, don't worry.
No, no, you saved me. It always happens. It's like those simple words. Sometimes you're like thinking and you just get stuck. Anyways, sorry guys.
We're a desk here of foreigners. Like, we forget words like no others. Don't worry about it.
I forget all the Korean words all the time, so you're fine.
Fair. Right, let's dive into it, gentlemen, because there's a little bit to unpack. Heading into this very match, we were wondering if Toronto got the memo that there was a patch to begin with, and sure enough, they rolled out Muse on Winston. Big groans coming from the reinforced camp right there. I think Kasa, you were in some physical pain as well as we watched it, but they did start changing things up as the series came along.
Yeah, and I want to start this off with, just get it out of the way. Florida Mayhem, they look solid. They have a great understanding of the meta. They're going back and forth, the adaptability from someone coming in clutch. And they had some good moments. Struggled on Circuit Royale, just some individual mishaps. But let's talk about the Toronto Defiant, because that's where we need to unpack things. Why are they committing so much to this Winston and Reinhardt? Did they see the patch notes are they aware that there was a patch change? They're playing the previous meta. Muse is playing this Winston. Twilight barely played any Zenyatta in the entirety of this match, only at the last bit in Colosseo. It just feels like they aren't aware of the changing tide, and they're just sticking to what they know rather than following everyone else and realizing what they're doing isn't working. I was surprised to see them do the exact same thing they did in their first match after seeing all these other teams play. They're the only team in the league right now trying to make this Winston work. It's not working. They need to move on. I understand they did lose their head coach in KDG, but this is what feels like elementary stuff at this point.
I mean, let's be honest. It's a pretty trash performance.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, that looked like some 2017 Misfit stuff. And trust me, I was there, okay? I was there, okay? And like Costa said, okay, you just got rid of, your head coach. And first and foremost, if you want a good team environment, the players need to be comfortable. You need to have a good environment for your players to allow them to succeed in the first place. I don't have any insight into how that environment played out with KDG in the mix, of course. But like Costa said, the strategies they're choosing right now, it's very hard to be part of a quote-unquote player-run team. Obviously, I don't know how Moby Dick is, enforcing stuff as well. But I doubt he's just like, look at me.
We're playing
I'm the head coach now. I think it is a bit player-run, and that can be a very isolating experience because suddenly you go from a head coach is like, hey, I think we should play these strategies. These are your strengths. These are your weaknesses. You go into the player saying, I think we should play this. I think we're not really good at this. And then it becomes from their perspective as well. So me, when I was a tank player in 2017, I looked at what goes wrong for me. I'm the tank. What is going wrong for me, and how can we help me? And being part of a player-run team, you lose sort of that like overhead perspective of having a head coach that can tell you like, this is what's going wrong. This is why we're failing. It's not up to your individual play, and you need that kind of like overhead approach sometimes. The stuff they're doing like right now, it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense. And if you want to go like, oh, well, they popped off on Circuit Royale. That looked really good for them. He was fantastic. And, that was a really good map for him. Let me tell you right now, okay?
Tell me, because I thought that.
It doesn't matter, okay? It really doesn't matter because their composition didn't make sense. They didn't have a Zenyatta, so they couldn't win the Shield War. They played Baptiste and they played Brigitte. What? So you can rally Hanzo and Widowmaker to win like the Inspire battle?
I was just happy. I was just thankful
here?
that they try to use a Sigma at least.
No,
we saw an attempt of changes happen.
Yeah.
Right? That's
they're attempting.
I don't want to say it was good, but there was a kind of change. But yeah, lots to work on.
Come into the Sigma,
Sigma
Zenyatta, come on.
We can all agree on that.
Sorry,
and I'm sure they'll figure it out. We're going to see much more of them, of course. This is only stage 2, and we're only in the first week of said stage. Now, let's move on. Looking ahead at the next match coming our way, Boston Uprising facing off against the San Francisco Shock. So just very, very quickly, Costa, how can Boston get it done? I know you love those questions.
Good luck, buddy.
So I purposely throw them to you.
We did see multiple looks from the Boston Uprising. Very similar looks to the way the San Francisco Shock wants to play. Itzel comes in to play the ball. Mikey comes in to play the ball. So I think they have a good understanding of how they want to play the meta right now. It's just going to be hard going toe-to-toe with the San Francisco Shock. They are online, being able to play those double flex supports. They're playing very well. In my opinion, they should lean more onto Punk. When Punk is in the lineup, they look to be their best. Stick to that, stick to what you're good at, and maybe your players can have good performances and take it to the San Francisco Shock.
There we go. Maybe your players can have good performances.
Maybe.
That's some advice. Let's hear some more sage advice, this time from our casters, Lemon Kiwi and Lake Days.
Thanks so much, Zoe. Yep. This will be a match. Indeed, some gaming will be occurring. The San Francisco Shock, who are undefeated in the regular season, maybe if you had to nitpick perfection, had a shorter run to the kickoff clash, going off against the Boston Uprising. But there's some hopium, there's some faithium in the air, you could say, after a surprising win against the Justice recently.
Yeah, Boston, they're not looking terrible, but San Francisco Shock are looking like this is their meta to dominate in. And with their new addition of Mikey, they've covered up a slight hole maybe in Kaluja's hero pool. Admittedly, Kaluja's been doing very well as the only tank that was available for the San Francisco Shock for the entirety of the kickoff clash, but now bringing in a ball and dive main tank specialist in Mikey has given them a little bit more extra power for these control maps, and it's something that both these teams now share. Itzal seems to be shoehorned into being the Wrecking Ball player at the moment, and we know that Itzal has got a great mind for dives, Lemon. But the thing about a great dive is that it's all about communication, and for a while we didn't see Itzal in because it meant MCD had to come in as well to make sure they could communicate effectively. Now MCD is going to be in. Let's have a quick look at the Boston Uprising roster to see who's going to be trying to pull off this dive alongside Itzal. Interestingly, we have both MCD and Crimzo, so Faith is on the bench for now, the main support has been taken back, and the Wrecking Ball has been brought in.
Okay, no Faithium for now. But still, I do agree that the mixed roster situation for Boston, I wonder if that's difficult, right? Because like you said, when Itzal is in, they speak Korean. When Punk is in, they speak English. So I wonder if that structure really affects them at all. But when we look at Itzal's win rate, I'm sorry, it's just kind of low when he plays. And it's not even like his fault, to his credit. He kind of came in late, right? Was still kind of getting integrated into the team. But they didn't make the kickoff clash, so they had time to kind of bring Itzal and just get a ton of scrims in. And I think this meta could be good for Itzal because he has a really solid Hammond, but he needs to improve fast because Boston needs some wins. And like the desk said, no one's going to lie to you and say they're going to win against the Shock. But it's just, can they make steady improvements every day?
Yeah, can you stand up against this roster? San Francisco Shock, who today are, of course, going to be rolling out with their new boy, Mikey, on the Wrecking Ball. We expect to see some pretty brutal dives from Proper's Tracer in conjunction with Mikey. And Sam's actually proven himself to be super flexible. Playing the Reaper, the Echo, a little bit of Sojourn, a little bit of Genji. Sam is being the quintessential flex DPS for San Francisco Shock, who appears to be specializing in control maps. And I'm not sure what would make a player better suited to the control maps, but maybe the wider variety of heroes that Sam has compared to Kilo, who's a little bit more focused in on the hit scans, means that when we're looking at the varying topographies for 3 stages of each control map, that Sam just presents a better overall option.
I'm just glad to see the Shock that are slowly integrating their new signings just immediately off the bat, because when I saw Mikey got signed, I was thinking they were going to keep him on the bench for a while. Shock kind of do that. They sign people to keep them on the bench. They kind of develop them and see, because they prioritize wins and being dominant in the league. But Mikey is always appearing on control maps ever since his signing, but beyond that, Kalush has most of the playtime. We do go to Ilios for our first map, and with that Hammond that Mikey provides, it synergizes really well with Proper's Tracer. Now Sam, just Echo players in general, just have to be careful if there's a Sojourn to be present, but Boston haven't played Sojourn yet. And I wouldn't mind seeing it just because it's very strong right now, but is it something Valentine or Victoria want to learn or can pull out in an official quite yet?
One of the things that makes me a little bit bullish on Boston Uprising is that they've had a couple weeks of scrims now with a downsized roster. Of course, being a professional organization, Boston Uprising, they downsized a little bit. They lost Marvel, they lost Striker, just deciding to commit to the Valentine Victoria DPS line and allowing Itzal and Punk to share the duties of tanks between 2 instead of 3. And that means Boston Uprising, they are getting a little bit more time with Itzal. They are getting used to these dives, and maybe we're going to see a little bit less random substitution, and therefore potentially a touch more consistency from a Boston Uprising. San Francisco Shock, though, they are going to go for the Echo Tracer. That's actually going to be mirrored here by the Boston Uprising. A full mirror matchup as Finn and Violet, 2 legendary flex supports, are going up against some veterans of the league in their own right.
Yeah, even the Ana is making an appearance too, so the Nano's being usually given over to the Echo, although nanoing your Hammond has been seen on maps like this just for some kind of sustain. Sam almost diffing in the Echo duel, and it's Valentine who reemerges as Sam's kind of focus got drifted away from the supports showing themselves, so the point is unlocked. Mikey is there first. He's been antied from Crimzo from the high ground as Mikey has to escape into the shadows just to live. Both Tracers are down, 4 versus 4. Boston are on the point, not getting the full capture yet. Mikey got healed back up, so he gets the bull back in. And with the patch, Hammonds have a lot more knockback, so people are getting tossed up, and Sam got fragged at a distance, and with the balance is turning to Boston, they siege the high ground, and they'll manage to cap the point first.
The Newton's Cradle of Ilios has managed to keep Boston from control for but a moment, but now it is all but assured. San Francisco Shock kind of losing the initiative there in allowing Sam to duel in an area that didn't have great coverage from Violet, so long-range heals weren't available for Sam, and that meant there was no real finishing power, no focusing beam for the San Francisco Shock, and that really did hurt them in the late fight here. Crimzo ready with the Nano, given over to Valentine.
Good initiative. Echo, Nanoed, Valentine. Not really able to dive Sam quite well. There's a good stickies from Sam as Valentine hopes to escape. He's beamable, and Sam will do just that, no matter how Valentine tried to escape. 30% for the Boston Uprising. 4 on 5 for them. Well, against them, technically, and they're just trying to bunker down, and Itzal gets chased down by Proper. You see the flip starting from the Shock. Even Mikey gets nanoed. I don't think it's too necessary, but hey, just gonna squash Boston like a bug and go next.
Maybe a touch superfluous. Crimzo gets slept, manages to heal themselves, and that's the call for Mikey to exit the fray right there. Boston Uprising are coming up upon a slew of their own ultimates as a San Francisco Shock. It might be that this is a heavy spending event for both of these teams, but the question is, who does Valentine wish to copy here? Would you go for the Wrecking Ball and try and get that quick minefield, or maybe go double Tracer to try and overwhelm these vulnerable backline supports?
We've been seeing some. Oh, that tree had it coming. Oh, the splash damage still got Violet. Didn't think, thought it was maybe on the other side of the tree and didn't get the notification. Mine's on the point though for Boston. Space created for no one to have. Boston are down 2, so not really a point that they can take back at this moment. Shock will ult too. Even if things start getting hairy, Finn can just use Transcendence and hold the space. So Shock are still in a great position.
And it feels like Boston actually spent a lot more getting into that fight than San Francisco Shock used to defend it. So this is not a great economic sign of the times to come. It's recession moments for Boston Uprising. Still though, a duplicate ready to go. Valentine gonna dodge away and pick up the Mega Health Pack rather than tax the resources of Crimzo and MCD, who would have to move out of their positions in order to heal it.
Yeah, we've even seen some copies on the Ana, like free patch, just with how strong she was, but with the Biotic Grenade duration being reduced by a second, it's not like horrible, maybe not be the first choice, and Shock continue to just pick apart Boston as they rotate to the point, and Victoria is just getting sent down to the drink. So 85% plus for the Shock, one more fight left, and they got the ults to do it.
10% remaining. And Sam might even go for an early duplicate here, potentially onto the tank to just knock them around and mess with their formation. Keep those supports off for high ground where MCD and Crimzo, oh, that's bad. That's bad. That's worse.
Oh,
that's worse.
Boston were so depending on that touch from Itzel, but you see that, was it 36% knockback buff for Hammonds?
Yeah, 36, 40%, something like that.
Yeah,
lots of knockback.
Itzel just got thrown. And just by the time that happened, MCD could react, maybe use Transcendence to touch a point, but I think he was too far away. That was all depending on Itzel, so that was a huge play from Mikey.
Oh, excellent. We got the replay here. See how this one went down. Oh, it's actually Victoria falling off the map. Oh, I was hoping for the verticality on that blink, but betrayed by the mechanics, Lemon. We're heading over to Ruins next, and Victoria might be inclined to play a Widowmaker here. We know that Victoria does prefer a lot of the flick scan options that are available, and Valentine, of course, being the one playing the Tracer would also hint towards that. On the other side, Sam is going to get a little bit faster and has control of the Megas. This is so important in the Wrecking Ball versus Wrecking Ball, because the Wrecking Ball relies heavily upon the Mega Health Packs to heal themselves up, because you can't get a huge amount of healing from the Brig and the Zen.
So I'm not questioning the Victoria Widow. A lot of teams don't. Sometimes have gone away from the Widow just because it's easy to LOS away from the Widow if you are the other team. It's Valentine on the Tracer, which is a newer look. Usually it's Victoria who plays it, so we'll see if maybe because Victoria had a shaky performance at the start, you missed that second blink, you know, get in your head about it. Valentine is going to see if he can bring out the Tracer just to pressure the point, and Shock at the point first. Sam will be able to cloak into the back. And now he'll probably be going after MCD and Crimzo. You see that Sam already on that hunt. Already finds Victoria on the low ground. So Victoria grapples back up into the loving arms of Crimzo. Shock just getting collapsed on. That's a pretty good dive from Itzel. Great pile drive from Itzel.
Itzel somehow managing to win out the duel against Mikey is very concerning, given that Mikey had preferential access to that Mega Health Pack. Maybe it was stolen away or something by Proper when he was dancing against the Widowmaker. But either way, maybe a little bit more admin needs to be done here from Sam to make sure that Itzel just cannot get free heals and has to rely on MCD and Crimzo. What a shot from Victoria. So that's why they're on the Widow.
Yeah, Victoria's playing pretty close to the point, which is helping him get a lot more lines of sight and get headshots like that in places you're not expecting a Widow to be. But if, as a counterpoint, Mikey will have a lot better access to Victoria because Victoria's not playing the back of Ruins in a safer position. And you see Mikey's just having issues getting close to Victoria without taking insane amounts of poke, and Valentine being on the Tracer can get that chase down. So Boston can use Victoria as bait, I guess, and hope that they can get the kills once Shock take too much poke.
Forcing now a fight on the point. San Francisco Shock have began to cap Valentine with a bomb in hand. Looks to stick it onto the supports, but no one's going to be there to catch it. And now, Lemon, that window is useless from Crimzo. It was a big flank play amounted to 0.
Yeah, just trying to zone out the left lane for Boston. even if you don't kill anything with the Ant Matrix, just its presence forces Shock to rotate in positions you want them to be in. So Boston doing a good job so far of holding on to, I thought they were going to hold on to the point. Guess not. They just got shoved back by the Shock. Proper's in the back. He's already killed 2. Even Violet is on the front line. So Shock will push Uprising away.
And now Sam will be able to set up on the high ground in an advanced position in order to use the EMP to engage this. If you can get an EMP and a Mikey Pile Driver at once, that will close to wipe the Boston Uprising. MCD needs to die, though, before the 1 second is elapsed and the Transcendence can be used to counter the engagement.
See that Boston just holding on to the high ground to help Victoria, and what an EMP from Sam. Just the initial 40% damage and health gone, obliterates MCD before he even has time to use Transcendence. And I don't think you even use it in that case. I mean, you're in your spawn room doors. You want to use that to sustain on the point. So Boston will just take a momentary L, and Shock will just continue to hold them.
Valentine now moving forward about Sam to harass them. Violet's forced to pop the rally to keep the San Francisco Shock safe. Now maybe pinned in by Mikey with the mines, but those can easily be torn on through. And it looks like it's a back cap here for the Boston Uprising, forcing Mikey back.
It's a Shocker still like sieging. Pulse Bomb, that sticks on the Violet, and Finn's gone too. 99% though from the Shock as Boston we're trying to work on that foot that entire time, and Itzel dies on the point, and there's no one there to touch. Boston actually, we're actually gonna win that fight. So the Shock will take map 1. Unlucky.
The rogue mercenary party of the supports, Finn and Violet in the back line, just demanding that attention, demanding the Transcendence, sending Itzel over to fight on the point. He simply can't win a 2 versus 1 against a Tracer and another Wrecking Ball. Too much of the damage is eaten up, and they can't access the Mega Health Pack either, because it's been hacked away by Sam. And it means that San Francisco Shock simply have to watch and wait as Boston Uprising pump their little hams and try to get to a point, but to no avail. That's a heartbreaking way to lose the first map, Lemon, but Boston Uprising can try and strike back after this break.
lightning doesn't strike twice, has never met the San Francisco shot.
Some of the most hardcore carry performances that I've ever seen.
Just a depth of talent on their roster that can't be denied.
I mean, what more can you ask from the Shock? This is going to be a wild ride.
Violet is cracked. He's out of his mind.
I say that justice. Okay.
Faced with everything right now.
Jesus
Christ, dude. Sam is deadlifting right now, actually.
Finish is doing so much. Cleans it up like DPS and Yada.
San Francisco has cemented themselves as the greatest team in Overwatch.
Spawn holds and shenanigans. The San Francisco Shock, to no one's surprise, is doing quite well. Took map number 1 of Ilios against the Boston Uprising, who are still searching for kind of their identity in this meta, but won't be searching for much longer. They got some substitutes that'll help things out.
Indeed, Punk is coming in, Lemon. This is the player that the desk wanted to see. Custer said that Boston Uprising needed to really just settle on keeping Punk in, embrace for Sigma. It's the same feedback that we had for Toronto at the moment. Sigma seeming like a very powerful option to keep those double flex supports safe, and that's why MCD and Crimzo are still in as a duo instead of Faith, who's a little bit better at things like the main support, the Brigitte, the Lucio, the Mercy, whereas MCD a little bit better at the Zen, Crimzo a fantastic Baptiste, and of course really good at Ana as well. On the other side, San Francisco Shock, we've taken out their control specialists of Sam and of course Mikey to bring in Kilo and Kaluj, which means Sigma and Sojourn in my books.
Yeah, I've been wanting to see Kilo Sojourn. I'm very excited for this meta for the Shock. I mean, they just seem meta-proof. They have a player for everything, and especially having an incredible Tracer player in Proper, this is a great team, and I don't expect them to lose anytime soon, and they're not a team that choke up easily. So I'm excited to see how this next map's going to go. It is Eichenwald, so Boston, kind of the questions and everything, all the weight is on their shoulders of how they're going to figure things out. Now, I was hoping they would bring Faith in for some Brigitte, because I feel like Boston need an answer to Proper's Tracer, and a Brigitte is nice, especially with that additional knockback. Last time we saw Boston on Eichenwald, they got full held by Atlanta. They got absolutely smashed in, playing a lot of Zen, Bap, Sigma. Now, at least kind of like the desk was alluding to, they played Valentine's May, so maybe you can kind of bolster Uprising's Sigma Brawl by having a Mei to enable that, and that gives something for Valentine to do because the Tracer really wasn't it. And then Victoria, if you're going to play Hanzo for the shield break, that's great, but Shock aren't really playing a Brawl, they're playing Proper Tracer and Kilo Sojourn, which doesn't care about shield break.
Yeah, Boston Uprising. Compared to their game against Atlanta Reign, which was an absolute travesty, honestly, from the Boston Uprising, hopefully they've worked on their threat assessment here, so they will have a potentially easier time in identifying where the threats are and how to deal with them. I would have loved to have seen Valentine maybe start walling off the Sojourn after she uses her slide to get into an off angle, because the Valentine Mei can do a good job of blocking off a Sojourn as well as being a consistent threat towards Proper's Tracer, with the looming potential of the one-shot Icicle headshot, which keeps a Tracer kind of on their toes and a little bit fearful for their life. However, Boston Uprising going to be starting off on the defense instead. Victoria on the Hanzo here is going to have to try and find a way to get angles onto a much more vulnerable San Francisco Shock backline, and that would require Kaluj being pressured to put his shield in a place that's more self-defense orientated than keeping Finn and Violet safe.
Everyone expects the Widow jump snipe, so no one's even home for the Boston Uprising. We're playing the exact same composition that they did against the Atlanta Reign. So maybe a question of execution. To be fair, Kai was on another level on that Sojourn. So no Sojourn from the Shock. Just mirroring at least the Hanzo for the shield break against Punk. Because if you can weaken those defenses, if you can take care of Punk's shield, then Shock are going to have no problem advancing and getting flanks. Proper is already harassing MCD. That's a very early immortality too from Crimzo. It's a very long cooldown. MCD's left to fend on his own, and Crimzo is already left to try and support Punk, who's at 50% HP. Boston Uprising are getting absolutely picked apart.
Proper's just dominated for support line. There's no other way to say it. Coming in round the back, Victoria's next. Any aces for Proper? No, Kaluj has taken Punk out in a Sigma versus Sigma. But you know what? That's one way to keep... I've heard you guys have been raving about those Sojourns, but don't you forget, Proper's still the best Tracer around, baby. MCD got absolutely wrecked there made to look silly by Proper with the blink text and making sure they're always aiming in the wrong place and looking at the wrong time. Boston Uprising now have at least the advantage of easy control of high ground. They don't have to purchase this real estate by investing any ultimates. Not that they have any to begin with. The only ultimate that's currently available, Lemon, is Proper's Pulse Bomb. And you can see Proper wrapping around the back at the moment. Express delivery is on the cards.
Yeah, Crimson needs to hold that immortality for that reason. It's probably hard to ult track if Proper even has Pulse Bomb, but he did have a great first fight. I mean, 4 kills out of 5. So Proper early on that. Valentine has already scouted and marked that. Got the Sonic from Kilo just to make sure no one's inside of the castle. Of course, they know Boston's all up top. Victoria decides to jump backwards, try to avoid Proper. And Shock, I don't think they've even lost anyone yet. MCD jumps to his death just to die on Car, and Shock are flawless so far.
At this point, Gravity has more kills than the Boston Uprising, but that's okay. It's a fundamental force of the universe. Here's, oh, they were betrayed by the wall climb. Oh, that's not Victoria's fault, actually. I think the wall climb kind of, just didn't trigger in time. Poor Victoria. Oh well. So, number 1, San Francisco Shock. Number 2, Gravity.
Good Dragon Strike, just right in the middle of the lane, forces Shock to spread, and Boston, this is just for them to stabilize and get any kind of positioning. They're up, their backs are against the wall, they're gonna use the Ant Matrix, and there's a wall up from Valentine to just protect them, and the Shock have Transcendence, so they have all the healing, all the sustain in the world. A Blizzard is thrown, a smart call from Valentine, and even the Transcendence from MCD just to force to help Boston get aggressive. But Shock didn't die, so it's kind of tough. Looking back on the cart, you got a 2, probably 3 versus 2 in favor of the Shock. Immortality up for Boston, but it's just a matter of time for the Shock get a clear point B win, and 5 minutes for C.
The individual mechanical outplays here from San Francisco Shock are just making Boston Uprising's attempts at crunches look a little bit silly. Because Boston Uprising, they played that well in terms of being able to bisect for San Francisco Shock. They got them split into a 2 and 3. Both the supports were separate from Kaluj, Kilo, and Proper, but still, there weren't enough kills coming through. Boston Uprising just couldn't hit the shots they needed to because Kaluj was tanking so well in the back, and now San Francisco, they have all of the tools that they need to try and take this last point.
Valentine's on the flank and managed to scare off Kilo only for a second. Dragon Strike around the corner. This isolates Punk, and Shock want to engage on this. They grab flex Punk, and this will kill him. Immortality drops, but Punk dies mid-air and never got into range. The Shock just have so much momentum. First, second, and third blood every fight, and Boston just can't catch a break. I mean, this has to almost be a record. That's a 4-minute time bank for the Shock.
Iconvold is currently a little bit of a nightmare for Boston Uprising. Being full hurled by Atlanta Reign. Watching it go down by only 7 seconds is a little bit strange in Overwatch League. And Boston Uprising, this does seem to be a map that might not be their best. Admittedly, they have gone up against top teams on it thus far in Atlanta and San Fran. How, though, can they try and get a little bit more value out of their attack? Previously full held by the Atlanta Reign, that was where it felt like Kai just managed to 1v5 them again and again on the Sojourn. And it really did feel like Boston Uprising were having significant issues with threat assessment and being able to make sure that Kai didn't feel safe to just hard peek these angles and go for the cheekier flanks. Finn goes to see what Victoria's Corpse is up to down there as we get ourselves a quick replay showing how Kaluj really opened this one up, and Punk being isolated by that Dragon Strike was so smart.
Valentine was on the flank, and this is just someone who hasn't had an impact thus far, and I think when it comes to Mei, this isn't like a solo hero put on the cape and deadlift. This is a hero that is designed to enable others. Now, Valentine's on the flank, didn't do anything. Then you had the Blizzard on point B. You had a Transcendence and Blizzard advantage on the point B fight that Boston did not win. And it's, you gotta communicate on taking down immortalities and who your target's gonna be. You only have so much of a window of opportunity when you use these Blizzards, and you have to coordinate around Valentine or Punk, who is the natural leader to this team. But when you have these mixed rosters of some people speaking Korean and English, I wonder if that just breaks down. And as long as, but they're not, Boston are not a team that got boomed, right? They went 0-2 against the Justice and forced the game 5. It's hard to boom the Uprising. They're kind of used to losing, and they know this is an improvement stage for them. And they're going to continue to work on improving now that MCD's dead, and the Shock are just going to pick them apart.
And we are once again getting these similar vibes to Kilo hitting the headshots with the railgun. That being what tears apart Boston's chances early in these fights before they can even try and claim any space. Kilo needs to be cowed away from these angles, scared out of these peaks, so that he at least doesn't have this until Boston Uprising are up close.
Yeah, Kilo charged that up from last fight too, and that's the patience of Kilo's Sojourn. And it's very easy to charge that up thanks to the Sigma Shield of Punk. Boston, just in that last fight, were caught on rotations, and they just have to be decisive, right, around this Mei, around the Sigma, and Punk just being very careful to not make any mistakes. As soon as that shield breaks, I mean, then it's shooting range for Kilo, and he has that 100 charge. He sees Crimzo on the high ground who hides away. Victoria zones him off with a Storm Bow. Doesn't get the 100 charge pick that Kilo was looking for, as the Shock now actually gets to defend, and Boston accomplished some rotations on the left side, but still no kills yet.
Proper and Kilo are kind of playing from similar angles though, and at the moment walled off, Kilo has to try and find themselves a headshot here with the railgun. Punk tries to zone them out, and now Boston Uprising are finally moving as a group. They've tried to acquiesce some space. Kilo might be forced to peek away now, and they can start to get some progress on the point, Lemon, but it's still bloodless thus far, and Crimzo's low.
Very low, and the Disruptor shot, oh my god, I thought Crimzo was gonna die to that. I mean, he's dead anyway. Took so much damage from, they got zoned off his own immortality, and all of Boston were just trapping the Shock, using the Am Matrix from Crimzo, but then Proper snuck into the back, and that just completely disrupted Boston's structure when they don't have healers that can pay attention to the fight.
San Francisco Shock is just doing such a good job of disengaging as well, making Boston come into more exposed areas. Finn says, I'm still on 0 deaths. Where are your DPS at, guys? Come on, come kill me. You want to play some Overwatch 2 today? Or are you just in spectator mode?
I mean, they just Boston don't have a DPS that can contest the backline. I mean, who's really surprised that Finn hasn't died? Shock haven't lost a fight. I mean, they have a 4-minute time bank for a reason. And Shock continue to get first bloods because there's no answer to the Tracer. And Victoria is just gonna lose this. And Robert's playing with his food. Kaluj eats a blizzard. The spaghetti and all types of pasta are on the ground if you're Boston. I really wish they had brought in a Brigida to just have some kind of threat, some knockback against Proper.
Man, the amount of spaghetti that's on the ground is certainly sussy. I think there's an imposter around here somewhere. San Francisco, 4 ultimates, 4 members. Finn finally died, gives them the nice. Chewing on words for but a moment. Boston Uprising, this is their opening. No more Discord Orb, and there won't be an immediate Transcendence.
Well, Victoria's on the flank. He has to convert, draws out the immortality from Violet. The first time Shock have been threatened in a while, but Kilo is the true danger on the field, and it's Uprising that are going extinct until Victoria finally hits a shot. But I mean, the damage has been done. Kilo killed like 2 or 3 people, so Uprising reset with 10 seconds left.
Oh, now Proper wants to try and mess with their time back as well. Who's even going to touch here, Lemon? Valentine and MCD make the swap, so there's only 5 seconds remaining. I think Boston may have mismanaged this. Punk tried to hang on to the Gravitic Flux, didn't go for a Wrecking Ball. And yeah, go touch Dragon. Go Dragon, contest the point for me. The point was not contested, and this is the 2nd map in a row, Lemon, that ends with Boston staring at the objective with tears in their eyes.
I mean, Shock have so much time. They got time to type. So, I don't know. 0 deaths from Violet. We're just getting word from our stats group. Like, yeah, I mean, we were expecting Shock to 3-0. I just wanted to see what Boston were going to look like and what adjustments they were going to make. Because remember, they've played Eichenwald on this patch. Boston got full health. We talked about this about the Atlanta Raid, but just really, it's their DPS of Valentine and Victoria that have to figure out where they stand in this meta, and they're not adapting to the Sojourn. Their Tracer plays a question mark, but at Boston, they're resilient. Their mentals are strong. They've done this against the Justice 0-2. I'm just kidding, I'm not gonna tease it, but I'll see you after this break. back, everyone, from the break. Going into map 3, probably our final one. Shock with the crazy full hold at the end. Kaluj is eating up blizzards. Proper is playing with his food. It's an entertaining match. I'm entertained anyway.
Yeah, it's a mixed family dinner. Someone eating the entire best friend of Snowball versus someone who's just playing with their food. And then someone who's taunting the lobster, saying, I have 0 deaths, by the way. And Finn did end up with 1 death. Pushed his luck, got punished for it. Violet, on the other hand, kept his trap shut and finished Eichenwald as the immortal God King. 0 deaths across a full completion and a full hold as well. Faith is in for Crimzo Lemon, and that to me spells the presence of a future Brigitte potentially, alongside likely MCD on the Zen, I would imagine.
Yeah, you keep MCD on the Zen since that's what he's already been playing, and I've been kind of screaming into my mic. I try to, because I have the Zoomer flu right now, but you need an answer to Proper's Tracer, and I've been saying that. Boston, I know, heard something in the ethos, and they finally have brought Faith in. And I thought Faith had a spectacular performance against the Justice, really well-timed rallies. If he's even playing the Brigitte, I hope that is it. Because Boston don't have an answer to the Tracer. I mean, Victoria is trying his damn best on the Hanzo to get the lineups, but Proper is just circling him like a vulture. So you need something to go after Proper. And if Uprising don't believe in the Tracer mirror, I would at least attempt it, because this Hanzo, it's just mechanically so demanding to try and get a headshot into a Tracer before she recalls it and goes away.
Stop trying to hit me and hit me. San Francisco Shock going to be starting off on the offense here, so let's have another look at this defensive composition. Valentine is once again going to be offering up the Mei here, which is interesting alongside this particular support composition, Lemon, because it allows for Valentine to be a little bit more self-sufficient. You have the self-healing that comes from the Ice Watch. You can peel for yourself a little bit with that wall, and also you continue to threaten that one-shot headshot with the Icicle, which is ideally going to keep Proper from getting too aggressive, but we know that Proper's currently playing with confidence. Boston Uprising going to go for the rare spawn hold here. They have a lack of healing in terms of the raw output of MCD on Punk, so they need to be careful to make sure Punk is well managed in terms of his healthiness. Otherwise, he could become a quick victim of a Shock wraparound.
Yeah, Boston, I mean, even just taking a fight here could also just reduce the time bank, right, by forcing more fights. But the fight is taking place where Victoria isn't even at, and Victoria's still getting into position, has to make sure that he positions somewhere that's difficult for Proper to access. Now, Proper can access everything, but it's about the time that it takes for Proper to get there, and Victoria is already getting harassed by Proper, and so is the rest of the Boston Uprising, who didn't get a single kill throughout that.
Sweet Christmas. Punk actually got absolutely destroyed there by Kaluj as well, who, by the way, is at 60% ult charge. Did so much damage to Punk. The second that Punk's shield broke, and he had to bring up the Kinetic Grasp. A direct hit from the Accretion cancelled all of the overhealth and made sure that Punk was stunned with no means of defending himself. And then there was no real meat for Boston Uprising to put in front of a cart. At least they have drained away a touch of time here, Lemon, but Boston Uprising now going to be fighting from behind and taking a huge amount of poke to enter point A.
Victoria is just so scared of Proper right now, and if you're going to play this Widow, you need to get the picks, or else, like you said, Kaluj has all this ult charge because Shock have the shield break comp. They have the Hanzo Stormbow that's going to decimate Punk. Victoria gets assassinated by Proper, so if Victoria can't live against Proper, it's time to swap, buddy, unless we're just, going to make this a quick match. I know, shout out to Paris Eternal for tweeting out that they're excited that their match is going to come so quickly because of this. Also, Proper gets the pulse Punk, and this is a clean sweep for Shock. Almost flawless. They lost Proper and Finn.
There's some video gaming going on right here. Violet has the amplification measures. Kaluj actually going to join him. San Francisco Shock, they've got to be careful not to get fed into an ego loop here, where they stagger themselves thinking, it's always winnable with a San Francisco Shock. And Kaluj at the moment is kind of got caught off guard by Boston Uprising exploiting what the Brigitte brings to this composition, which is the ability to jump off high ground and just try to overwhelm Kaluj. Boston need to control this timing, but Kaluj can just send them all up into the air using the flux.
Grab flux from Kaluj, and great timing because Punk is just so low. No, it's actually delayed. Transcendence, great patience from MCD. And Valentine could be ready to fight back with a Blizzard at any moment. This is getting into close range territory where Boston's comp is going to look that much better. Rally 2, sustain for Faith and the friends from the Boston Uprising. And Victoria gets to snipe away when people have really easily readable jumps like that. So Boston gets to win a fight.
I have a question for Sanfran here as well, is how do you get to the high ground with Finn and Kalush? You have to wrap around the right-hand side here to make sure you can try and force Boston off there. There isn't really a huge amount of physical cover. So if Boston hold Big Earls, you're going to be at a major disadvantage when it comes to a poke. Instead, maybe try and control the opposite high ground to Big Earls, and that's what they're doing now, moving through this area, but they are going to be quite vulnerable to getting blizzarded at that door.
I just don't think the top of Big Girls is even that big of a power position because this advantage that the defense has, Shock can just play under it, and then Boston are left with having to contest the cart. So it's Shock have lost Kilo through a nice headshot, so Victoria at least having some presence. There's a grab Flux to deal with the back line. Violet picked apart, and Finn not wanting to use the Transcendence despite maybe being in range to help Violet. Probably thought he was going to die mid-air. So 30 seconds remaining, and by the way, Shock haven't capped A yet.
Oh, Punk having to run away from that Dragon Strike, but Faith, ever faithful at the back, and now you can see the fight for Big Earls is going to commence. Someone going to get frozen? No, Finn will keep Kalush safe.
That's a Transcendence just to keep Kalush safe. That was the only person that got frozen up by that Blizzard. Kilo pushing the cart. Boston are taking the fight on the right side, and someone has to return to contest. And Punk is so low and used the shield too late. It was probably all broken up and still regenerating. So that took a long time for the Shock to do, despite what we saw in Eichenwald. So good job, Point A captain.
Very different story to Eichenwald, and I think that Punk and Faith working together here is really making a difference, making Kalush a lot more vulnerable. Whereas before, Kalush was basically able to do whatever he wanted and try and take 2 versus 3 versus 1s against Punk at his leisure. But now it's Boston who are able to have a little bit more of a forward driving force of a Brigitte behind them. Alas, now they have to move in through these narrow chokes against people like Kilo and Proper, and you know that Proper's looking for an early pulse here.
At least Boston are able to get picks. It's not just Victoria getting assassinated by Proper all the time. And now this part of the map, it's going to be hard for Proper to get up on the high ground. You see that he's down below, and that's a huge grab flex from Kalush. You got at least 3 people. Punk trying to protect what he can as he inspired from Faith tries to bring everyone up to full health, but this brawl from Shock is so disgusting. With Victoria missing, I mean, you're just gonna have a natural damage advantage with Proper being involved and Victoria not.
Yeah, in the midst of all of that, you need Victoria to be hitting the shots while people are distracted by that brawl. That's when you are at your best, when you have your play as the Widow, the off angle against distracted targets. If you aren't hitting, you are negative value, and Boston Uprising are going to be continually forced into 5 versus 4 scenarios. Valentine, an early pick off onto Proper. Those are the one-tap headshots I wanted to see, and it's backed up by Victoria's Infrasight to allow for the pre-aim.
Yeah, Proper is just like rounding the corner. It's just going to go check where the contest was coming from Boston, just rounded the corner right into an icicle. So lucky shot there. 5 on 4 for the Boston Uprising. Trying to stabilize in the Saloon side, but you got to keep in mind that their brawl is not going to be as good as the Shock, and it's up to just protecting Victoria, who jumps right close to where Proper is, and that is not who he wanted to beat up with. So now there's a grab flux from the defense, getting the backline low as Punk tries to peel for his backline and isn't able to deal with Violet, who is an Ant Matrix up, spraying and praying into Boston, but Boston are at least able to heal themselves back up thanks to a rally from Faith, and Boston just taking shelter from inside the room to under the bridge.
Violet, though, still untouchable, pumping out heals at their leisure. I think Kalush at the moment is in the propane room or something. Somehow has killed Faith in the 2 versus 1. Surely Kalush can't survive this one. Punk is currently a hostage. A Blizzard is behind him to freeze him up, and overtime is in session.
All Transcendence from Finn came in too late. Valentine killed 4 thanks to the Blizzard, and Boston have held the Shock at point B. And you saw just how passive Boston's play actually was a boon for them. They got to just get like a single pick and then just play so deep into the point where the Shock had to approach, and then Proper, as he's trying to gap close, is getting picked off. So actually worked out just how non-aggression is actually good for the way that Boston are playing this comp.
Yeah, it means that they are able to choose when these engagements begin. And it means that by playing passively, Faith is not being too outpoked, where you are missing the presence of a gun, really, on the Brigitte, and instead being able to only move in for a battle when they know they can close the gap, be it with a shield bash or just with a drop down from the high ground. Boston Uprising are using San Francisco's ability to just claim space almost freely to draw them into positions where Punk and Faith can crunch in on Kaluj and try and establish a tank differential early. Because if you're distracting Kaluj with the Brig Sigma dive, that means Victoria is not going to be shielded off and can try and find the openings.
Yeah, I think this was the 4K from Valentine. He saw that Punk was all by himself in the tiny room, and Boston used that as a bait. They threw the Blizzard as Shock, all coming at 4-1 to go and kill Punk. Because Punk is so important to kill if they want to access people like MCD and Faith. So Shock walked into their death, and that was a great call by Valentine.
That kill on Proper so jammy. I'm putting it on my toast for breakfast tomorrow. Unbelievable there from Valentine. Victoria just starts to spam away at the shield. Kaluj is not going to be in as vulnerable a position as Punk was for the early hold from the Boston Uprising. And so it will survive this initial onslaught, but it does give away a little bit more free cart push for Boston. And a little bit more space for Victoria to try and work with as well, providing the info is going to be good from the rest of the team.
Yeah, Proper just not going to bother with the Tracer. Just kind of difficult to gap close with how far Boston are playing with their comp. And somehow Kaluj, I think, was on the high ground, just spraying and praying into Boston Uprising. And if Punk and friends are going to play main, they're going to be susceptible to Shock being on the high ground and getting orbs in their backline. So it might be good for Punk to rotate top left with the rest of the team, where Faith is, actually.
The thing that Hanzo brings to the table, though, is that if you take too long here as Boston Uprising to change your approach and don't go through the high ground early, if you allow Proper to build up a Dragon Strike, it can be absolutely dooming if you get caught in one of these narrow caverns trying to access high ground, and Proper can just tear through you with that. Kilo, though, on the Sojourn, looking for these early rail shots, and remember, even if it's just a body shot, still does a bunch of damage. It could be easily followed up by Proper or Kaluj.
This is a good counter-rotate from Boston. They know that Shock are going to have top cave, then you just rotate right side and just play the distance battle. They have information that Kilo is on the flank due to the Venom Mine, and Victoria just 76s away the competition. So the Shock tried to take angles around and didn't actually capitalize on anything. So Boston have a 5-on-3. Somehow someone is contesting the cart, and I think that's just Kaluj, and he just gets overwhelmed. Of course, in a 3-on-5, what can you do? Victoria, if you can get any more picks too, would be a great stagger to allow Boston to get a point A cap much quicker than the Shock did. But with Victoria gone, this could be the Shock trying to overtake.
Proper might be able to clutch up here. A well-placed Sonic Arrow gives away all of the positions. Remember, only 20% away from that all-important Dragon Strike. Look at how tightly everyone is bought in here. Victoria slowly returning to a fray, is going to be on an off angle, but no longer as big as a safe position for the San Francisco Shock to hide out upon. They need it, though, for cover from Victoria. Proper lies in wait. The Dragon may well feast well off the back of a gravitic flux from Kaluj.
Yeah, and especially now that you have Faith in and not a Baptiste like Brimzo, you don't have an immortality to forgive a Dragon Strike if you're stuck in it. But it's about who's going to pull the trigger first on this Grab Flux fight. Got Transcendence from MCD and not Finn. So Flux first from Kaluj. MCD with the Transcendence. Keeps everyone up. Now Grab Flux from Punk. Finn just in time with the Transcendence. And it's actually Shock that get a pick first from all those ultimates. And just turns and burns on Victoria. And decimates the Uprising who are taking shelter at the bottom of Big Earls. So 56 seconds remaining for the Boston Uprising.
A big 5-ult moment there from a San Francisco Shock, knowing that they had to try and commit to that to make sure Boston Uprising could not continue to leverage this free position underneath. And now it means the San Francisco Shock are going to have to play with vanilla ability to try and beat out a Rally and a Blizzard. And the Blizzard's going to be so important for cart control. You won't be able to beat out Boston Uprising if you fight on the cart here with the Blizzard. You need to get an early pick, and that's down to Proper and to Kilo.
Yeah, I like that Boston just rotate to the high ground, immediately zone them off. They're trying to close the gap between themselves and Kaluj. And just keeping also in range of Victoria, who's taking an off angle. He's pretty safe in the cave. He has some shelter. Shock on the high ground. Valentine want them to drop right into the blizzard. He doesn't have Icicle, but he does drop it without getting it canceled. But Valentine's on in this fight, and Victoria's low. He's playing safe. Boston don't have the damage to take advantage of this fight, and it's up to MCD and Faith to just keep Punk alive. Maybe he can brawl this out, because Kilo is dead, but the rest of the Shock aren't even on the card. So Boston just cap in front of them.
Oh, that is egregious from the Shock. We have had many a no cart touch in this particular game, and part of me wonders if MCD managed to zone people away from touching using the kick knockback. That would be that'd be an interesting new utility for Zen, but Boston Uprising, they are far from out of the woods. Victory is within grasp, Lemon. 2 minutes on the clock, and about 70 more meters that need to be cleared by this payload. But now, you need to win this first fight to make sure San Francisco Shock cannot defend this for free from the high ground. This is the most important fight, winning the next one.
As usual, have Grab Flux. MCD's ready with Transcendence, but Finn a little bit further behind, but it's okay because Punk doesn't have his yet. Kilo's on the high ground. You gotta have someone from Boston that dislodges this, and Victoria's the only one that has the verticality to do so, and he's trying to find angles, but gets rocked and socked, but he's not dead. MCD got probably a crumb of heals into him with the Transcendence, and that was in response to the Kaluge Grab Flux that happened. Now Shock starting to surround Boston, who are just very split apart, but Victoria's been so ignored, clearly not a threat on the radar of the Shock, and Victoria's killed 3 this fight. So the Shock are missing 3 people, and Boston gets to not only take over the high ground, but are 1 fight away from the box of victory.
And Shock lost that slowly. That's an issue. Converging upon this objective as a group is going to be very difficult. Kaluge just moved over now to the Doomfist. Kilo might have to move in by themselves, but no. Kaluge's there. The overclock from the back needs to be the difference maker.
Is that Amp Matrix kind of whiffed? Who is using that? I don't know.
I think it was meant for Kilo up top.
Okay, that's a choice. Shock have back the high ground from Victoria, who almost had his dragon canceled. 35 seconds. Boston only have a rally, maybe a pulse bomb, and Valentine can get into that backline, and he already threatens Finn. Transcendence use. No healing for Kilo. He gets pulled by Valentine. Boston have the sustain with the rally, but Valentine gets tossed up by the Doomfist, and Shock have no damage remaining. It's all about just living on this card, because Boston are running out of time, and they're running out of members. Faith is just crawling away against Kaluge, trying to get the stun. Kaluge escapes. He gets healed back up by Violet, and Shock are just barely holding on to this, and MCD gets the frag at range, and Shock are just running out of steam. This is the Boston Uprising that looked like they were going to take the map until the supports, the flex supports, are the ones standing tall on the court. You only have 2 members of the Shock left. As the dust settles, time goes away. The Shock take a 3-0, but that was damn near close to not being that way.
The man who did not die on Eichenwald, the immortal God King of Violet, staying alive, keeping everyone else up to the best of their ability, and allowing for Kilo, Proper, and Finn to start fragging out in the midst of these chaotic fights. This is where San Francisco Shock are able to find their differential over other teams. No matter the plan, when the chips are down, the mechanical skill of a San Francisco Shock is always going to bring them to a hearty victory, a 3-0 sweep, and San Francisco Shock with Kaluge on the Sigma. This looks like a very powerful tournament cycle for them, and maybe a better placement than they got in the kickoff clash, Lemon.
Well, there was one player that got to play with this food all match long. The one that forced the substitutions, the one that was the biggest threat on the field. It's Proper. He already started with a 5K on the Tracer on Eichenwald, just spawn camping the Boston Uprising on Ilios. Proper is disgusting. The desk had to at least mention his name once, and I mean, I'd be screaming it all day long after watching him play.
Making him look silly, Lemon, but Proper, as our player of the match, didn't do it alone. We've got to admit that we saw a huge amount of survivability and clutch factor from the flex supports as well. And Proper's ability to flex around as a hyperflex as well, bringing out that Hanzo, was a unbelievably valuable asset to the San Francisco Shock. Here's a quick look at his stats.
10. 2 deaths per, or no, sorry, I'm reading solo kills. Sorry, 4 kills still. That is very, very low. proper was disgusting on the Tracer, and I almost wish that Boston just had a response quicker to that. Having Faith's Brig in obviously forced proper to swap off the Tracer into the Hanzo on Route 66, but this, you're just looking at one of the best Tracers in the league right now, and just having a player as flexible as proper too in a meta like this. Just Shock seem meta-proof. Now, it did get a little bit close on Route 66 for Boston to take a map, and Boston at least are figuring out that they can lean a little bit more into the Hanzo and maybe into the Mei. But when it comes to the Mei, the difference between Eichenwald and Route 66 was really the timings and the placements of the fights. When they would use the Mei on Route 66, it was about just playing in these areas that were very small and for drawing the Shock into tiny rooms, where Valentine got a 4K on the Mei. But on open maps like Eichenwald, they just clearly it's very easy to counter the Mei in that situation. So they need another option than the Mei for Valentine.
Yeah, for the Boston fans, though, I don't think it's all doom and gloom just yet, Lemon. It may be an 0-6 week, but we've got to contextualize that was against the Atlanta Reign and the San Francisco Shock, two unbelievably elite teams. And I think with another week to iterate, to try and figure out what they want to do in this meta, the Boston Uprising will start being a real threat to some of our mid and high table teams. However, that's all from this match. There are still 2 more to go, so grab yourself a snack and a drink, and we'll be back after this break.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
Welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Finn from San Francisco Shock. Finn, congratulations on the win. 3 Overwatch, a very exciting match for you guys. For Boston, not so much. But I feel like for today, I think you had a lot of fun. In Eichenwald, the map, I feel like, in-game chat, you were poking a little fun at the Boston Uprising. Was that, just out of pure confidence that you guys were just that much better? Or was it, sort of just to like rile them up in order for them to just like your way of telling them to focus up. 일단 첫 번째 질문을 하기 전에 핀 선수 오늘 승리 너무 축하드리면서 아헨발데를 좀 얘기를 하고 싶어요. 좀 제가 봤을 때 그게 너무 재밌기도 하고 귀여워서 이제 핀 선수가 굉장히 좀 재미를 많이 보신 것 같아요. 이제 좀 얘기도 많이 하고 이제 채팅에서 그런 게 어떻게 보면 센쇼에 대한 자신감에서 나오는 건가요? 아니면은 진짜 그냥 장난으로 그냥 야 너희들 좀 잘 좀 해봐, 좀 재밌게 좀 하자 이런 도발이었나요?
장난식으로 하긴 했는데 저희 힐러가 0대 세다가 그 상대 펑크 선수가 0킬인 거예요. 그래서 좀 놀리고 싶다라는 마음에 좀 친 것 같아요.
All right. I mean, yeah, I think I do have to say that it was all joke. It's all joke, and we were really joking around but at the same time, the fact was, both me and Violet, we had 0 death up until I started chatting in-game chat, and I saw that Punk actually didn't have any kills at all. So, as a joke, but at the same time, I did want to sort of poke fun and tell them that we have 0 deaths and you guys have 0 kills. So that's what went down. But I think after this map, they sort of came alive, but at the end, you guys still clutched the win against the Boston Uprising. I do also want to say yours, San Francisco Zenyatta, because I mean you've been killing it on the Zenyatta, but I know Violet, your counterpart, is also very, very good Zenyatta as well. So how does San Francisco Shock decide who plays the Zenyatta for this meta? 마지막 질문은 이제 핀 선수도 당연히 오늘 젠야타를 너무나도 잘해주셨고 항상 너무나도 잘하시는 선수이긴 하지만은 또 제가 알기에는 또 옆에 계신 또 바이올레트 선수가 젠야타를 좀 그나마 좀 잘한다고 저는 들었거든요. 장난이고 저도 알고 있거든요. 그래서 이거를 이제 어떻게 누가 젠야타를 하고 이 어떻게 보면 이 결정을 어떻게 내리나요?
이게 젠야타는 이제 고정 픽에다가 이제 바티스트가 좀 브리기테라든가 이제 모이라라든가 아나라든가 이제 다른 캐릭터로 이제 바꿀 수 있게 하는 거거든요. 이제 젠 바티가. 그래서 이제 바티스트가 좀 유동적이게 바뀌는. 저희는 맨날 그렇게 하고 있어요.
All right. So I mean, for our team, San Francisco Shock, we have Zenyatta as like a fixed position, a fixed hero that we always run. So we want someone on the Batiste role to be more versatile. We need the Batiste player to be able to flex onto Ana, Brig, and etc. whenever the situation calls for. So that is why Violet plays the Batiste most of the time, and I'm on the Zenyatta. Interesting. Finn, thank you so much for all those answers, and again, congratulations on the win. 너무나도 좋은 답변 너무나도 감사드리면서 핀 선수 이걸로 인터뷰를 마무리하도록 하겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Thank you so much, Finn. Goodbye and congratulations to you and your entire team on that W. Now, the first 2 maps, they were very one-sided affairs towards the Shock. I mean, on Eichenwalde, Boston ended up with 6 fractional kills against 38 from the San Francisco Shock, just to tell the story by the numbers. But let's discuss what happened there on Route 66, because there was a very likely scenario of Boston Uprising actually winning it out. They had a good defense. And then during that last fight, Costa, you were molding.
Yeah, I was upset, and we're actually just going to look at that part for this match instead of looking at all the highlights, because it was really the most interesting thing that happened in that match. Boston looking good with the Valentine May. It does have some redeeming qualities, but here's the final team fight. And before all this even happened, we saw Victoria holding onto his Dragon Strike and allowing the San Francisco Shock to come out the door. Instead of using it aggressively, forcing the position of the Shock, probably forcing the Finn Transcendence, he just lets them walk out. And for that reason, the Shock get out, they get a couple of trades, and it ends up to be this 3v3. And in this setup you just saw here, they were just letting Finn stand on the sideline. They were letting him play instead of focusing down, rushing down the backline with their superior positioning. They just allow him to set up there, and the Shock, they are able to re-engage, they're able to find the positioning. They take all the control because they didn't deny that positioning from them at the beginning, and it snowballs out of control. Another opportunity, and sort of this defines the issue with the Boston Uprising. I like the way they're playing the game. I like the Mei, actually. I think it has some unique style that can force other mistakes out of other teams. But if you're just not going to play to your advantages, you're not going to use your ultimates correctly, it's going to fall apart for you exactly like it did in Eichenwald.
You also took some issue with their target calling there at the very end in the fight.
If there's two supports and a tank left up, you should not stand there shooting at the tank expecting the tank to die. It took them so long to take Kaluj down, focus the backline, they had superior numbers, they force that positioning, they take down the Zenyatta, it all snowballs down from there. But I'm sorry. Yeah,
but you had to let it out. So now
Boston,
you're welcome.
They're a good team. They're a good team. They're looking better. I like the way they're playing the game. Just it's those little things that are losing the matches. It's the Shock. They weren't expected to win.
Yeah.
But against these other teams, they need to fix those things up.
Absolutely. But still, of course, heads up, or hats off, rather, not heads up. It was a good defense on their part on Route 66, so we hope to see more of that. Now just clean up the attack and we're good to go. All right, let's head into our next match. That one will be fought out between the New York Excelsior and the Paris Eternal. Now, Reinforce, you think Paris is having the upper hand in this one. Why is that?
I think they looked pretty decent against the LA Gladiators just this week, and I do think that they have pretty good players on their team as well. Like the backline is pretty consistent. I mean, you got Khan, who's known for his Ana play, but also the Zenyatta play, being able to frag out. And we've seen other successful teams in this meta, whether it's Shu, Finn. I'm even going to throw in Krill in there for the Washington Justice. Like, you can really pop off on Zenyatta. So Khan able to make a name for himself here for the Paris Eternal, but also similarly for the New York Excelsior. I think both teams have a chance to prove themselves in this matchup. New York Excelsior, the 1-6, Paris Eternal 0-7, looking for their first win. These are two teams that are they're not bad, as in we had some historically bad franchises like back in the day, some bad lineups. Both of these teams, they have good individually skilled players, and we expect them to put it together. So this is an opportunity for both teams to really show us what they got and what they got cooking, because I think we both agree, or all four of us agree, that both of these teams should perform better than they have so far.
Absolutely. And I mean, Paris, they don't have a W on the board right now, but also they went through several big changes within their roster as well, which you have to take into account. And their losses, they've been close losses, as we like to call them. So it wasn't like they were complete stampedes, and you have to give them that much credit. However, I still went with my New York Excelsior. I have catching up to do here on the desk. I'm way behind. Either way, we are ready for this match. Everything on the line for both of those teams, and for all the action, we're going to send it over to Matt and Mitch.
Thank you very much. Yeah, we've got three of the teams in the bottom three playing in these next two games. So me and Matt obviously got called up, especially for these matches.
The bear sweater wasn't ready for this one. I didn't. I thought I'd wear my Sunday best. The bear sweater wasn't ready.
I mean, Sunday best for two super matches on our super day here with 4 games, Matthew. Let's dive in here. I want to put this out there. I'm available. I'm on the market. I'm ready to be wooed by either of these teams, right? Paris showed a great debut in Dove yesterday, coming out on the Widowmaker. Very impressive. There are a lot of these players that are now, finally, years into the Overwatch League, we're actually getting some half-decent scouting from Western contenders. And teams like Paris are in a good position to showcase that talent. New York are in a position to showcase champions of contenders over in Korea. But so far, haven't been able to do that with this roster. Very disappointing for New York. The expectations were high.
I'm a bit upset with this New York roster because, I thought that they would be. Did I think they'd be in the top 4 of the West? No. Did I think they would contend to be in the top 8? Yeah. I think they have that type of. Oh, hey, what's up, Griff?
He's got a Paris Eternal shirt on, so I guess.
Where did you get that?
Yeah, don't ask. You got it somewhere. Hey Griffin. All right, so Griffin's behind the Paris Eternal today. I'm willing to be wooed by. Yeah, he's big. He's quite big. You know what, though, Matt?
He's young. He's allowed to make bad decisions.
What is there really a good pick here? Realistically, do you think there's a team that you want to get behind in this matchup? You really think is going to come out on top?
No, not necessarily. I think New York, they've been underwhelming in terms of the level of talent they have. Paris, I think they've done a nice job like adding new talent and incorporating them, and I think there is something positive going on there. New York starters, nothing surprising here. I mean, you look at this lineup and just the names on paper, right? They should be good.
Matt,
for this team, though.
We live in an era where something positive going on, especially in days like these, doesn't necessarily mean it's good for the team overall, right? I need to see more from Flora. Kellen won a Contenders Championship in a meta where it was like Wrecking Ball against like Baptiste Briggs and setups. This is, you know, where he thrived on that roster. So it's time. It is time for New York to stand up and show that they actually have this insane team. How many more teams is Yaki going to join that just don't get anything started? We really thought this would be the start of him, you know, heading into the stratosphere now with the right team around him. So far, though, that's still in question.
Yeah, absolutely. You look at the roster, like I mentioned, and this team on paper, you put it next to some of the other teams that are even a little bit higher than them, and you like some of the talent more on this team than some of the others. They just have not been able to put it together. You know, Kellen, we had high hopes for. Yaki and Flora as a combo. You know, Myungbong and Gangnam Jin, like all these players like combined, you think would be sick. It just has not resulted in anything thus far. For Paris, they're making moves, man. Like I like the support line of the Paris Eternal. Dridro and Khan. Khan on the Zen specifically has been sick. Dove and Wub as a DPS lineup. You know, young up-and-coming players. I think they're like, you can actually see Paris like kind of like building towards more of like a future, right? Where for New York, their roster looks much more like a compete now type of mode, which they're not doing.
Yeah, exactly. I think that for Paris, like, people are willing to give this team a little bit of a grace period, right, as they integrate this Dove and Wub front line. I've got to say as well,
not much. You can't get much of a grace period though. Like, you don't get the whole season as the grace.
How much do they get? You tell me how much they get, and then we can start giving them a lashing.
I mean, look, I think you see how they go through this mid-season madness. You have the mid-season break. You have an opportunity to, you know, get Dove and Wub up to speed, right? Like Wub, like he hasn't even played that many games in Owl yet. Dove, I mean, we don't even got a picture for him. I mean, that tells you how new he is. So you know, you got to give them time to get kind of used to like the scrim schedule and the level of play, everything that comes with being a professional player. I think you kind of give them through this mid-season madness, you give them through the mid-season break, and then you kind of judge them a little bit more seriously coming out of that.
Yeah, the reality is, of course, is that qualification for the Mid-Season Madness tournament is contingent actually on your kickoff Clash qualifier performance as well. So it's a little bit harder to fix the errors that you had in that stage one, because we're heading into an international tournament, one where we're trying to assess the teams on how they've been through the entire year so far. So neither of these teams are in a great position to make a run, but they can do it. They basically have to win out from this point on, and it's no small feat. Now, I want to point out as well, I hope to see Dan play that Wrecking Ball map, because I think that was one of the better looks for Paris when he got to pick it up here and there. I think he's a really, really good main tank player, so just to show some of that versatility will be good.
In my these games are still important for these teams, even though like mid-season madness qualification is pretty much out the window, because for the Countdown Cup at the end, right, which determines our overall season playoffs, the top 6 in NA, they'll get auto-qualified, but then 7 through 10 play for those final 2 spots. So as long as you're not in the bottom 3 in NA, you have a shot at the overall season playoffs.
They're in the bottom 3! They have
you're trying to get out.
Map differential. All right.
You're trying to get out.
Well, the good news is, Matt, they only need 2 wins to put themselves in contention to get out of there. But a good start.
You can get halfway there with one of.
Hey, it's all on the table at this point, Matthew. Done. Karini over the edge for whatever reason there. Perhaps it was a boop, some assistance from Gangnam Jin. Either way, Paris playing this Lucio and this Ana setup here. As we surprised to see Dridro, the Lucio here. Definitely looking to make some impact, but that's a nice connection by Wub there. Yaki is grounded.
Yes, you know, how good we've seen Sojourn been. Playing like squishier heroes, right? Like Tracer is very difficult. And then even the Echo in the sky. It's very difficult to tell when the Sojourn's like fully charged up or how much charge they have in general. And then for Yaki, we saw it the other day. You know, another team played Echo into the Sojourn. It's not great. You know, the Sojourn able to really make high impactful plays, like get like 2 kills in a fight, like relatively easy against comps like this.
Good start for Paris here. Dub's Tracer, a chance to shine a little more now with a pulse bomb in the back pocket, and Myeonbong looking a little tasty, but it had to be a recall from Dub. Done, and Wub able to do the work that had to be done, but Wub can afford the sticky bombs there as Yaki starts to extend a little further into this front line and cleans up Dub. The focusing beam there had the amplified damage as his target was low on health anyway.
Yeah, Dom, though, going to be able to contest this for a little bit longer, though. He's going to come down, Meteor Strike, got the power block there. Now going to have to back up, but look at this, Jojo on the point. They have sound barrier, they keep this going. Yeah, they're going to keep this going.
Doomfist returns with an Anubis, and Myeonbong again is going to be turned into scrap. Yaki's seen better days, and a pulse dropped at his feet. He didn't have the flight cooldown to get back up in the air, so he's susceptible to the blast. Kellen will be allowed to retreat. But in the Excelsior, have to come up with something.
Dude, they didn't even have to use the sound barrier there. Dridro still has this sound barrier as you'll have Rally, Transcendence, and Minefield. I mean, pretty much all 5 ultimates here for New York. You've got to get some usage out of this stuff.
Dan just plunges in with a defensive biotic grenade on him, no less. Here's that sound barrier. Dridro looks like that probably was interrupted there. At least his target was done. He wasn't able to give it over to him. Not ideal. 99 now, and it looks like New York, yeah, they're surging ahead. They know they need to get back in the round now.
Yeah, you're okay giving this up, though, if you're Paris. They ended up having to invest pretty much everything there. So, Yaki, the duplicate, he'll get a recall here. He'll be able to live for a little bit longer.
Is there something about Mary? Good stick, though. Nicely done. Got something out of the duplicate. Now he'll have to back away. Paris here to come up with the answer. The Echo playing in a somewhat hostile situation against the Sojourn, but Yaki's getting value.
Yeah, you'll have the overclock here. You're also, that's going to be the Transcendence early. You're also going to end up getting another nano boost here.
Sticky bombs on Blood. No, charged up. Ultimate in tow. Gonna push up and play some close range rails. Oh my god! Oh, I really feel like the expectation is nothing short of excellence if you're a Sojourn player right now. We've seen all of these top DPS do disgusting things on it.
It's wild some teams just aren't playing it. So we've seen the Sojourn be really effective thus far as Paris looked really good here. In our first point, it'll be Gangnam Jin getting to the point, trying to keep this one going. He'll drop as everybody just going to come in stagger for New York.
See ya! Myeonbong probably hit the invisible wall there. He was knocked a hell of a long way off the map. Nice clean up by Dub here. Doesn't have to use the pulse bomb. Was probably holding on to it in case Kellen got close enough. But that'll be enough for the Eternal there. Great start to the round, and the finish was
in the 43%. Like, it looks like this was like relatively close, but it really wasn't. It was just one fight that New York was able to win. And I mean, I think you gotta, if you're New York, you kind of had to come into this series and being like, look, Paris not won a game. They look pretty terrible. They've replaced a DPS player brand new coming into this week. Like, this is a series you should take command over, right? In control. To lose that poorly there in that first round is quite tough. Oh, yeah.
Yes. Look. Yes. That's what we collect from the round. Thank you, EBS operator. I was glad to see that one. It happens sometimes.
Don played good on the Doom.
Absolutely.
That one wasn't that good, but the rest was really good from Don.
Here's what I wanted to see, the Wrecking Ball from Dan now. Paris have Dub on that Tracer again, but they're switching to now that Brig and that Zen setup.
You really like this though, with Khan on the Zen, right? And his Zen is sick, so... You know, with how Wub was playing on the Sojourn, now you bring in the damage from Khan's Zen.
Oh, okay. Someone just got put in a gelatinous cube. Nicely done by Yaki. Forced the recall instantly from Dub, and he wasn't in the fight when he had to be, and the target focus has been sublime here for New York early. It's Dridro and Khan, the first casualties.
Yes, Yaki can fly down with a focusing beam, picks up a few during that fight. So the Paris Eternal, they go to play in the point, they go towards that back. They actually throw the disruptor shot like back almost on the supports, trying to deter some type of dive, but does absolutely nothing as New York able to come in and wipe the floor with them.
Wub here trying to play to his optimal range. Unfortunately, a little tough to play from here because most of his opponents here play back at the point, and the fall off plus the sort of spread from Sojourn at longer range means it's a little hard to charge, actually. You really want to try and do it defensively as you get dove. So Paris taking their sweet time. Done. Up onto the point now to start the contest. Yaki given that Harmony Orbis. Myeonbong needs to avoid that disrupt. The shot! And he avoids the ground as well.
Yeah, the disruptor shot there is great because they can't poke and like see the middle of the point. They have to move towards one of the sides, and Don just rolls on in.
That's not what we mean by the floor is lava, though, Myunbong. Flora, Pulse Bomb, great connection on Dreidrosh here, but nice little slap from Dub. Parrot's going to maintain a little bit more point control, at least for a little longer here. Eventually, though, looks like they got ruined out in the courtyard, so what Dub was able to do was really only a drop in the well.
Yeah, as New York takes the point right back, so Paris Eternal not really able to get much of anything going here, as you see from the overhead POV. Do have the minefield. Discord down onto Flora as they're going to back him up a little bit.
Eyes on Dub here. Definitely been generating a lot of threat so far in this round. Can he and Dan rather link up? Quite a lot of spread of the mines on the point. So Dan not really trying to cover a specific entrance or again. Listen, Myunbong is look, I mean, the guy, you've seen him get salty. There's no way he's gonna be pleased about that. That guy is hard on himself. And that's gonna start getting into your head. Annoying as Dan again picks him off, but overextends and maybe overestimates the safety of that health pack there.
Yeah, and the rally comes through. Maybe he did not expect the rally coming in here. It's rally from both sides.
Oh no, you're kidding! I see. Well, then.
I mean,
Parasite gonna retake the.
So Wrecking Ball obviously gets stronger in terms of like environmental potential. You also have Zen with a kick, and then Brigitte with a whip shot. So lots of dangerous things going on in the back of the point there, with in terms of environmental skill. It feels experimental.
Some of the positioning has been experimental, like, you know, trying to find the first law of physics by throwing things off cliffs. That's experimental. Dub. Pulse Bomb there, but Wob's going to be able to catch Yark as he tries to dump altitude. The Transcendence is fine unless you're headshot by this. Wob eventually going to clink Gangnam Jim up, and Myunbong's not in much of a position to have impact post-Transcendence here. Peel the crunch, and all of a sudden Paris back in control. They're back in the lead.
And you look on the New York side, what do you have to work with here coming in? Not really much of anything, and Don has that minefield to spread all over the point, makes it very difficult to contest. You know, like a Transcendence to get in there. Could be Paris to have to take.
Kellen not able to be shifted there, of course.
His minefield's not great, it doesn't really cover a lot of the point.
I guess it buys time, means no one's going to run at Dan, because there's not a lot of healing available. I'm surely no. Okay. Blink there from Flora. Doesn't get knocked off the map this time around. Kellen, a lot of damage there. Great focus in a pinch. Paris able to eliminate the main tank for New York. One very charged up here, and yeah, that's a ton of damage. Forces Flora away once more. Fantastic cleanup for the Eternal here. There might be 0-7, but they're going to start this series off with a win. Good looks from Paris here. We got Wrecking Ball, we got Doomfist-based comps. Both of them, chef's kiss.
Yeah, they looked much better than New York there in map number 1. I think Wub on the Sojourn was sick, and I think as you see the series go on, if he's able to play that hero and Khan can continue this Zenyatta play, Paris Eternal looks primed to potentially get their first win.
New York a little flat so far. Let's see if they can find some yeast and attain the grain. They go too far. We got map number 2 around the corner. Yeast makes things rise. You know, starts from being flat. Don't rise up. No? Well, it's been a tough start in this season for the Paris Eternal, Matt. They have a brutal schedule in our kickoff clash qualifiers. They have multiple, personnel changes. The most recently, of course, Glister departing their roster. And still this team, plucky as they are showing us more depth than we've seen yet.
Yeah, and it seemed like Glister, obviously, it was a mutual parting. Probably just didn't really fit with kind of how the roster was evolving moving forward, and just going to agree it's not the right fit. Where Vistola will come in for Dawn here for the second map, I expect some more off-tank play.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We're heading to a map that has a bit more verticality here where, perhaps that's going to be required to some degree. We kind of know what Eichenwald gives us. A lot of teams have been going towards sort of Sigma-based compositions. Not all of them. As we know, the Outlaws still like to play Doomfist on this particular map, but you're right, Matt. With Vistola in, it telegraphs to us a little bit about what Paris want to do. So far from Dove, we obviously saw a lot of Widowmaker. We've seen Tracer here on Control. So our understanding of their map pool is starting to expand here, but there was a little disappointing start from New York, Matt. I mean, this is a team that hasn't had roster changes, has had a fair bit of time to try and sort of find their strengths here. And in a new meta, a new opportunity to showcase talent like Yaki, for example, they're still unable to put enough pressure on Paris early.
They're also full of veteran players, too. Obviously, Dridro, Khan, Vistola in the league last year. But Dove and Welliver are completely new, like really new, in terms of their play. And then really on the other side, you just have Kellen. But Kellen is a very accomplished player. Now we have Flora picking up the Sojourn. Okay, so let's see if this kind of evens the odd here, because Wall was really destroying on the Sojourn in map number 1.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if this is a better result for New York. We know that Flora was probably most known for being a prolific Ashe player, right? I think that when we saw New York competing in APAC, in the Eastern region, that's where we saw a lot of Flora, and that's where a lot of his most promising moments originated from. And I'm getting the impression, Matt, that the skill, the floor of impact for Sojourn players is quite high. So even players that we don't maybe rank in the top echelons of DPS players are able to do some really filthy things with the hero after her changes.
Well, you hit those right clicks, and that's where she does most of her damage. You're able to get a right click onto somebody full charge. If they're a little bit of the squishier targets with like Zenyatta and Tracer in the mix, like you're going to be able to pick up one of those kills rather quickly.
I mean, worth mentioning that Wub had the option to play Sojourn here as well, but has gone for the Hanzo instead. Maybe looking to pressure some of those sort of medium-range hit scan play, but it's going to have to be Dove here to try and bail the Eternal out of this situation. Sure enough, Flora's down. Gangnam Jim, he has a Hall of Harmony on him, so a little hard to run that. Baptiste down with the self-healing. Looks like New York have been able to hold ground for the time being, and you see the respect that Yaki still extends to a player like Khan.
And this is rough for Paris. You have 3 players here who are going to end up staggering out pretty long. So, yep, you're going to lose Vistola in both supports. Yeah, now you're going to have to wait to come back and attack. So
they can jump off the map if they want to. I think they feel like with, 3 players, they still have
they felt like with both supports, like an Immortality Field, the Sigma, you're able to live for a little bit longer. But yeah, there's a Hanzo pick right away.
Maybe that's why you take him as well. Always outranges the Sojourn outside of him and Sojourn ults, I guess. A lot of pressure on Yaki as well. He's really trying to keep himself scarce as Wub now starts to try and tighten his grip a little more. Sonic Arrow, limited information from that as Dove's Pulse Bomb doesn't really go anywhere near Myunbong. He's eventually going to fall to that Zen, but the cap is underway. Gangnam Jim playing back if he possibly can here, eventually gets shut down. But Kellogg getting rid of the Immortality Fields, able to deal with Wub as well. Transcendence here is going to be used by Myunbong just to make sure the Sigma can stand. So far, so good here for the NYXL.
Well, that's the Transcendence that comes out from Khan. So Myunbong ends up holding on to it there.
Oh, good heavens, it was.
Yeah, Khan is
I can't believe he used it in that situation.
Yeah, he's trying to keep people alive on the point.
It's like a
everybody falls rather quickly after that. You do get 2 ticks, though, if you're the Paris Eternal. As they'll commit to this Hanzo yet again. So I actually don't mind the Hanzo pick. Like you mentioned, outranges the Sojourn. Also has the capability with the Storm Arrows to one-shot up close.
All right. Flora living dangerously there with the power slide jump. Wub is under not a whole lot of pressure, and there's that Transcendence from Myunbong now. Okay, And Gravitic Flux, while Transcendence is in play, is an interesting call, but has to be an Immortality Field from Gangnam Jin. Flora's ultimate yields the kill on Wub, and Yaki's deciding the safest way to continue to limit Paris's chances to advance. Nose are up on the bridge. You saw Dove there, a chance for a one clip, but the Harmony Orb makes that a little bit more of a difficult task.
So now Wub is going to go over to the Sojourn, so see if this makes a big enough difference, as it did make the difference in map number 1. Paris on the point.
The Yaki 1v1, always favour Yaki here in general. Immortality Field from Gangnam Jin is now expired. Pistola running out of health here, has to throw up a shield to try and maintain some point presence, but Dove needs to be getting to work. All this time bought, and nothing gained for the Paris Eternal. They're washed away.
So they'll have another attempt though, Paris. You'll have an Amp Matrix that you can have the Sojourn shoot through. Khan will also most likely get a Transcendence, and you only need 1 tick, so not like you need a ton of percentage here, but who's going to be able to touch? It's got to be Dove.
10 seconds remaining.
Element Tracer still with the Pulse Swamp. 3 seconds left. It's go time. Gravitic Flux here. Okay, doesn't recall back into it fortuitously, but much of his team was caught in it, forcing an Immortality Field. Transcendence now going to be used by Khan. Hopefully, they're going to be able to get some more value out of this time around. Kellen, in the nick of time, steps back onto the point and prevents a full cap midway through the fight. Pulse doesn't stick, some damage there, but doesn't really push Myeonbong back far enough. But the Eternal able to get control of that point in the end, Matt.
Yeah, it looks like that as soon as they lose Kellen, nobody else there to get on and contest, and that'll be the Paris Eternal. Yeah. Able to take that first point. Yeah, I mean, there were people there, but it's not like New York, I think, would have been able to keep that going for long. So you see once that they switch over to the Sojourn. The Sojourn, obviously, you know, Wub now popping off like he did in map number 1, but still just enough constant damage and constant pressure, especially able to farm up some charge off of these Sigma shields to be able to get Paris over the line.
New York not too bothered here because it's such a slim time bank for Paris. 2 minutes to get through this phase of the map is, well, it's the bare minimum. And it's, again, precipitous, trying to make this kind of progress. Well, I'm not really sure even where to look right now. I mean, he's hoping for someone just to stick their head out a little too long and just get this free kill, essentially. Bear in mind, that rail charge will decay away after a while, and Flora, yeah, had him nailed. Damned if you do, and if you don't for Wub, it's either a rock or a rail.
Yeah, there's nothing he can really do there. Just a nice angle had by Flora, so to take out Dove as well. Man, the right click is just so strong coming through, especially with some of these like high-level hit scan players who, you know, like we've seen like Hydron really play like really good on the Sojourn. It's Pistola using their Gravitic Flux. That'll force out the Immortality Field there. And I guess you're gaining some more progress of the payload, but
They get a Transcendence out of him too, at the very least. Well, I'm hoping to punish Flora there, but doesn't really get the most out of the jump. Flora sees his backline go down and realizes that he's just a drop away. Yeah, he's just out of here. He's done. Paris is going to be able to get some extra progress here, and New York just going to group up for one last fight.
They'll have another opportunity here, get a hold, as they'll have their own Gravitic Flux, so potentially
nerves about Flora.
Play.
Flora's hanging back. He's about to be spotted right now, I think, by Dove. Yeah, okay. He needs to survive this. This is very scary.
Are they going to touch?
Yeah, okay. Finally, Kellen able to touch the card just in time. Dove, though, going to win out the battle against Flora and gets rid of Yaki. Very strange decisions here from New York, positioning-wise at the very least. And it just doesn't pay off. Paris get to continue what now looks like an inexorable march.
I think the New York DPS, they're trying to be a little bit sneaky here. Maybe get to the high ground and flank a little bit, so... a lot of the damage there onto Yaki comes from Khan, so it is a double kill from Dove, but Khan did a bulk of the damage there down onto Yaki, but this is huge, which could have looked like a point A hold for New York. They give up point B now as well. And look at how much progress they've given up here towards the end. Pistola's going to have his Gravitic Flux.
I mean, Pistola is being called upon to be their main dealer of death on this Paris roster. He's got the eliminations, his final blows rather, with both of his DPS combined. Wub, though, able to find Accretion purchase. Rather, Kellen. Wub can't do too much about that here. Sigma obviously showing just how strong he is in, you know, short-handed situations. Pistola being removed once more. And again, so Paris at all times now are going to be within like 30 seconds of the round being over.
So you trade out the Gravitic Fluxes on both sides. Dridro will have this Amp Matrix though. Amp Matrix plus Transcendence could be enough for the Paris Eternal to complete the map, and man, they would be extremely happy to do so.
Yaki had to get away from that one. Again, doesn't want to take the risk this time around. Got slapped upside the back of the head by Duck without expecting it last time. There's Pulse Bomb here once more for both Tracer players. And that trains
Paris just farming supports. Yeah, they're just farming support ults here.
They're going to have them. Here's that Air Matrix from Dridro. Immortality Field used so early. So early. This thing can't be stopped. Duck's going to be able to get in on the Myeonbong as Dridro's Immortality Field also expires. Yaki's going to be able to use that health pack. Dove doesn't have availability, but the Transcendence is going to do more than enough to keep him in the fight. Wub now can just stand on the card, dare anybody else to come towards him, try and pressure away. Gangnam Jim is trying to get some kind of angle, but it's going to be over. Wub finds the headshot, charge, rails, doing the work. And Paris get the map done.
Yeah, I mean, that is brutal for New York, because New York were playing really well there on their first point defense, almost had that. Then just kind of fell apart there in point B, and then gave up the whole map where, you know, if you want to be one of the top teams in the league, just in the top 8, not even one of the top teams, you got to be able to secure those types of grounds when the other teams are, they're not really giving it to you and you're playing well.
Frustrating for New York. Like you said, Matt, this map could have looked completely different. Paris able to just to sneak their way through. Again, I mean, Pistola, huge output on their Sigma. A third of his team's damage, almost double, you know, basically the final blows of his entire, you know, DPS line put together. And for New York, I think it was Fora who looked really good on that second phase of the map. Just starting to get some traction on that Sojourn. Here's some of Dridro's action there. Look at that response time.
And that allows them to hold on to that Transcendence, which is huge to get them over the line in the end. So,
and conversely, Matt, in that situation, Gangnam didn't use a really early sort of Immortality Field to try and protect against Dridro's Amp Matrix, I think. So Dove's able to go and kill Myeonbong.
Not good. We'll see though. New York able to bounce back potentially. You kind of see the talent they have, the potential, right? Where just they're able to hold there on point
Oh, Christ, I'm so bored of saying it. I just want to see the results. You know, I know, man, we do this every time. We sit and go, that team's got so much talent, and then,
well, it's like
they go
the shock game against Boss. Obviously, the shock played great, but like, I don't really think any different of the shock. Like, I just want to see them do that like against top teams. Like they're a team that we know can do that to like just about anybody. Like they need to just like do it against the top teams. Or like beating the Boston Uprising here in the first week, like mid-season madness. Like it's a great win, but it doesn't really kind of change. Like I still think that team's one of the best. Like
yeah, they swept the fuel as well. So you know it's pretty hard to feel doubtful about them. Right now, Paris looking pretty comfortable here defensively. It's pretty nasty.
They'll be able to take out Kellen here. Man, you just really wonder, like, Yaki's able to get one. He's getting Wub really low, almost able to finish him too, but like...
It's the eternal tail of Yaki.
Here we go. Flora's going to get one.
That's huge. Generally huge. Again, like, not a lot of burst healing available to Pistola right now. There it is. Regenerative burst, I think. Some shots from Dridro keep him up. Paris able to come back in here, and they have the Sigma Fruitly to work with. Yaki harassing them. Pistola would like to contest here, but he's concerned about Yaki getting a nasty pulse bomb inside this corridor, so he's trying to hold on a kinetic grasp, I think, to prevent that from being possible. Flora finds another one, Matt, eventually in the longer fight. Looks like things look far better for New York. They're able to run in now. Flora, the only casualty for New York. They're pretty clean, all things considered, and I had to wonder, like, what Pistola's trying to do in that position.
Yeah, I wonder if he was just trying to keep Yaki at bay. Also, farm up his Gravitic Flux.
Good to see you.
Right, I mean, conversely, yeah, I don't know, standing off at the point there, I guess. I think he was really worried about Pulse, but what are your odds of countering Pulse with Kinetic Grasp anyway? Like, they can't be that high. Surely someone else can watch the Tracer while you're
I mean, maybe even seeing if there's an opportunity to hit like an accretion on the Tracer and finish him off real quick, as Yaki was really a nuisance for them, even throughout all that first fight. So Yaki now on the flank.
All right. Again, he's very aware that were he just to walk up the stairs and present himself, he'd be in trouble. Give me a dub behind him. Dub. I don't think he realized Yaki was there. Question is, what does Yaki do with this information having been withheld from his opposite number? He's definitely waiting for a signal. That's it. That's the signal, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, maybe just trying to follow up on some damage put down through the M Matrix, because it doesn't have a pulse bomb, right?
I mean, I can't just turn around and slap him with the Discord immediately. So there was the element of surprise, not exactly giving him any advantage there. Transcendence, Wub sees it, so it doesn't really think to ult for the time being. Disruptor shot will be pretty helpful if New York want to push up through that corridor, and so they do. It's going to be a Gravitic Flux that catches Vistola, who's hit by a Discord Orb right now. So it has to be Dreidro saving his life with that Immortality Field. Harmony Orb and Vistola trying to keep him alive. Can they keep this Sigma up? They do it long enough to at least get rid of Kellen here, but now New York have high ground to use, and Flores popped that ultimate. Khan is in trouble.
I mean, Vistola got hit with everything there. I mean, no way they were going to be able to keep him up.
They even gave him the biggie bag. No chance he was going to survive there, but the fact that he gets a trade before he goes down is ridiculous.
Yeah, it's kind of huge. And now you can come back, you can fight this with your Transcendence if you are the Paris Eternal. See though, Yaki with a Pulse Bomb this time can make a big play.
Yaki once again dueling with Dub. Dub has a Harmony Orb on him, whereas Yaki did not at the time, so having to respect that somewhat. Khan looks like a juicy target here. Yaki says happy birthday to the ground with that bomb. And here's the Transcendence from Khan. That's been forced out, and there's going to be an Matrix up, but Gangnam Jim's going to use it pretty much straight away here, primarily in order to heal Kellen up. Wub off the map for whatever reason. Not a great start, but Vistola able to even up the deficit here. But the back line of New York is still looking pretty hale and hearty. It's up to Vistola here to keep things going, and okay, only Kellen caught in the Gravitic Flux, but they get him low enough to secure the insta-kill when he drops.
Yeah, it's still enough to get that kill. Even though you lost Wub early, maybe you just kind of didn't have like the jump after the power slide to stay on the map. Still big though. Nice play from the supports. The Paris Eternal playing off to the side. We'll see here from Wub's POV.
Oh. Okay, something behind him. Oh, did he just slide forward and not?
I think that was a slide forward, and maybe he thought he was gonna maybe try to get the jump before he
did his
hit
jump
off
get
the lip.
cancelled?
Yeah, maybe he didn't get the jump off.
Interesting. A little bit of a weird one, that. We've seen a few of those. Vistola, 13-6 right now. He's insane. Close to deadlift territory right now on this Sigma. Big part of the Eternal success so far. Can he keep it up? All right, Dreidro's Immortality Field is down. It was an Amp Matrix from Dreidro as well as Flora tries to get a better position. Paris have to do something, and quick. All right, they're able to get to the card. It's going to be a Gravitic Flux from Vistola. What will this yield? Dub comes up on a platter. Wub can't quite get it to Gangnam Jin, and that's going to be that. New York eventually prevail here with a surplus of 1 minute.
Yeah, so Paris bought some time, but still, New York's offense looking really good. With Flora now on the Sojourn, just kind of mirroring these matchups in terms of the comps, New York looks to be able to hang, where map number 1, they did not play the Sojourn, they play like an Echo kind of composition, and did not look great. And now you're starting to see them play a bit better. Some ultimates on line here for the Paris Eternal, though. Dealt with a Pulse Bomb and an Overclock here for Wub. Should be enough for them to play pretty aggressive on this corner.
Yaki waits for the healing. Now it seems like it's going to be time to go. Overclock from Wub here, but Flora and Kellen have already struck gold. Eureka! As Yaki makes it another one. Pulse Bomb not required now as New York is set up to end the map with some time in the bank and even more than 1 minute to work with, which is huge.
Yeah, that would be massive. Khan coming out, though, maybe with a Transcendence. They're going to have to touch as Wub goes over to the Genji.
And this is where they're really weak against the Pulse, which Vistola immediately receives without Dreidro there. He can't be topped up in a pinch, but still the Eternal have to go to the card. Transcendence is pretty well timed from Khan. If they didn't have it there, they would not have it at all. Vistola now on the cut, again just trying to be the anchor as the Immortality Field is deployed to the back line of New York, and keep an eye on Dub. Trying to make a flanking play from the right-hand side there. A lot of pressure on Vistola. Eventually he gets taken down by his own Hyperspheres, and that's the Immortality Field out of play for Paris. And again, that endless aggression from New York is going to propel them forward. It'll be Dove finally falling, Cart finally arriving. They're under a minute, but still, decent little addition to time bank now as we head to extra innings.
Yeah, good offense from New York. Looks much better playing this Sigma-based composition than they did on the Wrecking Ball type of stuff in map number 1. see if they can pull out a map window. Paris started to get rolling a little bit once that Wob switched over to the Sojourn. We'll see if he plays it on offense to kick things off versus that Hanzo.
Wob obviously in a position there, if he can, find a pick, which sometimes seems a little speculative. Paris's, 1 minute time bank can still easily be converted into, considerable cart progress. It was Flora, though, for the first half of New York's defensive side that really stood tall. Able to find some key rail pickoffs here. Again, because of the presence of these two Sojourns, or at least one of them, expect a large amount of volatility based off these insta-picks. We expect to see the same from, Widow-based compositions or anything that can, offload burst damage in a pinch.
I think the difference with, like, Widow-based compositions, right, is Widow has to scope in, be a little bit slower, right? Hanzo doesn't have the same level of mobility. Like, Sojourn has the mobility and does not have to, like, stop. It's like
there's zone control too.
Kills, right? Yeah.
Yaki playing a little further forward here early. He wants to try and get in Dub's head, show him that he's not afraid to take some risks in the Tracer 1v1. That's generally where most of Yaki's stock has grown from. Paris
First
able
pick
to
would be
get
huge
past the
here
choke.
for Paris.
Yeah, no Hanzo this time, right? While playing, I would say, a little safer. Stop the shot deployed, but doesn't really do much. They're trying to cut Kellen off from the rest of his team, but that would have been a nice rail to hit, Matt. You're going to wish you had that one back.
Yeah, those are the ones that you need to hit in that, like, medium to long range versus the Tracers as Flora comes up and hits the shot.
Now he can start to play a little bit aggressively. He knows that, he can't be one-shot at range, and that is a beautiful disruptor shot. Kind of know where to go. Flora instead tries to play a little bit more aggressively, and this is what we were asking to see. This is what we wanted from New York. And Paris barely stand a chance at having a cap here.
Yes, Flora's looked fantastic on the Sojourn, which is odd that they didn't play to map number 1. So New York will prevent Paris from getting any progress here. We'll see if New York can take this map on the other side.
I mean, anything less than a win here for New York is completely unacceptable. Now with, a minute 56 on the clock. I mean, if they end up drawing this, they won't be happy. Let's be honest. And again, we saw as soon as Flora picked his spot, was able to find that first elimination, it snowballed out of control from there. That's what we kind of mean when we talk about that level of volatility that these compositions present, especially with Discord Orb being a factor. Tracers get nuked instantly if they hit a rail with a Discord Orb.
Ready for battle.
We'll see if... I mean, it would be massive if Paris can hold on here on defense, right? It's,
oh, God, imagine that.
Yeah, with how kind of their offense looked on point A. Remember, like, they barely were able to complete the map. They kind of came up clutch on point A and B, and then kind of pushed it all the way home, where New York had a little bit of an easier time on their offense.
I mean, Yaki and Flora, after that round, went absolutely insane. Both of them have 16 final blows. Yaki's 16-3 right now. It's disgusting.
5,
It's kind of
4,
crazy.
3,
So I'm really looking
again,
at...
if Paris lose a player, sorry, if Paris lose for Stola early, they need to switch to Doom here.
Yeah, I mean, almost certainly, right? Because New York would be able to just kind of go in constantly and be able to just kind of flood the point. I'm looking at what for Paris Eternal, right? In this kind of Sojourn matchup where Flora hits a shot early in that first half to pick up a kill, see if he can do the same.
Flora's full charge, but hit with an accretion. Rail not connecting either. Still, he wants to push up through the choke. Pistola playing that off angle as you expect to see Sigma there, and it's really important to keep Sigma alive in this spot. Yeah, and you see those healing resources definitely being levied in order to keep Pistola in the fight, but he's given the Discord Orb right now, and I think New York might try and pounce on him. So they forced him back. While trying to gain some space, or at least make it harder to pick out of the computer shop here, but New York don't seem bothered. Pistola there, that's a Discord Orb. Again, still stuck to the Sigma. First casualty here, not a great start for Paris. Wub needs to get to safety. Missing that rail, and Gangnam Jimmy needing one himself. Bad news bears here for Paris.
Yeah, as New York able to take the point, so Pistola has to play up in that type of position, right? Needs to control that space, can't allow New York to walk in for free. but just so much damage coming down onto him with the Discord Orb in play. In New York, after that pick, they just collapse onto the point and they're able to take it and take this next map.
Yeah, the reality is, Matt, when it comes to these Sigma compositions, these two teams might be a lot closer together than that first map may have implied. Fasola was the shining spot on his team in that round on the Sigma, but Yaki and Flora fired up when they had to, and these weapons, that's what New York's been supposing to make use of all year so far. Stick around, everybody. Map number 3, where we see if these two teams will continue to keep it hot and heavy, neck and neck after the break.
Check my baby G-Shock, said it's time. All my thoughts linked up, multiplying, no divide. Dropping hit after hit, never miss, it's a crime. But my karma stay lit, Buddha sit by my side.
Major selling point for this New York Excelsior team was, of course, a veteran backline, but crucially, lethal weapons in the DPS role. And now, I'm not going to lie, starting to feel more inclined to reach for my wallet. They're starting to show up a little bit more in this series, and despite Eichenwald being relatively close, it was at least New York able to take it up a gear, go up a level when it came to those extra innings, and look like the completely dominant team in that frame.
Yeah, and it'll be interesting now with Don coming back in for the Paris Eternal. Do they want to try and go play more of that Doomfist that we saw in that first map? Maybe some of the Wrecking Ball, different types of tanks as we go into Gibraltar.
Yeah, no surprise to see that sort of switch up here. And I think Vistola was the best player, at least by impact on Paris in that previous map here. So the expectation that those two DPS players especially step up here remains, because they need to do something to nullify again Yaki and Flora, who seem to be easing into a bit of a groove here. Flora especially, we know what Yaki's normally a 1v5 mindset kind of player as it is, but with Sojourn, a very powerful weapon in Flora's hands, we're starting to see a little bit of that confidence return.
Well, I think with the Paris Eternal sub at tank, like, you can play Sigma here on Gibraltar, right? Sigma has been very strong in almost all of the maps thus far. I think it just shows that they probably want to speed up the pace a little bit more. They want to get back to some of that dive style that worked in map number 1.
You don't think they'd try and play Winston?
I mean, we've seen teams do it. We've seen teams do it.
We've been very critical of those that have done so, right? I feel like
they still do it.
Wrecking Ball's more likely, maybe Doom?
I think Doom, if anything.
Of course they do it because we don't care. They don't care what we say.
That's a good point.
Toronto just wanted to play Winston, you know? Fair enough.
Oh. 0 for 1 from Kellen. Let's see. He's got this.
Yeah, see, it's really styling if you do the accretion rock jump, you know? It's
unnecessary. See from Paris here. I think this is just trying to maybe get like a pick off the rip, and then we'll see what they actually want to go with.
Yeah, remember when you could hold hook this? Good times. Start making a switch as well.
Alright, so they will play the Winston. They combo it with a Genji, so Wub will be playing the Genji with Dove now playing Sojourn. So a change up in terms of DPS. We know Wub is very good on Genji. We've seen him play that in the past, but now we'll get to see Dove on the Sojourn as they will play that Winston. So you talked about it, like not really loving it. They combo it with an Ana here, an Ana break.
Well, I'm curious to see how it lines up against, Sigma in terms of front lines. Radan has to play a little bit differently, perhaps. He's hit with the Discord Orb, but Dub's able to find Gangnam Team early on, and that Immortality Field is down already. So Dan gets the backline for lunch.
And look, maybe you don't love it as much than like a Sigma-based setup, but when Paris was playing that dive in map number 1, they were getting to the supports of New York all of the time, being able to take them out with relative ease. Maybe they want to go back and try and put some more pressure onto the backline of NYXL.
Wub has that high ground spot now as Dridro is able to shrug off the accretion from Kellen, who when he's seen a lot of space, Wub just gets caught in the midst of the entirety of that New York team. Yaki had to recall there, but didn't have it available. Still, Dove the only one really outputting some kills here. It is going to be New York able to muscle their way back in. Kellen takes care of that.
Yeah, Paris almost able to turn it there. It was a big biotic grenade there from Khan that came in. They get the cart very close to that first checkpoint, so looking quite good here on the Winston to kick things off.
A decent start again. Look, I think things really came together for Paris when it came to hitting the backline in the previous fight. Now the cat's out of the bag about them playing dive, and Dove isn't going to be able to do nearly as much as he did previously, owing to the fact that he's currently deceased.
So they'll try and back up here, Paris. Maybe just try and hold some of this high ground control. You have some options here. You can nano the Winston, you can go with a nano blade. A few different options here for Paris to use this nano.
Yaki keeping Dan from moving down to the low ground, and that is a blunt blade if I've ever seen one.
I think we'll have to take a look at the replay. I actually believe that's a 6 shot from Myungbong that comes down right before the nano is able to take into effect. I believe they end up using the Nano onto Wub there, although it could have been accidentally used onto another target that like stepped in front of him. But I believe that's what happened. Is Wub was the recipient of the Nano, but maybe just kind of got killed as the effect was taking place.
Yeah, I feel like he took a fair bit of damage on the way as well, and he was inside an Immortality field, so it would have been a tough blade, even with the Nano to make work. And again, Yaki gets rid of Dove. Second consecutive fight that he's been able to take the Sojourn out of the picture immediately. He's really doing his job right now. It's going to have to be a transcendence here from Yeonbong, though, in the absence of Kellen, and Flora looks to reposition hastily. Khan turns his attention elsewhere, apparently, as Flora is given a bit of space now to work with. Getting back on the card, it's going to be a whole different kettle of fish. Trigger wasn't able to shrug off the pulse bomb there by the looks of things. He maybe tried to turn it away from his teammates, but he's down. Yaki's still on the cart. This is definitely where he does his best work, and Flora's elimination on Wub is going to shut the Eternal down again. 27 seconds.
Yaki has been sick here on this map on the Tracer, being able to pick up so many solo kills, really busting up any Paris Eternal push before it even starts. Paris will have one more go with this. 15 seconds on the clock. They'll have a Nano here. Potentially use on Don or Wub.
D.Va here to intercept the dive as well. So Dan needs to be careful. The D.Va and the Discord Orb is a terrible combination to have to walk into. He's given a Nano boost here from Khan, and it's going to be Flora slipping and sliding to safety. Yaki's pulse bomb, I mean, he would have loved another one, but my God, he's generating them awfully quick. Kellen pressured heavily on the high ground, and a two-player Bionic Grenade onto the backline forces the Immortality field from Gangnam Jin. He has an Air Matrix, he's going to use it here, but it's a little bit of a sharp angle, a little bit acute in both senses of the term. And Paris will get there, only just.
Yeah, as that Biotic Grenade there from Khan was massive. It lands on both supports, and you can see a little bit from the overhead POV. Wub did like a fantastic job. He was occupying both supports around most of that fight, like inside of the doorway as Genji being able to use the deflect. They use the Ant Matrix there. They're not able to poke out. It does an excellent job just occupying them and letting the team deal with the rest of the players there on the card. So Paris able to take that first checkpoint. Now they get top of the shuttle, so this is huge.
What's your vibe check on the D.Va here for Kellen? He's staying on this pick.
We've seen teams run the D.Va against this type of competition, and D.Va is obviously great in terms of any type of like 1v1 type of battle, so being able to put some more pressure onto the back line is huge with D.Va.
You see, Kellen is just thinking, though, of being a more peel-oriented player at the moment, trying to deal with Dan, but that Primal Rage means that Dan can shrug off a lot of that extra attention from healers. This Discord Orb, though, means that D.Va approaching is a little scary, but it's a fantastic Bionic Grenade there from Khan. Really slants that duel in favor of Dan. And the Dragon Blade here from Wub doesn't need a Nano to have some impact. He found Gangnam Jin on the high ground. A Pulse Bomb there came in from Yaki. No kill as a result. And Wub finds Flora as well. This time getting the Nano. Doesn't need it for the blade. Keeps him alive when it counts, man.
Is it going to be enough, though? Oh, actually, it looks like they're going to use the overclock here. This should be enough for Paris Eternal. Everybody dropping here for New York. Wub on the Genji's been so difficult for them to stop.
It's been absolutely crucial. Again, a little bit hard to deal with those flankers that want to close the gap. And I think we saw, Genji sort of dropped a little bit when we saw much more Winston's brought in, because Genji, it makes his spacing a little more awkward. He wants to sort of just hover close to his target in order to get a lot of damage from shurikens to set up follow-ups. But Winston just creates a zone, obviously, where the defensive counter just locks on. That Genji doesn't really want to enter. Against the Sigma, though, Wub clearly feeling a little more confident. Dove now back onto the Widow for these longer sightlines in their last phase.
Yeah, and some really good high ground that the Widow can access here. It's Yaki with another early pick-off. He's going to occupy the payload as well, prevent any type of progress.
So Dan now over to the Doomfist here.
You might need to make a change, potentially.
Yaki's really just doing what he wants here. He doesn't mind that there's a Doomfist picked against him. He's going to continue to harass Dub, who's had a real tough time. Despite that, I mean, see Yaki's eyebrows at risk of disappearing into his hairline. As you can see by his cam, very difficult thing to do right now. As he sees Dub still get that big kill, but the Pulse Bomb with a vengeance. Yaki's back in the fight.
He has had a sick map. Flora's going to pick up some kills here towards the end, so they'll be able to control some more high ground. So a minute on the clock for the Paris Eternal. So, you might end up with a Nano Blade here, which Wub will have to go off with.
9-4 for Yaki. Final blows deaths. I think again, having to play a little dangerously, honestly, to spend so much time in the backlines as he is, continually keeping tabs on Dove. But watch Dove's position. It's very conservative to start with. Wub knows that can't really be hurt with that deflect there. Not a lot of mechanisms to sort of circumvent that defensive cooldown.
Yeah, he gets hit with a Discord, and then they use the M Matrix, and they do a nice job of backing out. So see if he can find anything here. You're going to get some overhealth with the rally.
All right, there's Dove. Strikes again. But Myunbong's also fallen. Dove able to find a pick, but Kellen caught him in the Gravitic Flux. Perhaps Dove, that was a mid-air kill for all we know. Flora's going to be there with a railgun, though the Genji's down, and he had a Dragon Blade. Khan was hoping to maybe come back, deploy the Nano Boost. But the card.
Yeah,
well, I mean, a chance for Paris to get there.
Never an opportunity to use that Nano Blade there. Some big kills picked up by the New York Excelsior before they were even able to use that deadly combo. Those are massive kills. I mean, you know, Nano Blade, who knows what happens at that point, right?
Yeah, things get out of hand pretty quickly if Wub's able to actually get a Nano Blade, which he technically didn't at all that round. We sort of talk about how well Wub was doing, but a lot of that was just sort of, like you mentioned, occupying backliners, getting in people's faces, knowing there's no Winston to constantly just sort of force him back. He knows he can play around his deflect cooldown and you know, get height where it's going to be a little bit hard to chase him there. So I like that from New York though, Matt, to be honest. You saw Kellen make the switch towards the D.Va, knowing that, hey, I'm dealing with like a more antiquated composition from Paris right now, that sort of dive. And it looks like Gibraltar is still demanding that you kind of play this way. I wonder what we get out of Flora here, whether he goes for a Widow duel. Interesting.
Yeah, see, if he opts for it, I think if you see that Dove is going to be running it on the other side, I think you can opt into it. He's pretty effective, though, even with the Sojourn in the matchup. I think, yeah, he's going to go to it, the Sojourn. I think you could opt for the Widow just because of, like, the high ground control here at the start for the defensive side of things, or maybe you want the Widow to counter that. But if New York is going to play aggressive around this Winston, you're going to dive, the Sojourn's a great option.
Yeah, could be concerns about Genji getting up in Flora's face. You know, if he is playing Widow, a little bit easier to deal with the Genji as Sojourn. All right, so it's going to be Winston Mirror here once more. Flora just looking to try and control, at least kind of know where Wub is going to be coming from at any point. Darn hit with a defensive Bionade there, and Dove strikes first. Kellen is down. The tip of the spear snapped.
They get to sleep on a Yaki, but they're not able to finish him off. As you see Don, look how aggressive he is.
Oh my. Nothing is more Yaki than that. Unfortunately, Wub catches him as he tries to back away. Too aggressive, too early from New York.
Still making car progress, though, for New York.
Marginal. Okay. Maybe for a second guessing the Sojourn pick now.
I mean, yeah, Dove's starting to heat up a little bit on the Widowmaker, control some of these sight lines from the high ground. Flora won't switch yet.
Dove starting to look a little bit more comfortable now as this round continues.
Gaijin is lucky that Kellen took the shot.
Kellen just took that for the team.
Yeah. That was a headshot that was lined up.
We're really seeing the bonds of brotherhood on this New York roster. That's great. Definitely want to see them finish this round. Looks like Kellen there, yeah, with a bit of assistance from Myunbong's able to pick off Dritro. So New York found the opening. They exploited it very quickly. So they're off to the races here, man. They should have this checkpoint pretty comfortably now, especially with Flora's ability to position safely here.
Do they come back and challenge it maybe with like the Primal Rage? No, they're going to opt to give it up. Yeah, they're going to just take shuttle control here at the start. So they're going to opt for just taking the high ground.
All right, then for a sight there for Dove. Gonna be at least Tippy. I mean, he could see through walls, yet didn't see Kellen coming. Wub instead tried to help him out, gets hit with a body grenade that was intended for Dove, and then falls to Kellen. Well, no, people taking shots for each other all over the place here. It's admirable. It is, but can be avoided too.
Yeah, I think he was just so worried about the Sojourn at range, and then Yaki. And also, Kellen is above him, so he can't really even see him there with the Infrasight. He'll be Dove with a switch over to Tracer, so a bit of an old school Tracer Genji setup here for the Paris Eternal.
Kellen with like what had to be 4 eliminations there, final blows rather, in that fight. And now he's in a very annoying position. That's a nice fire from Yombo, make it harder for Dan to do this. He has the Primal there. Not the best situation to go for Primal. He realizes that it's like, well, I can't get anyone in this room. I'll just try and maybe set up the blade, but it's a bit of a non-bow. With that dispersion coming from Primal, it's harder for one to get to his intended targets. Dan's not going to get out alive either. This is shambolic from Paris.
I mean, nothing Wub can do there. Fantastic play. Reaction from the NYXL. They end up using Primal, Rally. They use the overclock and Nano there to get it done. But still, fantastic counter when that dive came through.
Nasty little back spawn there, but that really can't be avoided here. So that right click is a bit more spammy now for Winston. Doesn't take nearly as much ammunition to fire it. All right, Dredro there given a nade by Khan, who at this time didn't want to push it all out of spawn. Khan's going to be getting up the slope pretty quickly here, Madden. You know, the Eternal really want to try and take some of these defensive positions. So Yaki just sits himself here and says, if you want this, you're going to have to fight for it. And Wub tried and failed.
Yeah, not able to get back towards Dredro. Yaki with a pulse bomb, man, during the rally. That is huge. Just Yaki turning up here on Gibraltar.
Yeah, this is what we need to see from New York. And, well, we got it in map 2. We're getting it in map 3 as well. This is going to be a comfortable win. I'm talking like blanket fort level comfortable. As New York go ahead in the series now, off the back of some pretty insane tank play. I've got to put it out there. Kellen instrumental on the Winston, showing the Eternal how it's done.
Yeah, and Yaki clean there on the Tracer. So now we've seen Paris. They've tried some Winston-based setups. We've seen the Sigma. We've seen Doomfist. What do they go to in this next map? I think depending on which tank it'll be really telling for New York, and they'll be able to game plan against it.
But again, the weapons that needed to be firing from New York are doing just that right now. If they can keep this trend up, this should be pretty much all said and done after this next map. So stick around. Can the Eternal hang on? Can they keep the flame burning? Or it'll be New York to snuff it out. Calling all community artists. Submit your art celebrating the Overwatch League for a chance to be featured on the fan art gallery and maybe even make an appearance on the broadcast. That's right, you can join Griffin in sharing those particular honours. Big shout out, obviously, to the art we've seen so far. 17 Woo, incredible depiction, I think, of.
For a second, I thought you were going to say big shout out to Griffin.
Yeah, shout out to my kid for keeping me up and denying me sleep and being cute. Yeah, legend. Big fan of it, especially at 6 a.m.
You feel the love just radiating.
No. No shortage of that. Don't you worry about that, ladies and gentlemen. But I've got to say,
he's fine.
No love lost between these two, though,
Yeah.
Matt. My God,
No.
they were beating the heck out of each other in that previous round of those Winston compositions.
Yeah, back and forth game there on Gibraltar, but New York just looked really strong in the end. That's 2 maps in a row for New York. Paris, they'll bring in Pistola here for Colosseo, so that tells me that they want to play probably some more of that Sigma-based compositions, maybe some Zarya, no, potentially. We haven't seen teams really opt for it as much, really, at all throughout this second tournament.
No,
It was
just
strong
none,
early on.
right? At
I
least
think we saw one team try. I think Dallas tried it. I think there was
No,
teams
we
that
had a
actually played
Mandela
alone.
effect. So what happened there was Danny said that they did it. He was wrong, but we assumed that Danny was correct, even if we didn't remember every second of the Dallas game.
I listen to whatever Danny Lim says.
Yeah, me too. I mean, that's kind of what put us there in the first place. But I actually don't think that they did do that. Nor do the very astute people at home, as there was a discussion about it. So,
I mean, Danny's believable. Who doesn't believe
No,
Danny?
he is. He's got a believable face. It's very believable. That's a big part of
Us that don't
he's
trust
there.
that guy. Reinforced?
No.
Not at all. Danny
Yeah, no,
Lim.
not Johnny. Johnny's sussy, you know what I mean? But Danny, I trust him. Who did he pick for this game? That's what I want to know.
I don't remember. I think he picked New York.
All right, who you got here, Matt, then? If I'm going to ask you. I mean, New York look pretty
I'm
comfortable.
riding
We're
with
heading
Danny
back to-
Lim. I'm riding with Danny Lim.
Danny Lim says, well, I hope that he got behind New York here.
He could have picked Paris, for all we know. So they will play the Sigma-based composition. So we saw this on Eichenwald between both of these teams. Mirror matchups. So just to remind you guys, if home push becomes a little bit longer, it was 8 minutes, now the time limit up to 10. So we've seen that kind of result in like more long pushes for teams and not really as much in terms of like comebacks, right?
Yeah, right. So we see it in situations where like it's kind of one-sided, that the extra time doesn't exactly equate to comeback, and still getting to triple digits before your opponents is like it's a huge difference maker here. So we're definitely looking to see who can put their best foot forward early on. A lot of flanking going on right now. Looks like Flora's really trying to rattle the cage here as Yaki also dives in, harassing that back line. Pressure on Dredro. Recall though for Yaki. A little too close there, and he's in a bit of a tough spot. He's going to double blink out here.
Both teams just kind of looking for position, and Flora with a shot again onto the Sojourn. It makes you feel like it's so weird they didn't play to map number 1, as he's been able to get these early picks and fights constantly.
Khan feeling under a lot of pressure there. He's definitely sectioned off from where the rest of his team was, and yet Flora eventually takes him down as well. So again, we see these poke compositions actually give us like pretty long first fights. Because teams are less inclined to just fully commit here. You just don't do that with Sigma-based comps. So it's a war of attrition, to quote Brennan Hook, and then eventually you can break through and get that bot moving.
Yes, New York will get it moving into Paris Eternal territory. It's Yaki with a pulse bomb. He's done a nice job connecting with a few of these throughout the series. So that'll be an Ant Matrix set up on the high ground here. They're going to put Flora right behind that.
Yaki almost tilts out of his chair there as he tries to will his pulse bomb in the correct direction. Unfortunately, even that wasn't quite enough. Kellen's stuck though, Dove. Able to get purchased there, and yeah, Sigma could be in a bit of trouble here. Caught side of Gravitic Flux. They can't top him up before he drops back down. So Paris have the answers here in this sort of second fight. They're going to be able to attempt to equal that early progress from New York.
Yeah, they'll at least get the barrier moving, right? We don't know how much they're going to be able to get it to, because teams usually will back out and try and not fight for that high ground area here. They'll usually kind of like get the bot right up until, maybe where the line is actually for the Paris Eternal, and then try and back out. So they don't want to push into the high ground.
All right, sharp angle here again for Dredro. hoping to turn the tables. And Immortality Field for Gangnam Jim got taken down pretty early. Rob is waiting for Florida to walk into his crosshairs. Kellen is about to get Minster.
Yes. Well, really patient there with the overclock. So with the Paris Eternal taking the lead, they dump everything into that Transcendence, Amp Matrix in the overclock and YXL, they end up using their Transcendence early. It was really nice pressure there from Vistola and Dridger to force that out. So look at this high ground control now for the Paris Eternal. Set up on this bridge, let one person stay on the bot to keep them moving.
They need to get Vistola to give ground is the first objective here for New York. Flora playing from the buildings. All right, gets a fair bit of damage done. More than enough there for New York to be able to push back in. Again, Paris weren't in a particularly disadvantageous position based on where the bot was. But a lot of ultimates there being used for New York just to secure the bot, trying to put themselves back in, you know, pole position.
It's good push, though, for Paris, right? Because New York now has to push into that high ground control. That was talking about so difficult to do. Yeah, so it's going to have to be 2 fights in a row here for New York to take the lead.
Unless for God knows what reason Paris decides to give, you know, more ground here. I'd be a little surprised, considering they have high ground, but I've seen crazy things before.
They took him from us.
Yeah, okay, so it's New York that gives ground here. It'll have to be another fight, at least. Who is Yaki looking for? I think he hears Khan. So yeah. Well, I mean, Nyunbong gets caught there a little bit low in health. All right, they're going to equalize at least. Dridger Immortality Field. Yaki's like, are you kidding me? You saw him look up and right to the kill feed. He's furious.
Yeah, it's the Immortality Field. We've seen that a few times from Dridger throughout the series. Right there, like, it took Yaki so long to, like, kind of, like, make a play where Dub goes right in, able to take Myungbong out. And even though the pulse spawn connects from Yaki, it's still just the Immortality Field from Dridger that's right there to play defense, secure that, where maybe if Yaki's a little bit more active in the fight early.
Well, it's a lot of poke damage was on Myungbong as well. I mean, Dove only has to get rid of a half HP Zen from sort of medium to, you know, medium range there. So it was kind of set up for him as Paris were more effective at least and get that early damage down. Riddick Flux, that's going to be catching just the Baptiste here of Gangnam Jim. We should be able to shrug that off with the help of the Immortality Field. Vistola now feels like he's a bit exposed, and he is. He's overextended somewhat. So New York can shift this back, and we're just under halfway through the round here, so still anyone's game, but New York need to sort of find a way to construct a convincing fight win with the bot under the enemy bridge.
And like we talked about, you're going to need to win 2 fights in a row if you're New York. You get this kill onto Dub, it's a little bit late, but you see where Paris is able to push up to. Kind of get in this position here, you can play defense. If you win this, obviously you keep the payload moving back towards the other side, but you might even have a second fight.
Yaki has a pulse bomb here, so if he's tracking Khan's Transcendence, he's trying not to go for the Zen. Right, well, Dridger's there. Immortality Field got forced out, so Yaki's going to have to be happy with that. Looks like that really opens the way for the rest of his team as Flora gets rid of it. Now has Overclock available. Had to go inside his own Immortality Field for a spell once more. I like the positioning of it there from Gangnam Jim. But there's more work to be done. Paris trying to hold on here. Discord Orb applied to Vistola right now. With Myungbong going down, that damage amp is no longer available. Khan, a little bit of a compromising spot to be in here as Flora tries to find him. He walks into the trap for Wub.
In Dove with 2 Discord Orbs, obviously, on the supports coming down for the help, but able to take out the entire backline there of New York, as that is massive. That's a few times now where Dove has gotten in, made huge plays on the supports.
If there's any doubt about whether Dove was, you know, ready for an assignment like this, I think that's been quashed by now. Standing up against a veteran Tracer player in a lot of 1v1 situations, and up against a team who's really hungry to get more than just that 1 win on the board. Dove's done a fantastic job giving an account of himself. Wub here sees that Immortality Field. Okay, odd spot. Gonna pick that off. Amp Matrix here will let Paris get a little bit of extra progress, but eventually New York are gonna try and clap back with his Transcendence.
We'll see though, you've gotten a lot of good progress here for the Paris Eternal. New York, what are you going to do? You're going to have to, yeah, Paris is going to back out. They don't want to go and fight that up on the high ground. They've lost that control, so let's fight here at the choke. New York has to push into them.
You can sense that frustration starting to mount a little bit there for Yaki. Try as he might to make these individual plays happen. He's not getting a lot of value. He does have yet another pulse bomb built up, so he's getting them, you know, every other fight, essentially. but he needs to get a connection. He needs to find a key pick, not here, but with the bot in Paris territory.
Right, exactly. That'll be
those.
Oh, it's the immortality again.
Oh my god. It is so good.
That is so sick. Yaki's got to be so tilted.
Yeah. Okay, Transcendence here though, so good support utility to respond to a lot of this key ult because Vistola's not going to be able to find too much from that Gravitic Flux, but does been able to get in fight too, though Kellen and Flora fall one by one. Dub clearly taking time to smell the roses and find eliminations here in New York. I'm going to call it. I think this is going to be, 90 seconds plus of them just looking average.
This, man. Paris has really turned up to another level. I feel like JoJo's had a fantastic map. Like a few times where Yaki could have gotten big pulse bombs that would have turned the tide. Been able to negate those with the immortality field. Because Kellen will end up using his Gravitic Flux to be an Amp Matrix that comes down. But I feel like Dub as well, doing a nice job getting the support in New York.
So Dreidra has 3 deaths prevented, and I think they've all been pulse bombs. Speaking of which, this time Gatling didn't able to do that. As Dub is stymied by the immortality field. All right, New York. Again, winning where they absolutely have to. They have control of the bot once more, but they have 1 minute left, and I'll be honest with you, the odds are not looking very good. They keep getting snarled up in the middle part of the map. They keep falling to this flank pressure of Dub.
So they do have this Amp Matrix. We'll see, maybe they're able to make use out of that, right? If you do this Amp Matrix, and then let's say you get a Pulse Bomb kill here from Yaki, you're able to win that fight. You're still looking at 3 potential fights, though, right? That are going to have to go in your favor.
Khan is tied for first in final blows on his team. His Zenyatta is, excuse me, extremely nasty. 6 and 4 right now. Final blows to deaths. Another way with Pulse Bomb. Another immortality field to eat it up. Again, Dreidra absolutely switched on. Here's that Transcendence now for Khan as the Eternal try and strike back and end this round, or at least move into overtime with control of the bot here. Yaki has to go to another level right now, but he just can't find a target that's low enough to burst down with just the 1 clip. Wipe now going to pop the overclock, and this means that the New York Excelsior have to give a bit more ground. Transcendence from Myeonbong. Wipe extended too far into that. Clearly wasn't ready for it. 2 players caught in the Gravitic Flux, though, and Myeonbong is toast, Matt.
Yeah, no, Gangnam Jin's coming back now to just try and get into the fight as they have to keep contesting the bot here in New York. Might not be, I mean, even if you win this fight, Mitch, you're going to have to keep this going for a while.
I mean, it's triple digits for Paris, man. The odds just don't favor New York at any rate. Dub Pulse Bomb got stuck on the shield by Kellen. Good reactions from the Sigma, but that's not going to be enough to give his team the map. It will be a map 5 here between the Eternal and New York as Paris strike back, and they look to be miles ahead on Colosseo.
In this series has been so odd. Like, how is this going to turn out here in this map number 5? Do we see Don come back in to play some more of the Doomfist, like Wrecking Ball type of setups? Or do we see them stick with Vistola and recreate what we just saw here with the Sigma-based comps?
Again, Khan was filthy. 7 final blows, 4 deaths for him. Very impressive stuff. We talk up his end, and it came alive when it had to. The Eternal kicked the flame burning. 1 more map to decider in this series. One of these teams is going to walk away mighty pleased. Well, now we know why the bloody Dove didn't come back to the Arc, Matt. He had a team to save. The Tracer play from Dove on Colosseo, a huge component in giving Paris the chance to get a map 5 victory against New York.
Yeah, it was sick there. His Tracer play, being able to put pressure on the supports in New York. And then also, I think Dridra able to save Khan a few times with that Immortality field. Just way better uses of it than we saw on the other side, where it gives Paris a fighting chance here in this 5th and final map. One thing that I mentioned during the break, we saw Don early on for Control. He was able to play the Doomfist and Wrecking Ball on Lijiang Tower. He will not be making a return here, so we will have Pistola in the game for this Game 5. Probably going to see some more of these Sigma-based compositions.
Right. Means no Doomfist, no Wrecking Ball, technically.
So, I mean, he could obviously play that type of stuff, right? We don't know. Could see him on.
Look, I'm very curious. I mean, do you feel like, a map like this, right, we're heading to World, do you feel like Sigma is kind of the answer here? We've seen teams that have sort of bucked the trend of meta and sort of go back to trying to play Winston or something with similar levels of mobility here.
Well, I mean, how scared of you were like New York's like Wrecking Ball or Winston-based compositions?
Are you trying to counter with D.Va?
Like, yeah, you could play the D.Va. We've seen teams try to counter with the D.Va.
Concession to two things, right? Potential Winston play plus anything airball, which we know that Yaki likes to try and play the Echo on these sort of control maps. So I think Paris really have something that's quite tailored here, specifically for New York.
It is possible. We saw D.Va play a little bit earlier in the week here on Ilios, where really good at accessing some of the high grounds on other points like Lighthouse. See it from the Paris Eternal here to keep things off. So only differences here will be in terms of D.Va for Paris, and they'll be playing the Wrecking Ball here for New York.
I'm very curious to see just how effective this is going to be. Again, a hostile environment for Calendars. There will always be a Discord war bottom. One recipient of that from New York right now. Let's keep tracks on Yaki. It's a tough matchup. Yaki obviously a vaunted Echo player. But Pistola's D.Va, we know what it did last year, Matt, and he is right in there.
Obviously way different now without a off-tank in the mix and like 5v5 who would usually peel for like supports, but I feel like New York supports, again, like no help maybe the last 2 maps, at least here to start things off. Right there, you just saw Pistola just fly up and take down both.
I will say that when Kellen was playing D.Va on Gibraltar, he was definitely trying to be peel-oriented as much as he could.
Yeah.
But yeah, outside of that, obviously Kellen now playing Wrecking Ball, like you just don't expect the backline to get any attention, really. Which means that Dove, which means that Pistola and Wub can continue to do just this. Constant pressure. That backline. Dove wants to chase there. Okay, sees a recall. He's going to choose to ignore the Tracer for now. His eyes are on Kellen with that Discord orb, but Flora is able to get rid of Wub. So, player advantage here for Paris. Dove not committing to anything right now, which allows Yaki to, just fire off.
Not really able to find any kind of opening there. Is Lord just trying to count back to the spawn. Is Yaki able to get the kill and New York able to flip the point. Still good control to kick things off here for the Paris Eternal.
Yeah, it's a good start. I think Pistola being able to dive there alongside Wub in that first fight really sets this up. The question is now how do they sort of move into an already established defensive sort of setup. Eyes are on Yaki as well because, you saw him in that last fight. He's absolutely cleaning up if he's given any room to breathe. And there it is. He strikes first onto Wub this time. Kellen dives in. Even with the Discord or Paris don't have the mechanisms for dealing with him now.
We know that the Echo really kind of struggles at times against like Tracer. They tend to be like the counter for that hero where a few times now we've seen Wub get taken out there by Flores. Okay, we have the Yaki using the duplicate here on the D.Va, probably just to stay alive.
Yeah, that seems to be the case here. And again, if you build up a self-destruct, then that's just great. But again, you can do these keep tabs on Wub there, who doesn't do too much more outside of get rid of an immortality field. Yaki obviously is going to get knocked out and duplicate before there's a chance to remake, but he's definitely done the job. Good stall for New York here. Now they go ahead, but Dridro's starting to get a little bit aggressive here. Found his way into the backline as these two teams clash like thunderheads. And we know Dridro's brig is pretty insane.
And where we've seen New York supports like maybe not be able to protect each other, Dridro's done a fantastic job with Khan when he's been playing either the Ana or the Zen able to keep him up with the Brig help or Immortality Field, where maybe New York supports just need a little bit more time together, work that out a little bit.
All right, pretty even now as Paris managed to flip back. Pistola again looking for Myeongbong. A lot of damage on that D.Va.
There's the help.
Peel from, yeah, I mean, that's the peel, right, that you were sort of looking for. It doesn't really come from the Wrecking Ball, though. It's just the Baptiste trying to sit on top of the Zen. Good synergy here for your backliners on New York. Another dive from D.Va. Another Discord orb applied. Pistola clinging to life. Again, desuited. But this time there's a result. Can't have to get rid of Floor at the very least, but that's filthy. Knocked out of the mech, taken down. Now going to be a duplicated Wrecking Ball for one, but he doesn't have the same health pool. So Myeongbong can force him away again with the threat. The Discord for Paris has bought so much time, Matt.
Yes, you're going to get into 99%. Khan playing up close. He's going to be able to get 2. So that could turn the tide here as Paris could be able to seal away this first point.
All Kellen can do is try and stall right now, and he's not long for this world. Overtime about to expire, and Yaki's going to struggle to touch. He won't be able to get there, and Paris take the round away. A good start. Sets them up for a solid finish.
And this would be a huge win for the Paris Eternal. Just in terms of confidence, right? 0-7 at this moment in time. New York, obviously not like one of the best teams in the league, but still, to get kind of the monkey off your back, get that win, and also get a win where Dub is an extremely new player, right? Being able to incorporate him and then win right away, you feel good about potentially improving the rest of the way.
Beautiful reaction there from Dub. Not much time to respond there. Okay, so the D.Va plan working out pretty well for Paris. They kind of know they're dealing with dive-based play from Kellen. Wrecking Ball is absolutely you know, one of Kellen's go-tos, at least it definitely was during one of his most prolific periods in Tier 2. So let's see now if Paris can convert here. Let's see if they can finish the job.
Pistola calling pretty hard, knows exactly where the supports is. Going to go dive in, knock the Zen down. Is there going to be any follow-up?
Well, it's just terrible positioning to start with for New York now. If Pistola doesn't have to pay too dearly for that play, then you're feeling pretty good about it. This forces New York to play the point.
And you put the supports back in that corner there where you can just kind of spam damage down on through. Nice defense matrix here, being able to keep Khan alive.
Yeah, I mean, Khan's in a pretty risky position, right? He dropped down for high ground as well. He's kind
he
of
got knocked off. Yeah, he got knocked off.
Love that from Pistola. And again, now, what's the plan? I mean, Pistola needs to sort of suss out where the Zen is. Kellen's behind him, a little annoying.
They're trying to find a pick here. They really want to make a play for these supports in the back.
Yeah, but you can see how Pistola's trying to sort of pave the way for the Eternal to scale into New York's side of the map, right? Not overextending, but using that sort of defense matrix here to give some immortality. Pistola found Gangnam Gym at the very least here, but they give up their D.Va. Kellen's low and is forced to back away, go for some health packs here as there's no burst healing. This might have set things up for Paris here. Flora's going to try and interrupt the cap, but very much alone. Kellen, less than half health, more moving into a Discord orb situation. Yeah, that's a death.
And just so much damage gets put down when they push on forward with Pistola. Like you see, he was at like 200 HP, like with the Discord, just pushes on forward. Just knows on the D.Va he can just output so much damage. Has some teammates there to help out. His Dub lands another pulse bomb here.
We got a really extended neutral fight there from these two teams. It doesn't look like you would expect it to in like a Ryan v Ryan setup, right? It's both of the main tanks trying to jockey for space and then maybe sort of set up a situation where a player's isolated enough to guarantee a pick, but it went for like a minute straight. You know, seeing it from Pistola's point of view was really fascinating. You see how he had to juggle his response. This is very aggressive, but they get Gangnam Gym at the very least here. Forces Transcendence though, but New York get very little value out of that ultimate.
See, now you see Dridro actually has the rally going. They're down a player. That was like a really weird long flank there from the supports in the tank.
I think they got lost in the source.
Yeah, that's a bit rough there in that situation. So Pistola looks like they want to push forward. Yeah, they're going to get him out of his mech. I imagine he'll just do it off the side.
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
This ain't no Super Mario Sunshine, baby. All right. Well, they need Pistola now, the Eternal. And again, it'll be a pretty elongated phase of trying to get information. and then act on it in terms of, you know, finding a collapse on a Zen or something similar. But meanwhile, New York are at 85.
Yeah, self-destruct to like move, just kind of get a new mech, maybe kind of separate players off the point. Be a duplicate here. Whoa, wow, that is a fast kill there from Yaki on the dub.
Yeah, he is stepping it up a notch here, right when he has to. Well, gets bonked. Transcendence here for Paris is its last chance. But again, can't do too much with it, even for Stolar inside. The Transcendence of Khan, smacked of desperation. Won't be able to remake at all. This one's going to go all the way, folks. I can feel it. Kellen here, of course, was discorded for a time, but he's chilling. Nice sticky bombs there to pressure. Gungnan's in pretty low, but he's still doling out the healing to his backline. Duplicator Wrecking Ball here for one, but doesn't have nearly enough durability. Minefield dropped down by Kellen here just to make sure it's smooth sailing for New York, and so it is, as we're going to head into a third round.
Right, so one round to decide this series. This one's been dragged out all the way to the end.
Yeah.
So this is, you know, this map's been close. It reminds me of a series we casted the other day, though, that it was just like kind of like blowout map versus blowout map for teams. Paris Eternal looks like they're going to try and make some changes here potentially. Dridro won't stay on the Lucio, probably just for a speed boost out of the spawn. Try and get some positioning because they want to put Vestol in the best spot possible with a Wob on the Sojourn.
Looks like New York's greatest boon is that echo play from Yaki. Flora here on your screen, though, stepping admirably up into that role there as Dridro. Looks like he, I mean, as he tries to sort of jump down, the connection is perfect with the pulse bomb. Yeah, the better look for New York might actually be when Yaki's not playing Tracer, not because he's not good at it, just because his echo was so good, but they're going to Tracer Sojourn here with the dive setup.
I feel like the sight lines are really good for the Sojourn here, especially over the point. You have to fight in this open space. There's going to be no shield for New York, so you kind of have free firing here with the Discord. So you feel like you're in a good spot using that hero.
Kellen was hoping to try and claim that sort of right side of the map for his team. There's just too much damage plus the Discord in play. Both Tracers just got nuked. Kellen will be able to walk away with that one. Wime again wants to just try and get some easy damage onto the Wrecking Ball, but losing Khan is huge. No Discord Orb now, which means Kellen gets to play that much more aggressively. Flora inside that Immortality field can be much more considered about how he tries to line up his foes in Dridro. Is his next prey? Wap, right behind.
Flores looks sick on this hero when we've seen them play it. It's really odd that they just haven't committed to it for extended periods. Like they've kind of messed around with some other stuff throughout the series. But when he has been on the Sojourn, like his right click, the alternate fires, the railguns have looked really clean.
Hard drive here from Kellen. A lot of disruptor fields, but Kellen's ignoring them as, of course, that hefty health pool means he can kind of do what he wants here. 2 rail kills for Flora. And again, this is why I raised the question about the floor of Sojourn, right? Just, you know, for these, you know, every team has incredible DPS plays, and you see what they can all have huge impact on this hero. That's 3 for Flora in this fight.
Especially at this level where everybody's aim is pretty insane and able to land those right clicks. Like if you can just get charged up. And this is where you think New York can be at their best, right? With Kellen on the Wrecking Ball, Yaki on the Tracer, and then now Flora picking up the Sojourn.
That brig is, done. Kellen's been camping this part of the map here, as it looks like Paris are hoping to avoid the sidelines that Flora could get by going through the tunnel, but New York just move up, take the tunnels, and put Flora in front of them.
And this is like in a map 1 scenario where Paris Eternal, when they had Dawn in, they were able to play a Wrecking Ball kind of composition and match it. They were able to play a Doomfist type of setup with Pistole, and those just aren't heroes that are in team's pool.
Kellen drops down. Yeah, that's beautiful stuff. The Wrecking Ball play on point right now. Khan being removed here. Again, like I said, Kellen can just do what he wants. No one can kill him. This is getting out of hand, Matt. This may not be close.
This is the New York you would want to see against like other teams, right? Like this level of play is kind of what you'd expect from this team. They haven't run the whole series, but looking really good here in our final point. Pistola with a Gravitic Flux.
Yeah. This is the final gambit here for Paris. They need to make something happen with that Sigma ultimate, but Kellen just pile drives down, slows up the Eternal. They're going to have to go for a rally to propel them into the fray. Disrupt the shot from Flora onto the point here on Gungnanjin's been taken down here. Needs to be some multi-kill scenarios from backliners from New York to secure this, but looks like they don't quite have what they need here. They'll concede the point.
All right, can you run it back if you were the Paris Eternal? 99-0. I tell you what, you got some ultimates coming up, right? So you'll have the overclock, you get a pulse bomb, where Dove has been able to land those pretty consistently. And Khan with the Transcendence. You're in a spot to get this to like about 60% just off of some of these ultimates, right? If you use them correctly.
Still, it's a long hold up to make. If he drops it, may well be over.
And he had no blinks and no recall there.
Yeah, gets out of jail in a big way in that one. Now wraps around, so looking for Zen. Trying to press him, Myungmong down, but Kellen, seen better days, to be sure. Somehow he stays alive, though. That's beautiful. Good burst healing there. Onto the Wrecking Ball. Flora able to get rid of Bubba's pretty big. Kellen eventually succumbs, and now Dove comes alive. Yeah, beautiful stuff. 2 kills and then removes that immortality field. That's what Paris needs more of here. This is still within their grasp.
Oh, absolutely. So they didn't really get anything with their overclock. Wub just going to stand out in the open trying to land some shots. As nice disruptor comes in from Flora. He ended up using the Transcendence there because Yaki was putting pressure on a Khan, got him pretty weak. But still, you have a Gravitic Flux coming up. There's no Transcendence on the other side. And you can get both supports out of this. And at that point, like I mentioned, you were going to get up to 60% off that fight, extend it a little bit. But you're in a position where if you win this fight, it actually could end up being the final fight. Like if both teams just, jockey for a position here for a bit.
The trick's to manufacture a pick here if you're in New York. There's no immortality field available for Paris, so if you lean heavily enough into them without, over-committing, there's a good chance you can start to punish them. Gangnam Jin loses his immortality field, so that was the only boon that New York had here in terms of their backline. Dove again stays alive. We're at 94% and counting now, and there's Myungmong already gone down. That's huge. There might have been a chance to have that Discord orb in play, but now that's off the table. Flora tries to slide on out of the Gravitic Flux, but he cannot escape. If it's stolen knows, he knows. This one might be done. Accretion on the Gangnam Jin now able to section off these New York players, and they deal with them. The Paris Eternal looked like they were sputtering out for a moment there, but now they're in position to get it done. Yaki needs to make a huge pulse bomb happen, but he's lost all of his teammates. He will get the Zenyatta, so Khan is down, but what else is there? What more can be done? Myungmong again, back to spawn instantly. Flora going to come back out on the Sombra here, and Dove has that pulse bomb. He wants to try and get rid of the Tracer, but Yaki found the health pack. He'll be able to avoid the pulse bomb dropped at his feet right now, but Yaki, can he do it? It's just too much on his plate. Gangnam Jin and Yaki now to fall. It's going to be Kellen dropping in to try and keep the dream alive, but Paris are determined. They just wanted more. Kellen will attempt to roll away, but finally, Paris get their first win of the season. It'll be 1-7 for the Eternal as they take down New York.
A big sigh of relief there, though, for Paris. You see the hugs all around. These teams, they practice so hard to kind of be in the position that they're in. Quite rough, and to go in today against New York and get a W, especially with Dove just joining this team. Didn't expect him to kind of come in and result in wins this fast, but you're able to get one in his first week.
I mean, just all of the adversity that this Paris roster has had to deal with over the course of this year is pretty unique to them, actually. No team has really had to try and create a winning recipe like, I guess, maybe Vancouver, if you want to include them in there. But again, a really tough schedule. These are the kind of maps that Paris have to win, right, to give them any sort of bank of wins when it comes to that postseason, if they can make a recovery here. But I've got to admit, this new signing, Matt, huge for them. Dove is going to be our player of the match for this particular series here, and it's pretty hard to deny. He's 1v1ing Yaki, a really famed 1v1 player on the Tracer a lot of the time.
And the amount of times he was able to just come up with picks on the supports for New York, it just felt like time and time after again, Dove was able to get both supports out of the equation early in fights. Gonna see right there pretty much how things evened up, where Dove lands a pulse bomb, takes out a support, immortality field from Dridra on the other side. But man, first week, big performance here to get Paris a win.
Seeing a lot of individuals really being forced to step up over the course of this series on both teams, to be fair, right? We talked of Pistola at times, and Khan, especially on Colosseo, huge impact as Zenyatta. But over the course of the match, it was Dove. Really, really impressive work from the Tracer play primarily. We saw a little bit of Widowmaker action from Dove, but this, gives us a lot more confidence going forward in this DPS line that we have from the Eternal, right? We see that what Wub can play. He can pick up the Sojourn if he has to, but also the Genji, that's an option. Dove can fill that Tracer role really admirably. this team has what they need, and now that they're folding down into a few more of these compositions, and they're able to show that both their tanks are really valid on these different maps, there's depth here.
Yeah, I mean, the support line we know is good for the Paris Eternal. Jojo and Khan have looked really strong, probably been the bright spot of the team since they've joined. If you can kind of work around Don and Vistola and figure out what you got there in terms of who can play in what situations, you now have a young, exciting DPS core with Dove and Wub that we see they're like interchangeable, right? Like, Dove is sometimes playing, he played the Sojourn a little bit, Wub has played that throughout the series. We've seen him on Genji, and then Dove picks up some of the long-range hit scan. And this is just the beginning for these players, right? They're still really new into the league, so maybe it's something that they can kind of grow into, give themselves a chance. Like I mentioned, for the Countdown Cup, that play-in for the overall season playoff, 1 through 6 will get an auto invite from the West, but 7 through 10 play for those final 2 spots from the West. So put yourself in a position to be able to be in that type of play-in scenario, and maybe you can make a run here for the Paris Eternal later in the season.
Yeah, keep your eyes on this Eternal team. They've shown that they can get their victory here in this series. Now they need to start to chain a few of those together. Stick around, of course. We've got another match to come on our Super Sunday. Don't go too far, everybody. This is, of course, week 1 of your Mid-Season Madness qualifier.
The Overwatch League is brought to you by Upper Deck, the official trading card of the Overwatch League. And by TeamSpeak, the official voice supplier of the Overwatch League.
welcome to Game Break, everybody. I'm here joined now by Dridro from Paris Eternal. Dridro, I have to say, I know some people would say this is a dumb question, but I think it's a much needed one. First victory for the Paris Eternal. How are you feeling?
It feels really good to get our first win. We're all working really hard in the team, so we are really happy, I think.
Yeah, and I mean, I have to talk about your plays too. I do feel like your bat play today just came in clutch. And of course, as we're seeing right now, your brig was amazing too. But I was really impressed by how you use your immortality fields to sort of, protect your teammates against Yaki's pulse bombs. I don't know, like when I feel like because you guys really needed this win, and like when those kind of things happen, like you tend to get nervous as a human being, but when it matters the most, you on the other hand seem to just go crazy and you were just dominant. Like how do you do that?
I'm not sure. I was just really I wanted to win really bad, so I was staying focused.
Okay, and of course, I do want to sort of touch up on the meta as well. I personally do believe that the Paris Eternal do look a lot better compared to last stage. How about you guys, Dridro? Do you guys feel a lot more comfortable, or are you guys sort of trying to work things out right now?
We're still working things out, but this meta feels way better for us. Kan and I can shine a bit more. And we have a new DPS player as well, he's doing really well. I mean, both are doing really well, Web and Dove. So yeah, this meta is good for us.
Yeah, I mean, you guys are doing really well. I'm super excited to see more from the Paris Eternal. And with that being said, Dridro, I'm going to end the interview here. Again, big congratulations on your first win.
Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Dridro, and Paris Eternal gets the first W on the board. Thank God we all predicted them.
Yeah, woohoo! Good job. Yeah, let's go!
Okay, listen, this was so close though, so like, no one can give me any crap for that.
Not even close.
Imagine picking New York.
Imagine. Hey, I think there's a lot to unpack, so let's dive straight into it because, quite frankly, there were high and low lights on both sides of the fence here. So maybe walk us through here.
I think there are improvements from both teams. As you said, from their previous results, I think they looked a little bit better. But as you said, there was some fumbling of the bag here and there. There were some weak moments. But, I really like the direction that these teams are heading in. I like how the Paris Eternal are putting Dunn in, playing that Wrecking Ball. It looks pretty good. The Gibraltar, not so much when they had him in the lineup. But overall, I like their dive style. They can put Dridro over onto that brig, and that sort of enables them to sort of like play in that dive style. But then also when you have Vistola coming into play, that Sigma also looks good on top of that. But the ultimate thing I want to talk about is Dove. His second match in the league.
Yeah.
We know he went toe-to-toe on the Widowmaker, but everything else looked a little bit shaky in his first match. But today on the Tracer, absolutely showing up, especially in those clutch moments in the final map. So you got to give a lot of credit. It only goes up from here for him. And Wub as well doing a great job on that Sojourn. So I think there's a lot of pieces and there's a lot of question marks that are starting to be answered for this Paris Eternal team.
Danny, if we're looking at the opposition here from New York, Flora Sojourn. We like it, we don't like it. How do we feel about her?
Oh, wait, was it for me?
And when I say Danny, I usually...
Oh, no, sorry, I didn't hear it. I'm so sorry. I didn't say, no, okay.
Whoever feels like Danny today can take it.
I feel like being a Danny today. I mean...
Let's go then.
I honestly really liked it. Sometimes, I think it was... Most of the time they lost a team fight, I think it was as a team, but... Flora, as a player, I think he had some really, really bright moments, like some of the charge shots. Like, he had some really sick shots. So even though, like you said, even the New York lost today, they had some good showings, and it was a really close fight. So I hope the team doesn't get too down on it. And
they look pretty down in the player count.
That's why I'm saying it. Guys, it's fine. You guys got this. You guys, now you guys are tied with Paris Eternal.
But that's the thing, right? I think those closer matches, they must hurt a lot more as a player. Right?
Yeah. I would rather get 3-0 swept. Obviously, you don't want to lose, but in a situation, if you said, do you get 3-0 swept or do you lose in the final team fight? I would 100% rather get 3-0 swept, even though that doesn't make sense because at least you were more competitive the other way. It hurts that much more getting
especially
that.
Especially when it's 99
Yeah, I mean, like, down to like the final fight. Like you do not want to be in that position. So yeah, that one's gonna sting. It hurts me too, New York. It really does. No, it like really does. Well, it's time to move on.
Yeah.
Someone else gets a chance to get his credit wrong, and that is you, Reinforce. You predicted the Vancouver Titans, who will apparently, according to you, win over the Houston Outlaws.
Okay, this is not about me. This is about the Vancouver Titans.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's absolutely not about you. But I will 100% make it about you. But
Paris.
please tell me how the Vancouver Titans will get it done.
False is the truth, right?
Are you regretting your decision now?
False is the truth. No, false is the truth. Besides that, it's gonna be tough. But they have Aspire. They have Shockwave. All right. They could make that work. I gotta give credit to the Houston Outlaws. I think that Dante and Piggy was a great tank duo against the Washington Justice. You could really see how the Houston Outlaws were able to play whatever style they wanted, whether it was a Doomfist, kind of like divey style with Dante on control maps, or they could play Piggy on that Sigma against the Washington Justice, which is a great staple pillar to have in this kind of meta. But when it comes to the damage players, Shockwave and Aspire, I'm not going to sleep on those two. And I do think that Merit left something to be desired against Happy in that Sojourn duo. So I do think that when you're playing this meta, that is it's so hit scan dependent, you need your damage players to pop off. I think the Vancouver Titans have a chance, but Houston Outlaws, they probably should be favored in
Big Lastro energy?
Big Lastro energy?
Big Lastro energy?
D-Pay energy.
Big D-Pay energy.
Big Houston energy.
No.
No?
No.
Brilliant argumentation
Houston energy
here.
is like losing. It's like disappointing. That's like when you describe Houston Outlaws, it's like disappointing.
This would be the most Houston Outlaws loss that we
That'd be
Houston, prove them wrong.
Houston, prove them wrong.
I mean, there is only one way to find out where this one is going, and that's by getting that game started. So we're ready to be heard, and I hope so are you.
Come on.
Home. Let's send it back to Matt and Mitch for all the action.
Let's go.
I mean, it is always reasonable.
It is. It's possible.
Again, like, you know, Johnny's going out on a limb here with that particular pick, but I think that people are starting to look at like a lot of the opponents of the Titans and being like, this could be a trap game for you.
Let's be clear.
It's like this, right?
We saw them play well once.
Yes.
Let's see if they can do it again.
It was their most
seen them
recent
play
game
good
that they played.
over a series of games. It was their most recent game, yes. But you know, we've seen other teams play good for a game and then not good for lots of games. So let's see if they can actually repeat that performance again today. I like the players of the Titans. I've said that before. I think they're going to win games. I didn't predict them to win this game, but I think this team does have potential. I think Johnny's just, listen, you know, he's throwing one out there. If he's wrong, he'll say, oh, well, you know, they're 0-7. I took a flyer. If he's right, he'll be like, look at me, I'm a genius. He'll make like a 35-minute video about him just scribbling over gameplay about how he was right. And that'll be it.
Listen, we all should know by now that False is 33rd in eliminations for the entire.
Yeah, why they got to do my False like that on Twitter?
Well, what's wrong? That's pretty good in the entire league. That's how I'm choosing.
I saw him reply to it, and he was like, "Yo, like come on, man, yeah, like look for a different stat, find something."
How many players are there in the league? You're 33rd, so you're like, oh, I don't know. You know, there's like 20 by 5, so there's quite a few.
Well, he's in the league, so he's a higher quality of player, just in general.
Yeah, sure. I mean, yeah, okay, if you want to compare him to the entire player base of humans and animals that are too advanced that can actually play the game. But, I mean, we talk about this guy. He's not even playing today, right? Let's have a look at our starting lineup for what a segue. For the Titans. Now, Mira is going to be coming in at tank here. We're actually going to have a matchup with two teams using previous DPS players as tanks, but we'll get to that in a minute. You've got to say, Deepa is sort of saying that we as a team are looking for what we're really good at. We just want to find that one thing that like everyone is like on a comfort pick and a strategy that really suits us. We saw it. It looked pretty competitive, right? It looked pretty good. It's going to have to get a lot better and quickly, though.
Yeah, and another change, we have Skyripit in today for Masa. So when we casted the game the other day, Masa played, I believe, the entire series. So a little bit of a change-up. We've seen Deepe in the past, I believe, when he was coaching the Gladiators, used Mirror in the tank role. That was in an off-tank role to play like a lot of Zarya, but we've seen him pick up the Doomfist, and that looked really good.
So that's your Vancouver Titans starting roster for today. Let's have a look at their opponents, and shouldn't be too shocked to see who we have fronting up today. Again, Dante at tank. We'll have Merit and Pelican at DPS here, Iris and Lastro. Now, obviously, we got to hear from Lastro last time the Outlaws played here. Obviously, feeling pretty good to have a chance to move away from just playing Lucio all the time, right? So, you know, these compositions that are featuring like Baptiste and Zenyatta and stuff, it's really allowing Lastro to go back to kind of what brought him onto the radar in the first place. And we can see just how nasty it is to have Lastro being able to move to like a higher damage potential support hero.
Yeah, and both of these teams are going to play pretty similar compositions, right? With the lineups that they had in. We know when Dante is in, going to be playing a lot of the Doomfist. We see him now even play some of the DPS that we all know him for, right? We've seen him come in on the Tracer to play some of that hero, which he's kind of known for and played in the past, right? His Tracer and his Echo, very strong. We'll see how this matches up, though, between both of these Doomfist-centric teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Or whether we sort of really... I mean, we should expect that from Houston, I think, at the very least here for... for the crew over on the Titans. We don't know what they've been cooking up, right? They've had a little bit more time to start to sort of solidify this roster, but this weekend's definitely been a test of like how quickly they can get some really workable flow charts into their play.
They're playing with house money, the Titans.
Yes.
They're in a great spot. I mean, not in a great spot in terms of record.
You could say the
right?
same about a team that's 7-0, though, right? You'd also say a 7-0 team's playing house money because it was a matter of...
Well, they got a new coach coming in. They have young talent across the board. Everybody kind of brought together. You're going up against teams. I believe their schedule is quite rough throughout this stage. You're just about improvement at this stage in the game. And if you're the Titans, you know you have the individual talent to be able to do that. You just got to put it together. Yeah, everybody.
Damn, Pelican typing those long sentences out so quickly, huh?
Yeah.
Impressive words per minute, my friend.
They got to revisit some of those. What was that, the mommy thumb one?
Yeah. People my age shouldn't suck their thumbs. Yeah. Impressive. Right, well, that aside, feeding time might be on the horizon here for one of these teams. I won't tell you which one it is. We're out of the gates here, though, and we have the Doomfist Mirror compositions here, somewhat similar. The Outlaws actually have Iris on the Ana here instead of, I mean, the Baptiste, which was Iris' best hero by none. He was the best Baptiste, in my opinion, in the whole league last year.
Yes, Pelican will end up getting that first pick as you have Skyrippa in for the Titans, and that's probably to play the Baptiste. We don't really see Masa play too much of it, right? So you can bring in Skyrippa, play that Baptiste in this double flex support setup.
Yeah, this is specifically for the Zen and the Baptiste. I think if there's like a Brig play, the Must can absolutely do that, as we know. Mirror, little tech, love to see it. Catapults himself across the map. Still no closer to having captured this point here, but starting to zero in on that backline a little bit more. It's going to be Lastro falling here. Aztec's able to find that elimination. Dante
Aztec
low.
gets two. Aztec is able to take out Pelican and gets Lastro, so some nice shots at range here. Mirror a little bit deep, but Spire and Skyrippa going to answer back with some kills, so not going to be able to push forward just yet for the Outlaws. It'll be the Titans with a point flip.
Yeah, nice opener here for Vancouver. And we're starting to realize that Aztec might be one of the sharpest blades in the arsenal here for the Titans. And Zenyatta play so far has been really quite impressive. They're going to Spire on the Tracer, right where the guy wants to be. Oh man, that hurts though. Getting Aztec plucked out of the bunch there by a rail for Merit early on in the round here. Skyrippa now needs to step up in the absence. That's beautiful. That's a whole backline. 2 for 1 for Aspire. Maybe even more than he anticipated he'd get. And that's going to get the Titans further out in front.
And this type of meta is good for the Titans. If they can play, Mirror can essentially just kind of like play like DPS Doom, right? Go in, be a nuisance. And then you put Aspire and Shockwave on 2 DPS heroes. That's a nice stick. It looks like Lastro may have just got too close to Iris. But on 2 damage dealers where they can really have like game-changing takeover potential, you like them to be able to do that. In terms of like where they kind of stack in the league, like they have the talent to be able to do that against the best.
Yeah, it might just be the right time for this team to start finding those wins. We'll see. The Outlaws are behind here in a big way. Dante's having to deal with an Air Matrix in his face and a Discord Orb, by the way. But Merit's come alive once more. Headshots with 2 rails, make it a third. Not a headshot, but he'll be more than happy with that elimination. And Johnny said he was like not as impressed as Merit, I think, on the Sojourn, but in my memory, I thought he was quite impactful.
Yeah, as he used the overclock there and turns out gets a few kills. But the Titans get to 92%, and Shockwave's going to have that ultimate ability as well, which we know how good he is on the Sojourn, as we talked about it a little bit yesterday. The Titans look in control of this game early on.
All right. Transcendences for both sides. Overclock here for Shockwave. Up to his perch for the time being. Miro took a lot of damage early, so he has to get out. Dropping back in with the Meteor Strike, but Sky Reaper is taken down. Transcendence still going to be used here, so the Titans have a feeling they can actually get a W here. This is a big risk, I'll be honest with you. Iris goes down though, and yeah, it looks like Lastro just gets run over the top of. It's a brute force solution from Vancouver, but it's still effective.
I like the use of the Transcendence, though. They have the Transcendence with the Overclock, and they basically just get Shockwave into close range with the Railgun, and basically they just go start insta-killing people. Use it more like a shotgun.
Do they waste those ults, though, because they got another fight to win? Spire, low, has to recall there, but his opponent knows exactly where he's going to end up because he didn't move much in those few seconds. Shockwave now needs to try and put some pressure down, but Merit is missing and Iris is in all sorts of trouble, but still wins out the duel. And who turned back? But Lastro comes in on the Lucio. Now going to top that backline up, and Dante's looking pretty good here as well with a Meteor Strike to make a reset. Dropping back onto the point now, and he sees Aztec looking worse for wear. Into the power block, so Aspire needs to turn his attention elsewhere as well. Still getting rid of Aztec is all that needs to be done here. The Outlaws, they survived. The Titans overinvest in their previous fight, Matt.
I mean, I think they had a good chance to put it away. I don't know if I would call that an overinvestment. As you come back now, does Aztec stay on this? No, he's going to go to the Zen. So you'll have an Ant Matrix here to be able to use. And Aztec has been able to pick up some big kills, though, on the Zen. So you just like his overall damage output, the contribution. Aspire with another Pulse Bomb. I already got that double kill on the supports the last go around.
93 in counting. The Titans tantalizingly close to a round win earlier. Now they need to dig a little deeper to find it. Spire takes note of Pelican's position there. He's controlling the Mega Health Pack pretty effectively, but the stick is good. Dante gets a Nano Boost straight away. Though Merit's going to fire up with the Overclock here. Mira's in deep trouble. Forced into a power block. Had to cancel that, though, to reposition. And Merit meets him as he comes back down. Oh, so close for the Titans, but no cigar.
Very close round one, though. Back and forth between these two teams. The Nano Boost there from Arizona Dante was huge as he got stuck with the Pulse Bomb. Needed that healing and damage reduction to stay alive on through it. And then he comes up with some big kills with Merit towards the end. But that first round is any indication about the rest of this series. This one's going to be pretty close.
Yeah. You know, the narrative I think we're spinning, but also observing, Matt, is that the Titans players all kind of get to fill roles where they feel very comfortable. And up against trying opposition like this, it's crucial. The Nano there for Dante to keep him alive despite the stick. That's basically the door getting slammed in the Titans' face.
I think we'll see very similar compositions moving in here towards Lighthouse and G2. So it's not surprising with these two players in on the tank roles for each team. Potentially like some D.Va play, right? We've seen Dante play D.Va way back in the past, I believe. Probably seen Mirror have to play it at times, but I think both of these teams feel comfortable with this really aggressive Doomfist play.
They're just trying to find a little bit of damage to stop the charge from melting away. Again, a risky backline for the Outlaws. It's not mobile by any stretch of the imagination. It's saw the Pulse Bomb double kill from Aspire because neither of those heroes can get away from each other in the case of one of them being stuck. So they need to be mindful of what Aspire can do to them. But the Allies will start in control of the point here as Shockwave's had limited opportunity to get value so far.
He put some nice damage down into one player at range, but not able to get the kill as the Outlaws take position on the point, and the Titans just trying to figure out how to attack this. As the Outlaws have been pretty slippery, not able to find out where exactly they are. As this is a close-up battle between the two Sojourns. The Shockwave comes out on top.
Yeah, Matt, the headshot finish on Merit. It was a close one, though. But Shockwave's able to be topped up when he needs it. I think Mero's definitely looking elsewhere here. And well, let's assume that was on purpose from Dante.
All right, so point flip is Pelican comes in, kills Fury. As he actually got hit with a biotic grenade. Nano the Tracer.
Pardon? Pelican looks for more. Aztec stays him off with an orb though. And Matrix Force, the Immortality Field also comes out, and the Outlaws can rely on more than just Pelican to bail them out of this situation. They're back in control.
Yeah, it's a big biotic grenade onto Mirror, and he's already low, and they decide to nano the Tracer and follow it up.
Yes. Yes. Our observers are feeling sassy today.
Yeah.
Well, there you have it. Very, very purposeful.
He's going fast. Look, he's
got the Sonic shades on.
Yeah, the Sonic.
Alrighty. The Spies found Iris here with that pulse bomb, so tough start for the Outlaws. Yeah, Lastro go for the Trendsetters. They still got forced there. I think Lastro was hoping to hold on to it a little longer. Yeah, that's right. Outlaws lose control there sort of amidst that fight. Pelican Pulse, that's big. So now it's 4v4, and there's going to be reinforcements on the scene pretty quickly here for the Outlaws. They don't even need them. They're winning short-handed fight. Merit a big part of that. So Overclock there is going to put the fear of God in Shockwave, and he'll give some ground.
So the point just flipping back and forth between these two teams, but with that early control, that's where the Outlaws build up this massive lead. So they just might need one more fight to go in their favor, as only 2 ultimates available for the Titans here. You win this fight if you're Houston. You put this map away.
All right, Shockwave has to go big here. He needs a big overclock. Mira has to be topped up there rather quickly, get him back in position to contest, and Shockwave wants to keep a flanking angle. Iris, oh, he's put to sleep! Shut down by Iris, and that was exactly what the Outlaws had to do. The biggest hope for the Titans was definitely that ultimate. Now what? The Immortality Field also had to be used to try and keep Shockwave in fighting form, and Mirror's so low on the point. Aztec's going to get steamrolled by Merit now as he looks to lay a new road between the Outlaws and victory. And the Titans are stuck in the rickshaw on the side of it. 99%. The point did flip here, but Aspire is going to be forced away. And the Outlaws now have overtime.
You still have Aspire here. He can get a touch. I believe Skyrip also looking out from another angle. That'll be an Ant Matrix down for the Titans.
Aspire gets the orbital land strike that it was hoping to avoid. Merit, gotta be careful, playing pretty close against the Doomfist there. He's stunned up. But it's only Shockwave, the last remaining hope for the Vancouver Titans, and the Outlaws making a convincing second round, Matthew. They get pushed a bit for sure on Ruins, but looking like they've found their stride here on Lighthouse.
Yeah, the first point very close. The second point, it was back and forth. Titans gained some percentage, but they were never really in control. It was all Outlaws there in our second point.
Not too shabby here from Houston. Again, this is the team that sort of felt middling going into the kickoff Clash tournament. They need to be more than that here, and this is how they start. Stick around, everybody. Map number 2. You know the drill. It's on the other side of the break.
Please don't let me in.
Please don't let me into my zone. I just need some time of my own. All these people trying to get a conversation. You can conversate to that tone. My God, I on that throne, yeah. So I'm never alone, yeah. All these people trying to box me in. I'm at my weather, it's on, yeah. Now they ask where I'm at. Making hits that line back. I'm MJ, I'm 2-3, man. I just need some time back. I'm zoned in like defense. My life gone, no recess. But I live my best one, so I got no regrets. So I'm gone. Finally back in my home. I'm working like so much, they swear I had me a clone. Can't answer my phone now, just leave it there, that tone. Ballin' can't beat me up, cause I'm back in my zone now.
Well, the win con here was for Shockwave to get a big ultimate on that Sojourn, but that was not to be, Matthew.
No, as a huge sleep dart comes in, potentially seals the deal there for the Houston Outlaws, as it was a back and forth up until that point. So, Titans do look much improved, not enough to get a win there. So we got some subs here, Mitch. So for the Outlaws, it'll be Piggy in for tank. Dante will move over to take Pelican's spot in terms of DPS. And for the Titans, it'll be Masa coming in for Aztec. So probably Brig with a BAP, you would think, for the Titans. Maybe they also want to play some Lucio, potentially. And then for the Outlaws, you think Sigma play, and then Dante, whether it's probably like a 24/7 Tracer type of scenario.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if he might get a matchup against Aspire in that regard. And yeah, I'm curious to see. Obviously, when Masa comes in, you know, it's just, you know, any comp that's not going to be Zen and Baptiste. So not a huge surprise if we get a change there. And obviously, Masa, more known for his Lucio player, boasted some really solid Brigitte stats last year, actually, or in years gone by. So definitely not... it looks like a subtle change here, but it definitely indicates a change in sort of compositions for both teams, right? I don't think there's any teams really doing what Dante is doing right now. Maybe if we see Mira play DPS at some point, which I still doubt. So yeah, very unique ability for Houston to reconfigure themselves when we go into a map like Midtown, as the situation calls for it.
I also think if you want to use Dante more in the DPS role throughout the season goes on, I assume that's probably the role that he would like to play. You know, giving him game time in a series like this makes a lot of sense, right? We know how good of a tracer he is. And maybe that's kind of the role that he fits in, right? Where he kind of plays the Doomfist in terms of tank, and then maybe, you know, when they just want to stick to a tracer, right? He is like their tracer-only type of player. Where Pelican can play the tracer, he can also flex over to some other things if need be.
Yeah, I mean, the irony of that, I think, is was like Dante's rise to quote-unquote fame in the Overwatch League came from, you know, everybody who played with him being like, this guy can, you know, kind of play everything, right? Really, really flexible individual. Great Sombra player, which she was, you know, often required. But you're definitely on the right track in terms of that perma tracer role, and the compositions here for the Titans, pretty similar, and you're right. We see Brig now, but getting played with Masa back in the lineup. It's Brig Baptiste.
Yep, makes sense. We are having Skyripper come in to play the Baptiste there in map number 1. It's the first time we've seen him here in the mid-season madness. Masa comes in, he will play the Brig, where Merit working around the outside here, just trying to find an angle, put down some damage with a charge shot.
Aspire, I guess, isn't bothering with that part of the map for now. Okay, now I realize Merit. Merit just slides between the legs of Mira by the looks of things. Able to get himself out of a kind of a risky situation.
Wow. Though, it puts down so much damage in that small area, and then it also has that slow effect, right? Where it kind of just binds people there for a little bit.
Yeah. Homie's a freaking edge dancer. That was some smooth moves for sure. Now Merit obviously just trying to make sure that, you know, I think it was Aspire can't get back in sort of pressure. Shockwave, rather, is the one that's sort of been zoned away by Houston here. Disrupt the shot thrown at the doorway. Pretty easy to make it hard to get onto the point, but Masa comes in with a shield bash. Merit turns his attention back to his team. So Shockwave has decent vantage right now. You can see him out there in the distance, but we've got 2 ticks and almost 3 here. Houston have just decimated the Titans.
Merit hitting some shots here in this map. What's interesting is like both of these Sojourns, we've seen it from Shockwave a little bit, but Merit more. I think, especially at the start of this map, like using the rail and using Sojourn like in a mid to short range, right? being able to form up with that like a SMG like rifle type really fast in the close range, and then those like basically like face to face insta-kill rail guns. Yeah, it's
you may not
really
headshot
tough
them,
to stop.
but it's like, you know, combined with, you know, Sojourn's damage is legitimately scary just with the primary fire, which is that close, right? So usually those rails are not for headshots, not for picks, they're just to finish off kills that you've already set up.
The rate of fire so fast, right, from the primary fire as well.
Yeah, you work people down awfully quickly. Immortality Fields are down here. I think Spire was just being very careful about how he wants to approach this situation. No, the accretion from Piggy. Oh my, Spire had no idea what hit him. Should have paid more attention in geology class, homie.
The Sojourn damage is scary on its own, like you mentioned. And that's without even like the Discord being put into play, right?
Right.
You know, now with the Discord orb of Zenyatta in play, Discord plus that Sojourn damage, just like the assault rifle with how fast it shoots at that like medium to close range, and then the rail, players getting chunked down really fast.
All right, Merit again probably looking to play up close and personal with this overclock, force the power block already. Misses that rail on Shockwave, needs a few more of those. Immortality Field going to be deployed, and Merit's already topped up instantly. Eris to the rescue, but Baptiste clutch as heck, but Merit still can't get in close enough. Massa, some stones on that, man. Charging forward. Despite the ulti Sojourn in his way, able to find that elimination here. Houston are a bit of an awkward spot, but that Immortality Field is now gone. Piggy's gotten rid of it here. Shockwave still able to stand on 2 feet though, and the Titans dig deep.
He shoots like over the shoulder at Piggy and hits Lashto right in his noggin. Takes him out. Man. Zen's got to be fun for some players to play during this meta, but also when you're going up against players like Merit and Shockwave and like some of the other crazy hit scans you have in the league, it's got to be brutal to play against the Sojourn at times.
Oh, Lashto doesn't care. He's out of Lucio jail for a bit. My guy is he's running through the cornfields. He's loving it.
Mirror dodges that pulse spell. Gets out of the way, so good progress by the Outlaws thus far, though.
Yeah, decent time make to work with here as well. Plus, this high ground is pretty natural for them now, based on where the card is and how easy it is to draw back the Titans. Merit's going to slide backwards here as he sees that Air Matrix used. This is going to slow the Outlaws down once more as that Immortality Field has now been removed. Mira gets in very deep there. Massa and Sky Ripper with it.
They take out Shockwave, so can you make something out of this? You still have Dante here on the card. Yeah, it looks like both supports going down. The answer is no.
Such a late Immortality Field from the Titans, so with just the vestiges of a team, the Outlaws can't really force anything more than that.
Get real.
You see now that the Titans can hold this high ground, how difficult it is for the Outlaws to gain control. So they got the cart underneath the bridge, but they're now getting control of this bridge again is proving to be very difficult.
All right. Air Matrix now for the Outlaws available. All right. Good timing there from Lastros. Mira's not able to charge Super Punch off that, and the damage still came in. Yeah, Mira can't just stand up on the high ground here. Resets himself there, has to get out. Yeah, that would have been a very bad situation. Does he want to commit to this? He does. Right, Gravitic Flux here. That's happening elsewhere. Piggy's able to get rid of Sky Ripper. And Mira eats a rock. Yeah, not really where he wants to be at all. And now the Outlaws should have this checkpoint here. Really be disappointed if they're not able to convert.
And pretty good defense here by the Titans. Their point A defense wasn't great, but being able to hold that high ground here for a little bit and put up a defensive stand could set them up to deny the Outlaws from completing the map.
Sky Reaper has the Immortality Field there and a bit of an... Oh, he walked out of it! Oh, Mirror found him around the corner. Sky Reaper put the Immortality Field in such a position there, he had to back away from it ultimately towards his own spawn. That hurts. That hurts real bad. The Outlaws now can just send Piggy forward here to set up like a forward base.
Yeah, so they're going to push on forward, get Piggy in this position, put down a shield, some extra damage, just try and get more cart progress as the Spire is behind enemy lines. Doesn't have a pulse bomb though.
Wants to try and combine here, I guess, with that Sigma. Oh, dear, Merit! Absolutely rolled there, long range. Piggy takes a big rail as well. Nice accretion, but needs more pressure on Shockwave. That'll do it. He jumped out of the Immortality Field, so Dante going to be happy with a bit of a freebie there. Despite losing their Sojourn, the Outlaws still feel confident. This Air Matrix might change the calculus there a little bit. Maybe at this point they settle for some cart progress if they can get it. Dante clambers over Aspire's corpse, freshly made, of course, with that Discord Orb assistance from Lastro, and this is getting ugly.
I was going to say, and here comes Merit off the spawn with his ultimate as well.
Oh, man.
Samira takes some big shots, and Lastro finishes him off. Graphitic Flux available here for Piggy coming up. Potentially finish this one off for the Outlaws, get a map completion.
And a Widowmaker pick here for Aspire. I guess he thought he had decent sidelines, but now he has to play pretty aggressively. Try to flank around now and make it happen himself, but it's too late. Far too late for that.
It's a pretty decent defense here towards the end, though, from the Titans. Map completion for the Outlaws. A little bit of time left in the bank. I believe it was like 42 seconds, yep, on the clock. So we'll see if the Titans can put together a pretty good offense. Defense held strong there in point B.
Yeah, the Widow switched towards the end. I guess I kind of understand it from Aspire's perspective, given some sight lines and if you can get an insta-kill there, but tough ask, really, is a lot of those key ultimates came online at about the same time. You kind of mentioned it, Merit coming back off spawn, you know, with Overclock ready and Piggy's Gravitic Flux. I mean, you can see Merit's happy just to body shot an enemy Sigma, knowing just how much damage is going to do, how much pressure that's going to put down on them. So Houston gets snarled up in that second part of the map a little bit there, and I've got to be honest with you, I think a lot of it has to do with, you know, Shockwave being able to step up to Merit's level, and Mira being pretty clever about how he cycled back and forth on the high ground. But here's Dante obviously getting that pulse, and the Immortality Field was there, and then it wasn't.
Yeah, maybe he possibility he didn't think that the Immortality Field was going to come, that it had already been used, or just kind of. Yeah, maybe
he may have queued the jump portion of the power slide before that came down as well.
Yeah, that's also true, right? Could have slid and then the jump just kind of brought him out of it unintentionally.
Just unlucky, really. That's all I can say about it. But it did undo them there. All right. Mira comes out. Tries to charge a power block here. Let's have a look at the Outlaws lineup. So they are going to have a Tracer playing that loose end towards the alleyway. And that's the alleyway that Merit was able to sneak all the way up, if you recall the Outlaws attack.
Sigma as well, where we'll have the accretion for the stun. Dante takes a little bit of damage here, quite low.
He's trading with a Sigma right now.
Yeah, but look at Piggy. He's able to put down some big damage, though, if they kind of go towards that alley.
I mean, Piggy's denying the underpass in a big way. The alley is where the Titans are trying to go right now, and they get Mira up a bit further, but he takes so much damage. It's Immortality Field already. You want to save that for when you're on the point trying to cap, one would expect. That's not available now.
They have pushed the Outlaws back, though, into this corner. So, they're going to try and collapse on the Shockwave. They're going to catch him out on the high ground alone.
I think Merit intended to fire that towards the underpass, not at his own feet. That doesn't really matter at the end of the day. Collapsing on a Shockwave is what gives the Outlaws that huge advantage in the fight. And yeah, like Dante was holding, I think, like 3 players from the Titans at bay, slowing them down as they push through the alleyway. I really like giving a lot of time for the Outlaws to reposition for that sort of flank.
Fire behind.
Hello.
No pulse bomb.
He's waiting. He's waiting for his team to get in position.
Yeah, and if they can force him into that back corner, right, where like Lastro is currently to make a play.
Oh, okay. Iris had an M-Matrix there, but Shockwave just sort of blows him up. Dante combining on the mirror here. Obviously, Doomfist sort of eating an accretion there, I'd say. And that's 2 for Dante now. Spire spent so much time waiting in the wings that his golden opportunity might have passed him by already. Lastro does that.
It was tough as well because there's a large gap for him to close, and he's got a Discord on him the entire time, so Lastro's able to track him. Goes in, tries to get that pulse onto Lastro. Potentially it would have forced out like a Transcendence, or I know they would have just sacrificed Lastro in that situation, but does not connect. So down to 1:45 already here for the Titans.
You really need a big time bank for the next phase of the map. That's where things get a little dicey. No, let's not even bother talking about phase 3 for the time being. Merit controlling the train card here. Knows that Shockwave wants to duel. He wants to get a 1v1 if he can. Mira, no such delusions of grandeur. He was happy to interrupt the duel. Immortality Field's down now. Merit spends one of those charges of Overclock to get rid of it. Right up in the face of Masa. Sends a rail his way.
Still not able to get really through this choke and challenge this Sigma. As this will be the ult from Shockwave. Has to go big.
He got to be careful. Another Discord applied to him could make things a little lethal, but getting rid of Dante is huge. Transcendent's going to be popped here. The Outlaws playing with 4. No Tracer, so it's time for Merrick to stand up and find some big damage. No support ultimates available for the Titans here, so the Outlaws need to be patient. They don't get anything with their Transcendence, but Lastro delivers the damage where it counts, finding Shockwave downrange.
Yeah, and they weren't on the point as well, so stopped capping it for a little bit there. Nice.
It's good. Iris didn't have the Immortality Field, apparently. Dante trying to reciprocate on the other side of the map, but Lastro strikes again! Another key kill on a DPS! That's 2 from Lastro onto DPS in this one fight, and that's going to bail the Outlaws out again.
And you see Piggy just sitting at 100% HP there on the Sigma, whether it's the shielding, the kinetic grasp, also that shield able, like, Lastro's able to, like, kind of jiggle play around it. Makes it difficult there for Aspire to make a play as Gravitic Flux and Amp Matrix available here for the Outlaws.
It's go time now. Skyreaper needs to get some value out of this Amp Matrix. Going to be dealing with one from Iris as well. Need to respect it as Iris has already found one. Going to have to be an Immortality Field, but Skyreaper put it out in the open. He left the Immortality Field where it could just get picked off by Merit before the Gravitic Flux procced. And that's that. The Titans are stopped short of that first point. And the Outlaws take a comparatively comfortable 2-map lead.
Yeah, and the Sigma makes it very difficult to get through that choke there for the Titans, trying to make plays constantly to put pressure onto the supports of the Outlaws. They did put that pressure on, it's just not enough as they cannot dislodge Piggy from the choke.
Bit of a reality check here for the Vancouver Titans. While they've been looking better, they have to be able to beat the best. And the Outlaws looking like they're vying for that kind of title right now. Looking good so far. Let's see how far this series can go. Do the Titans have anything left to call upon?
The Danish Dynamo laying down the law.
Rotation to the point, but it's WGS Phoenix putting the pipe. Saved by Aztec though. Can be happen. Oh my. Even Scale instantly deleted.
Oh my goodness. The old bait switch, huh?
Have you picked up the legendary Luchador Reaper skin yet? The Kickoff Clash legendary skin still on sale through June 25th, so that's like 6 days for just 200 League tokens. Don't miss out, because it ain't coming back. I'll be missing out on a chance to own a piece of Overwatch League history. And we're, adding another page to the history books right now as we chronicle the evolution of this Vancouver Titans roster. They're upright, they're able to walk, they're able to communicate, you know what I mean? They are definitely evolving here in this league. But again, going up against a squad like the Outlaws, who definitely feel like they're an advanced life form in how they go about putting together their strategies. They're definitely a cut above right now. The Titans need to get it together, and they're bringing False in for Mira.
Yeah, I believe everybody is an advanced life form in the game right now. I didn't really grasp any of that. So False comes in.
It's an analogy.
Dante over to
Their
Tank.
literal logo is like a Sasquatch. Hello?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Now I get it.
You're killing me.
I mean, I don't really get it. It's kind of some boomer analogy you came up with. So Dante will be on the tank for Piggy, so it tells you some Doomfist play. You got Pelican coming back in the damage dealer role. So Dante kind of playing musical chairs here between the tank and damage dealer role, where.
What do you mean? He's not moving his seats at all, mate. They just change where the bloody camera is. You know how broadcast works?
You know what
the same damn chair, isn't it?
You know what I mean?
I don't get it. Remember that one?
I feel like you just did that out of spite because I blew up your joke.
I mean, listen, I won't confirm or deny these rumors, but I tell you what, I tell you what we can do, Matt. Our common
Griffin
ground
talk
comes
yet?
to-
I'll cast with him. How far away is he from talking?
Oh, just you wait, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, we've got some stuff in store for you caster-wise in the near future. Don't you worry. Okay, map number
Somebody
3.
on my intelligence level. Give me Griffin. What's he talking? What's he talking about now?
Oh, nothing really. Yeah, it doesn't say a lot, so you might be right. You might be on the right track, to be honest with you. Couple, sounds. There definitely some sounds being made.
Okay.
Yeah, nothing really
That's
coherent
improvement.
as of
That's
yet,
improvement.
So. Yeah, no. Like I said, evolution. It's happening right before our eyes. I mean, do we expect? So we saw D.Va play on this map previously. Against like a Winston setup. If we get a Sigma look from the Titans, what do you sort of think about it? Because while it is playable, right, you can definitely go for this. We see teams almost allow this map to dictate they move back to more like mobile tanks.
Yeah, and we've seen False on Winston already. So you can come out on Sigma, you can try on the Winston. It gives you a little bit more options, where the Outlaws, it seems like it is Doomte or bust. So that's kind of it here, where you know that he's going to play the Doomfist. Can you stop it? We'll find out.
That guy played D.Va in GOAT. Put some respect on the man's name.
True.
He played a lot of D.Va in GOAT. My dude.
Stop the payload.
Yeah. Different story now. Sim TP across, pretty standard. And we'll see if the Titans try to, pretty ponderously scale up their control of this part of the map.
Shockwave, you see like the shooting there, just trying to find any damage to just keep this charge going, right?
Yeah.
Any hits will keep this charge going and the contribution to it. Also, happy to see Falston on in putting him on a role that we know he's able to play.
Yeah, absolutely.
Seen him put on a lot of different tanks that may not be his number one. Now you have him on a Sigma.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously more of an off-tank player in Overwatch 1 was False, alongside Reiner. We'll see what the Sigma has in store for us here. Doom versus Sigma, I guess. So Dante just has to be aware of that. Christian can really end his day pretty quickly. Titans have to go slow here. That's nasty stuff. And what a beautiful setup. I think that was from Dante, a charged power block.
I think the biggest setup there was actually Iris with a biotic grenade. Connects with 2 players there. I believe it connects with False and Masa. So both of those players get pretty weak on the high ground.
Bionated and blown up.
Yeah, and just a lot of damage that comes through from Merit and Pelican as Pelican's got a pulse bomb here. He's lurking on the low ground. I think he hears a Spire on the other side. Yeah, just gonna put some shots into him, just make him aware.
Again, the Titans are prone to playing pretty close with the Baptiste composition.
Dante knocks him
So
off the
pulse
high
bombs. Yeah, that's so annoying for the Titans. They're
yeah, they have
trying
to go
establish
all the way
position.
around, right?
Oh my god! Somebody get these guys an elevator. All right. Well, back on the grind, as they say. Once again, Dante just starts popping him in the kisser. That nano boost there is going to make it pretty hard to do too much, especially without a Zenyatta against the Doomfist. But the Titans eventually get this very hard-fought high ground, so good on them.
Yeah, they need to try and play for this position. They get Dante low, just not able to finish him off.
They can't chase him. They lack the mobility.
The rest of the team. Yeah.
For whatever reason, Aspire's not in position to pursue Dante. They're getting Iris, though. Masa, okay, another one. The whip shot really going to work here. And that's definitely going to allow the Titans to make some key progress here. Should they want to.
It'll be us.
Spoiler,
down.
They should.
Yep, he's going to get on the payload. They're going to put 2 players on it now. Try and get it closer towards the end, but it's going to be a contest here coming in from the Outlaws.
Pelican up behind them there. Lastro, what positioning? Okay, Spire has to recall now. Pelican waiting for the Tracer to return to the fray. Now Spire has no options except a health pack. Well, we see Pelican's recall there, comfortably able to get away. Spire now no immortality field. A lot of pressure on the cart from the Outlaws here. It's going to have to be a rally from Masa as the Titans again. They just want to double down here, but it might end up hurting him in a big way, Matt. Merit keeps himself clear of a lot of the debris here as False goes for kinetic grasp, but he can't stop a rail.
Yeah, and they didn't have a ton of time here, the Titans, left on the clock. That's probably why you see a pretty large commitment there with the rally towards the end of that fight.
30 seconds.
So 30 seconds on the clock, we can see from Lastro's
This
POV.
positioning.
Ooh, just a nice headshot there. So Shockwave does have the overclock. Could end up with some big picks. His False is now over to the D.Va.
Last time we talked that up, he got slept by Iris. So keep an eye out for that. Yeah, the Titans are going to have to rely on that key ultimate and nothing more for the time being. Dante forced into power block and to give up the high ground, and here we go. Shockwave into overclock. No targets. There's Lastro. Okay, he gets him. That's huge with Iris going down. The support line ruined from the Outlaws. Should be impossible for them to come back, and yet Pelican's still fighting. They give up the point regardless.
Yeah, huge kills there. Shockwave. Will they get one of the supports? They had another kill go down onto support, so getting both of them out of the out of the way, and they're able to get the payload across the line. So now we see False on the D.Va. So maybe a little bit better to be able to brawl out with Dante.
Tough for defenders, no matter what team you are, this part of the map, especially when you've lost control of it early on here. And you can see the Outlaws how much they value getting back to this high ground, getting on top of this shuttle, denying that away from the Titans. And they seem, I mean, for all intents and purposes, to have done that for the time being. But look at the aggressive play for the Titans. They sent a D.Va forward here with that immortality field. Shockwave's able to get Merit there, of course, with that ability that normally is just to just deny some zone. And that's a Transcendence forced out of Lastro. What can the Outlaws do with this?
They're not going to really get much for the Transcendence outside of just kind of keeping Lastro alive. Beautiful ball spawn there from Masa. From Pelican onto Masa, man. It's going to be a cleanup crew here for the Outlaws. See if Titans decide to make any changes off this. Do they decide to continue with the D.Va, with the Lucio? Gives them a little bit more access to the high ground, speed to get on through. They're actually going to bring in a Moira with this. Interesting.
Hard to see Shockwave finding like ideal range to play at here. This is a little bit longer than what Sojourn prefers to sort of fight from. And that's probably why you saw Lastro sitting on top of the shuttle, proud as could be. Because he knows it's pretty hard to get rid of him unless you get a bit closer like this. So gap closed now with the Moira in tow for the Titans. Big mix-ups here as False goes for the D.Va.
And you see the dive onto the high ground from the Titans, and Dante is playing the Doomfist, not really kind of going for the backline of the Titans, but counter diving in. When the Titans dive in, he uses his Seismic Slam to just kind of follow them up.
Yeah, he values the position more so than, you know, getting to the back line and just getting kills. I mean, if you peek out against Merit right now, you are asking for it. Even if you don't, he's still going to be looking for you. The Titans are pretty much caught inside that room. There is a Mega Health Pack inside of there.
They know the baby
Pulse doesn't hit.
Well,
Skyripper slept inside, just dropped the shot. He has to fade just to stay alive. Still not great now. Having lost Master, and there's a nano boost here in play. Dante continues to stake his claim to the shuttle, but Lastro's left all on his own. He's out of position, and he gets mowed over. How'd that happen?
I mean, he's playing down on the cart, just trying to contest, and it just gets run over. You might still be able to come back. Oh, I was going to say contest, but
you've
nice
given
shot
it over.
from Shockwave there on the Dante. Yeah, you might have to give it up now.
Yeah, Zen being the one to contest the card there is... Well,
he was close
credit to the
Transcendence,
Titans.
But
I think Vancouver did really well to identify a golden opportunity there to find a free kill. So how's this happen? Okay, no, okay, he's just stood there.
Yeah.
There is an attempted peeling from Dante. You see him there. It's just far too much coming at Zen.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of saw from the overhead cam, you know, the Flash just on the cart. Yeah, False and Skyripping through, just run him down.
Oh, Titans. Gotta keep moving. 50 seconds left. Pelican Pulse Bomb, Lastro, of course, that Transcendence that never got to see the light of day in that previous fight. And again, but it is Dante. Transitions to the high ground to peel, but falls right into the trap, apparently. Blown up by Aspire.
They've looked much better now, the Titans, with this D.Va in the mix. There's nothing they can really do to defend the backline playing this Doomfist tank.
Aspire doesn't recall despite being hit with a Bionic Grenade there. Just trusts that not enough players are looking at him. That's definitely eyes on Shockwave though, as Merit lines him up. And the Outlaws able to find something here. So the Titans now, their chances of finishing the map looking a little dubious. There's some stagger afoot as well.
They know that the D.Va's up here on the high ground. It's going to have to drop, so self-destruct. Meteor Strike just to dodge it.
Yeah, Dante realizing he couldn't reposition, I guess, as quickly as he would have liked. He could have come in from an unexpected angle, as he does in that next fight. Laser focus from Merit as he finishes off Aspire, declaring that defensive stand here. So 2 checkpoints, 71 or so meters. Decent for the Titans, but it could have been over before point A, let's be honest.
Good for the Titans. You also feel like it's quite decent for the Outlaws as well, quite oddly. It's way easier.
Hey, zero sum, mate. Can't be good for both teams.
Well, no, I think it's good for the Outlaws in the sense that I think it's going to be very. I think it's easier to play the Doomfist tank on offense than defense in this type of position. So to now deny them a map completion, you're probably still happy if you're the Titans in terms of your progress where it was. To deny them a map completion, you feel like you can take advantage of that now if you're the Outlaws.
Houston know that, yeah, again, they don't have to be the quickest team. They can sort of take their time and play around a lot of those key ultimates here and advance in a relatively stately manner. Yeah, Aspire just hard loses that 1v1, and Pelican follows up by just ruining Master. But that Discord Orb is what he walked in with. So Lastro managed to get 2 key Discord Orbs on both those targets from playing in a fairly obscure location as well.
So the Outlaws have some time to make some changes, but could go with something like this with the Genji a little bit more high ground access than a Tracer, another nano target potentially. So the Titans still have Pulse on the Sigma to kick things off. So they're having a lot of success once they went over to D.Va. We'll see if they're able to kind of have success with the Sigma on defense.
Well, it changed the way that Dante had to play, didn't it? We've observed this before, by the way. Even when all the teams were playing Doomfist comps, Dante was always wanting to be peel-oriented as a Doomfist player. He would always turn back around and seismic slam into his backline if anyone tried to dive. We're still seeing that displayed here, and it was especially prevalent against the D.Va. Now, against Sigma, that's probably less necessary, to be honest. The way that Dante can play can change as he tries to start off some of these fights and be there with Pelican.
Yeah, he's got an empowered punch lined up as well. He goes right in and trying to bully False here, but False getting some nice healing. Getting another punch charged up.
Dante getting hit with that
See when
slow.
he has those punches, like the power ones charged up, feels like he hangs on to it for a while, right? Compared to some of the other Dooms you see, like trying to find a perfect position to get that stun.
Yeah, quite a few he's trying to go on with the seismic slam as well, and just sort of make sure he can guarantee like a double stun potentially. Realizes how impactful that is. He's waiting for something. Oh, there it is.
Yeah, I mean, no, something you can kind of notice right away when we watch from his Doomfist POV compared to some of the other ones we see. Being able to hold on to that just a little bit longer. Kills being straightened out here, though. Titans may be able to hold on.
Yeah, I think the Houston Outlaws really only care about maintaining the high ground, and that's what False is making hard for them. Even though they find a couple kills, they get rid of the Brigitte, for example, the Sigma doesn't leave. So the Titans have this really frustrating hold in the server room, which is really scary to push into, because obviously Hyperspheres plus Brigitte's proximity healing and accretion are all things that can ruin your day before it really begins.
Shockwave away from the Sojourn, going to go over to Echo, so without a Tracer on the other side, you can play the Echo, and this will be Dante getting a Nano here and doing loads of work inside the server room.
Yeah, I mean, Air Matrix used there, to definitely feel like that was a bit of a knee-jerk, bit of desperation, and great setup by Iris there is that Biotic Grenade that meant that even though there was immortality in play, Sky Reaper couldn't be healed back up.
Shockwave now over to Sombra, so trying to hack
just, I guess, anti-Doom tech, right? Yeah.
Yeah. Although I feel like not as
so
strong.
short.
Yeah, because it's so short, right? I guess it can like interrupt abilities, right? Like it could interrupt a power block in that type of situation.
Yeah. And that might just be it.
Watch out for this one.
Well, I mean, Shockwave can't do anything now. He just tries to hack someone and try and find like a solo kill. Merit's out of there. He's long gone. Without Aspire, I mean, Tracer Sombra already doesn't boast a lot of damage as it is, Matt. So losing one of those players, like, you're a wet noodle.
Yeah, and you're playing the Tracer Sombra without like a Zen, right? So you're playing it with the Batiste and the Brig.
False Gravitic Flux there, catches Iris, who's able to heal himself up with a Bionic Grenade as he hits the ground, times that well. But False isn't ousted from that high ground position. Shockwave gives up their position though by trying to hack. The Outlaws are waiting here. Dante's back in the fight, so here's where they try and go up a gear. Merit's sightline is so slim though.
They're trying to run down Lastro here as he's able to back out. Now you're going to use Sound Barrier and try and push on in.
This should be good for the Titans until Master just dies to Merit's rail, and the car's moving the entire time. I thought they had Dante dead to rights.
Yeah, well, he gets nanoed. He gets nanoed and also has the Meteor Strike to get out of harm's way. So I think you see the Outlaws just taking control. When they're on offense with this Doomfist, it's like I was talking about earlier before this started up, it's way easier on the offensive side to run this Doomfist than on defense, because you can set the pace and the tempo of the game, right?
And you don't have to worry about peeling as much against the Sigma. You know, you can really focus on just like every time you use this Seismic Slam, it's to start a fight.
Well, you're the one that's
Create a big
dictating more
opportunity.
how the fights go.
Exactly. It feels better to play in a proactive manner in Overwatch, there's no doubt about it. Pelican, okay, gets rid of Sky Reaper there. The blade's been drawn. Translocate out for Shockwave, who has an EMP, but I mean, his opportunities to use it are really running out. It's going to be here. Not bad. Lastro disintegrates, and so does Merit.
Yeah, I mean, it does a large chunk of people's HP. Allows Shockwave to do even more damage. The cart's so close to completion here for the Outlaws. It's really just one more fight will be enough. You'll have Merit have the overclock. You're going to get closer to a Meteor Strike here. But Leave just trying to farm up some damage on Dante so they can get this Nano as well.
There is farming, yeah, that Nano really quickly as well, Matt. Dante took a ton of damage earlier on. Overclock here available. As soon as that gets popped, you know it's go time. A little bit of pressure from Aspire, and Merit's looking for backliners here. The Titans forced out of the advantageous sightlines they previously had, just on basis of the threat generated by Merit, who finds nothing with that Sojourn ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, he's missed a lot of rails on this map, specifically. He's had a pretty good series, but...
That's a recall from Aspire, Gravitic Flux. Who's in that? False is sleeping. Fat Party Grenade to the backline. Yep, Master and Sky Reaper hit by that one. There's no coming back again. It's Iris who starts off the fight. And all said and done, the smoke clears. The Houston Outlaws feels like another day at the office for them. Pretty rudimentary display against the flagging Vancouver Titans. Don't worry, Vancouver, you might not be 0-7 anymore, but MI6 will still accept you. Don't worry about it.
Well, look, I think the Outlaws, they came in today, they showed us some different looks with Piggy on the Sigma. They looked quite well. False here at the end brought in to play the Sigma of his own. Very difficult in terms of going up against the Doomfists on a map like Gibraltar. I did think his Dita play, though. They'll look pretty good on offense. Maybe that's something we see from them in the future. But the Titans, they look better. Not enough to get a win against a team like Houston, though.
Yeah, again, look, you know, we Houston, I think, are also finding another step, sort of another level in their stride, right? You saw Piggy coming in, Dante actually moving to play DPS, and, you know, he's getting a decent amount of run on Tracer, where, you know, Pelicans had some incredible performances, but maybe sometimes is Tracer not what the team is looking for. Luke Mira has to step up in a big way in this kind of meta, and so far he's looked great. But let's talk about our player of the match here again. The master, as you put it, of musical chairs. For the Houston Outlaws, it's going to be Dante.
Yeah, see, he had a fantastic series, whether it was on the Doomfist or Tracer. I know his Doomfist, you know, play so aggressive, you know, getting the nano boosts and other, you know, help from the rest of the squad, but still very impactful, doing things like holding onto those, you know, empowered punches a little bit longer, getting better value out of them. And then when he comes in on the Tracer, plays phenomenal on Midtown.
I'm really pleased about how Dante plays against, like, or in a counter dive situation. Right? We've already talked at length about how he's got a very distinctive sort of peeling or reactive style where he has to be on the Doomfist. And that was something that he showcased even in the kickoff clash here. So this is a player with a lot of depth to his play style. He can really modulate his approach based on what kind of composition he's going up against. If he wants to be an instigator, or if he can be against like a Sigma, for example, he's able to do that. And it actually means that Dante, as a Doomfist player, and the Outlaws by extension, can be less concerned about what the metagame is dictating. This team was even playing in Doomfist happily against like the Reinhardt comps from the London Spitfire and had great success against them. So this is a team that can really sort of focus on a distinctive style that suits them and not sort of worry about like, oh, if Doomfist is that strong or what have you. They're well positioned right now.
You would worry if you're the Outlaws, if you had a really strong like Reinhardt or Winston meta, like if either of those tanks like really ascended and were like the dominant tank, then you may have a little bit of an issue. We don't know. I imagine Piggy has been working on some of those tanks. I'd probably even say Dante is probably working on.
We've seen Piggy play tanks as well. Ryan, sorry. We've seen him play
some Ryan, yeah. But right now, in the way the game's being played, they have everything they need to be a very talented team.
No doubt about it. We still got the post-show on the horizon, so don't go too far, everybody. That's 4 matches done as the Outlaws take a comfortable 3-0. I hope your Pick'ems are doing well. Let's see how the Discs parades went. We're going to catch up with them after the break.
Welcome to Post Show, everybody. I'm here joined now by Dante from Houston Outlaws. Dante, congratulations on the win. 3-0 for the Houston Outlaws. Did you expect this to be a fast and easy win for your team?
I didn't expect it, but I didn't think it was going to be a hard match. I thought it'd be like whatever, maybe a 3-1, 3-0, I don't know. Didn't expect it to be like that, though.
It went by really fast. And Dante, I think you today had a fantastic showing, not only on that Doom, but also on that Tracer as well. We're seeing as right now. I just want to ask, because you're good on the Tracer, I mean, you also have someone named Pelican who's really good on the Tracer as well. So how does that, like, how do you guys decide who plays the Tracer in a map or in a match?
I'm not completely sure. I think maps where we're more likely to swap other heroes, we have Peli play, and I just play the ones where we think Tracer's just like perma-pick. And also if we think Doom could be good there, then we like just have Peli play, because you never know, like it's good not to, like, I need to be able to play the Doom if we have Peli playing, so it doesn't make sense for me to play those maps.
Yeah, no, because I mean, Custa actually was saying the same thing, so he was right.
Yeah, it happens all the time, Daddy.
It happens all. I don't think it happens all the time, but I mean, yeah, I'll give you that one. And also, I think at the end of the match, Mitch and Matt sort of talked about this, how right now, you know, Houston Outlaws, you guys are looking like using a lot of the Sigma composition or the Doomfist with you on the tank as well, and you guys are looking really, really clean. Do you feel like you guys sort of have all the tools you guys need for success in this stage, or are there stuff that you guys still need to sort of work out?
I think we can always get better. I feel like any team can say that. I think it is a good meta for us because we have Piggy on the Sigma. He's really, really good Sigma. We have Zen Bap, Lastro, and Iris, both really good on those heroes. It's just really comfort heroes for everyone. And we also have like 2 different comps going for us. We have like Doom comp on some maps, and we have the Sigma comp on others. So it makes it harder to prepare for. So I think this is a pretty good meta for us.
It does seem like it. And one final question before I let you go, Dante. I did see that next week you guys are playing the Los Angeles Gladiators. What are your opinions on the Gladiators in current meta?
I think this meta could be a good meta for them too. They're playing, or at least their last match, I think they played like Permadoom. I'm not sure it's that good, like that you can play it everywhere, but you know, if it ends up being a Permadoom meta, I think they'll be good. Reiner's a really good Doom, Shu really good Ana. They have the players for it. I'm personally excited to give them a rematch because I think I played awful when we played them last. So I just want to play better. That was not fun.
Okay. All right, I'm actually definitely most excited for that match next week. Again, big congratulations on the win today, and I'll be seeing you next week, Dante.
All right, sounds good. See you.
Bye, Dante. Thank you so much for the quick chat. Always great to hear and see you. I see Reinforce and I both got our emotional support plushies out. No, you got your press right. You don't deserve one.
You got it right too. Imagine picking New York.
Anyway, let's talk about the match which just unfolded. Houston Outlaws are looking great. We did expect them to do really well in the meta, and they continue to do just that. But walk us through the game. What happened? How did it happen? Why did it happen? Give us all the details.
Why did it happen?
Why did it happen?
Merit stepped up to the plate.
Yeah.
Which we love to see, because Merit, we knew that he had the potential coming out of Contenders. I was one of the people who actually praised him going into this, and I said, like, people, you talk a lot about Kilo from the San Francisco Shock, but Merit as well. He has Merit from the Contenders era, of course. So going into this season, I was expecting good things from Merit. But he hadn't, honestly, like, showed us really what he was all about. He was a formidable hitscan player, but this was the first game where he really looked like took the game into his own hands and popped off and just won team fights, which is what you want star players to do, which is what you want really good players to do. So in that way, it was a bit of a breakout game for Merit, which is a great thing for the Houston Outlaws moving forward in this stage. But just in general, I mean, Pelican, who's not naturally a Tracer player, almost like out-tracered Aspire, who is the go-to tracer for the Vancouver Titans, so that says it all. Didn't really agree with Mirror being played here on Midtown as well. I like them leading into Falls, playing that Sigma instead. So there were a couple of close moments, like when Sky Reaper swapped over to the Moira. I think the Outlaws, they were kind of caught off guard and had some issues adapting to that. But for the most part, I mean, it was the Houston Outlaws just stepping on the gas, dominant, and that's what we love to see from them. Because in large part, I think we can all agree, if we talk about it, Houston Outlaws is a team we want to see be able to compete with the better teams, not mess around with these, Washington Justice, Paris Eternal. Like, we want to see them take one step up and start competing with the very top spots in the league.
Yeah, and I said going into this match, it's Houstonable, right? And that's something that they need to get out of their identity as a team. They are a great team. They have great players. We shouldn't be going into every lower tier match that they have and be like, well, it could be losable. They need to have clean matches like these against worse opponents.
Absolutely. Well, they did get the W on the board. Let's see how many more of those they can rake up in this very stage. So far, of course, the first week has been looking great for them, though. And we had many great moments, 4 incredible matches today. Some really went the distance. Some were a little more one-sided, but we like those too, right? Because good dominance is good dominance. You'd like to see that.
I like strong teams.
Exactly, we do like strong teams. So we had plenty of great gameplay and great footage to choose our best of the day from. So, Costa, with all that choice, what did you end up taking?
There were a lot of really good moments. There were a lot of cool things that happened, great plays, some not so good plays, but mine's actually a weird one because I just think it's neat. I just thought it was it made me chuckle. It made me chuckle when I was it was like, oh, that was funny how it works. So someone shatters and he gets unlucky because the 2 people he shattered falls off the edge and then he goes to follow them and Checkmate uses his block in front of him and blocks him. So he can't do anything with it. They still win the fight and it was fine, but it made me chuckle. So
yeah, no, that did indeed. I mean, unlucky. Sometimes it'd be like that. That's
just sometimes you get a series of unfortunate events, and that happened to someone.
In comes in a situation like that, are you gonna go at your May for that one, or what's the situation?
Yeah. I actually, as a Reiner player, I'd probably be like, look.
Checkmate! Come on! Make me look bad.
Come on! It's not like you don't say anything, but you're like.
But you would if you could.
Yeah.
Yeah, at least you're thinking.
Definitely, I would definitely say.
You would want to say something. Well, Danny, what got you today?
My best of the day. So whenever I play, this is my personal thing. I think the most tilting or frustrating thing is when I get just yeeted off the map, and I want to just say I just want to say what the receiving, when you're on the receiving end, it does get a lot tilting.
Oh and that he went so far.
Don fist punch onto a Dreidro. It happens not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Myeonbong.
So if you get yeeted off the map 3 times from the same person, imagine how
twice
frustrating
from the same
that is.
angle too, basically.
Yeah.
So have you learned nothing?
And I was just watching that. I'm like, wow, Myeonbong just held it together still, and he played the game.
More like Myeongon.
Honestly, I kind of like it. I don't really want to give it to you, but I'm at the age where that stuff amuses me.
No, don't give it to him.
No, you're not at that age. Zoe, if you're at that age, that means I'm at that age. You're bringing me down too.
You're still a year younger than I am, okay? That was...
Hex is laughing in the production room. I know it. I know it. He loves it.
Well, I don't even know how to transition out of that one. Anyway, Jonathan, what made you chuckle or not? What pained you today? What made it your best of the day?
We're here to be sad.
Okay.
Okay, all of a sudden, wow, that 0 to 100
Turn of events.
Okay.
2 very sad moments in today's matches. And we go to Eichenwalde for the pit of death. This time around, we start off with Victoria on the Hanzo. And I think he wants to climb back up here, but
he just
falls.
Did he just jump? Was it a jump?
We never know. We will never know.
He jumped.
If Proper was running at me as well, I'd probably jump.
I don't want to get killed by you. I'll rather just kill myself.
And then whoop. Let me slide. Oh no. Punches air.
Gravity to player 0.
He tried to take Gravity with him on the way down. Yeah.
It's hard to beat Gravity. little side.
There was a Victoria Falls joke in there, though.
There was. That's true.
Somewhere in there. I like that. Yeah, honestly, I like it when you see the map coming out on top. Sometimes that's just. You
can't beat the map.
No, exactly. I mean, we saw what was trying. Punching thin air right there. It just doesn't. It won't get you back on the map, sir. Anyway, I have a more uplifting one to end our best of the day, and that's I personally. Okay, I was about to tell a lie, and I can't do that on air. I do rejoice in people's misery, but I also really like when someone's just joyful, just happy.
He's so happy.
Look at him! Look at him go!
What is that?
I don't know.
It's
Winston?
It's a someone like.
It says someone? Winston?
Yeah, it's a.
Oh, it's like a someone.
It says someone, and it's Winston.
Ah.
Just happy. Look at him. Look at him
It's
go.
him.
He's so happy.
It's Winston.
He should be on the desk. We need to bring him to the desk.
Yeah,
he's going to replace you soon, Danny. I don't know.
I'm pretty sure. If someone says that he will replace me, I'll gladly give him the spot. But of course.
Just some
Take it, man.
some good times, man. Like,
But until
I'm happy with that.
until he learns English, I think I'm okay.
He's like, I'll hold him down for a while.
Now there is a bonus best of the day. This one is production's
bonus?
best of the day.
Oh, really?
So let's take a look at what they got from us.
Yeah!
Oh.
Wait,
it's us.
Live in person.
It's
It's
us.
us. Look at our player poses.
Esports poses.
Esports poses brought to you by the Watchpoint Desk.
Hey!
Also very esports people just like pointing at things.
Yeah.
That's just all we do. We get paid for that. Yeah, like I
thanks,
love pointing at
production.
things.
Yeah.
Production, lights, ceilings, trucks. Like wow.
Good job.
So pointable.
Yeah.
Everything. Yeah, no, it's been fantastic.
It was.
Like, we're finally back in person. Let's see how long it lasts. But I've had a great old time. We had some great matches and so much more coming. Some last thoughts as we're ending week number 1 in stage number 2. On the meta, do you guys feel like it's established? Is it enjoyable? What is your personal highlight? What is your big takeaway from week number 1, starting with you, Reinforce?
I think
It's gonna go.
No.
I think Jaws needs to get his casting duo together. Come
He's all over the place.
You're all over the place. You're shuffling around, trying to gather this Infinity Gauntlet of yours. Come on, grow up. Oh, caster Infinity Gauntlet, Jaws. It's time for you to get someone more permanent, okay? I hope Necro gets back, and I hope we get some good casts, because both of them are really good.
We kind of need them, Jaws.
Yeah, can you guys
Just saying.
stop stealing our analysts?
Kind of need them. Yeah.
Can I go now?
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh,
yes,
okay, I'm allowed to go. Okay.
Yes, you're allowed. Share a
Can you
class.
put me Danny as well? For me, I'm going to say Sojin. I think Sojin is so fun to watch. Awesome to see her in the meta. Players are popping off. That's exciting to watch.
Took your point.
Took yours.
It can be your point too.
You had a backup one? What's yours? What's your backup one?
Oh, no, go ahead. Keep talking.
No, I'm done.
You're done? That's it?
Sojin, good.
Sojin, yeah, Sojin's good.
Me? I don't know about the meta. I just like being here, just like production, with production, and also all 4 of us, because it's my first time being on the desk with you guys in person ever.
That's true.
Ever, because I wasn't here in 2020, so it feels great. I love being carried by all these amazing people. So please carry me through the season.
I mean,
Carry us.
I was about to say, I feel like you carry us most of the time, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, but I mean, if I say that, I can't really say that. Everyone knows
that look a little arrogant, but we know. Yeah, no, it's I think my highlight has been looking at schedules.
Okay.
I love schedules. I'm sorry. Like, some people put a lot of work into our graphics, and I want to highlight that, and I think they should have their moment in the sun.
East is back.
So here it is. The Eastern region is back on a Friday, June the 24th, and we're kicking things off over there with the Philadelphia Fusion taking on the LA Valiant, and after that, the Chengdu Hunters will take on the Seoul Dynasty. So 2 matches coming your way. These are their first showings in this new patch, so I'm very interested to see how those teams teams over there are adapting. And then we're heading into week number 2 for the Western region, starting off with the London Spitfire, according to Costa, the best team in the league currently, going up against the New York Excelsior, followed by the Florida Mayhem, who will take on the Dallas Fuel. And the last match of the day is going to be the Atlanta Reign and the Vancouver Titans. Is that another Vancouver Titans prediction for you, Reinforce?
No, stop. This never happened.
Johnny.
Oh, okay.
Johnny, but Kai though.
This never happened.
Kai though.
I've never
Just
predicted
saying.
the Vancouver Titans.
I could have sworn there's a graphic that proves the other one.
I'm pretty sure
graphics.
we could pull the receipts if you, if
No,
you
they're not
really
graphics.
want.
They disappear. Once you use them once, they disappear. They're no longer to exist.
They just go up in flames. That's how graphics work on broadcast. That's how graphics work when I'm wrong in them. Usually, they just disappear. It's so weird. I don't know. You shouldn't give me access to that kind of stuff. Just telling you right now, production. But yeah, that's it. We saw schedules. We saw highlights. We had a great time together. Everyone's happy. So on this high note, I'd like to say goodnight to everyone watching. Thank you all so much for joining us for yet another exciting week and an exciting day of Overwatch action. We will be back next week, starting with Eastern region, so mark your calendars. I hope to see all 3 of you back in the truck with me next week. And until then, stay healthy, stay safe. We need you.
Drink water.
Same for you. Drink water. Stay hydrated. Thank you so much for watching, and see you very soon.
Love you guys.
Bye. Bye.